should be fine. Chat, do me a real quick favor. I want to test something. I'm gonna activate the little bot. Can you all click on Boop's face for me, please? Excellent. Okay, just want to make sure that worked. So, hi, Boop. Isn't this such a weird experience? You're usually the one who's doing the DMing for me. I'm definitely not gonna feel self-conscious when you start judging me in my DMing skills.
It's okay. It's okay. I know you're not used to being in the dominant position, but we'll get through this together.
Libby. Well, you know, I mean, we all have to start somewhere. So, guys, this is Boop. They're my DM. They put up with me. Well, how long now?
Every week for about like a couple years.
2 years, verging on 3 years at this point.
Yeah. Yep.
And you know what's funny?
You know, if I was a better streamer, sorry.
Half the characters we're running into today are characters you've DM'd for.
Yep. If I were a better streamer, I would have had my my like live 2D model up, but I don't because I'm
It's honestly fine. I mean, it's honestly fine. I mean, Tia, hi, darling.
Hi, I'm like triple booked in 3 different fucking directions because I'm a moron.
I mean, if you're gonna go and do your own thing, that's fine. We're not gonna.
No, it's fine. I got it taken care of.
Sure.
I just can't be here all night. I forgot. I have to take Jamie to his appointment at the hospital at like 10:30 in the morning.
That takes way more priority.
Absolutely. This is just some silly D&D. This is just Twitch chat. God, who the fuck cares about that?
Y'all got me for a couple hours.
The fact that chat are getting anything at all is a luxury.
No, don't worry. I'll be here to tell chat that they're gay and cringe.
Good, excellent. Now, I suppose we should probably get underway. I believe I've changed art directory. So I'm a little bit nervous. I literally stayed up 20 hours solid trying to make sure this all worked. So I will apologize ahead of time if things are a little bit clunky. But since when is D&D ever a smooth process to run? Unless you're like one of those people who has millions of dollars to spend on a goddamn actual D&D setup kind of thing.
You say that, but I have seen campaigns that are professionally produced fly off the rails.
Oh yeah. Right, so let's jump onto the screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is officially the beginning of our D&D campaign. This is Dungeons and Donathons Escape the Kari Mansion. And I need to move here and move up 1 moment.
Hello.
Where am I gonna put you guys? Ooh, I didn't
you didn't think that part through.
No, this is just gonna require a little bit of a change in the for a second, because I'm just gonna move that over here, and then that gives you 2 room to be the instructors. So, ladles and germs, toys and squirrels. The entire reason why Boop and Tia are here is that they are how should we put it? Employees of the mansion. Tia has been your bar person, and Boop has been your designated law enthusiast. These two.
Now,
I haven't been paid in years.
You get paid?
Hold up. That implies money exchanging hands, and that has never once happened.
You get paid with your freedom of will. You get paid by not being turned into a mindless thrall.
Oh shit! I have free will. Oh, that's awesome. Fuck yeah.
Huggers, if you will. Boop is basically the librarian. So these two are here.
Left.
What? The audacity, see if HR will be hearing about this.
And there it is off the rails already.
God damn it. So
I have free will. Hell yeah.
Yeah, you do have free will. You have the free will to go back into the fucking pit. Right, so allow me to explain how this is going to work. Every room, you can ask me, Boop, or Tia for advice. It is entirely up to them or me as to whether our advice is going to be useful or not. And it's up to you. We're more there as a incentive, more like a guideline, if you will. It's up for you to determine whether what we're saying is necessarily relevant or actually going to help you. We can nudge you in the right direction. We could straight up just say, hey, you know, there's a thing over there, or whatever, or maybe use some logical deduction. Most notably, they are the ideal of these two is to not completely ruin it, but chaotically help you along, if you will, in whatever fashion they so choose.
Now, if we really want to be chaotic, I can eat a vegan.
Ooh, that would be a thing.
Puff pass, motherfucker. Come on.
You have to pick someone up in like 5 hours.
I have to be a DM. I can't be doing that shit. What are you talking about? So, very simply put, the way these rounds will work is it's going to be a twofold thing. You have combat and you have non-combat. In non-combat, all you will have to do is use the pointer, the click map, which is now active, and you will be able to point at things on the map. And when I give you the encouragement, you'll tell me what it is you want to do. Maybe there's a shiny vase or a table, or maybe there's someone you want to go talk to. Prerogatively, if you want help from someone, I will offer the would you like advice? And when it comes to doing an action, you have the icons in the bottom left that has attack, check, and talk. If you choose check, you will then get the act of doing a certain check, and then you'll be able to hover over which one you want to do, whether it's a magic. But for simplicity's sake, I have simplified the entire process to make it much more friendly to people who don't understand D&D. Simply put, these are the checks you can make, and depending on what you do, can depend on what happens. And then we will roll dice, like... So say, for example, you wanted to do an insight check, and you roll a d20, and you roll a 9. It's probably not the best of things, about middle of the line. This is all very roleplay heavy. This is not supposed to be very serious. It's all for the fun of it. Now, your goal, because in a moment I will get into the whole roleplay shenanigans of things. Your goal is to get loot. There are going to be loot souls, if you will. These loots could get off my fucking titties. I swear to God, 50% of you.
No.
You know, I expected this. It's fine. I expected it. So there are 3.
That's what you get for casting such a realistic illusion.
I regret bringing you. I regret inviting you.
That's fair.
I'm going to...
Hey, I am...
Must feel nice to be having...
Nothing without my backhanded compliments.
It must feel weird for this to be the other way around for once.
Jack,
Oh my God.
clicking mine and go back to clicking hers.
Thank you very much for the
Thank you
resub.
for the pats, the clicks, everyone, I guess.
That's
I don't know
adorable.
what you're doing.
There's like 3
It
people.
kind of seems like a little head pat.
Yeah, there's like 3 people clicking our foreheads. Okay, so what was it? Where did I get to again? Okay,
Y'all are stupid.
there are 3 separate loot orbs that you can get. In every single room, there is 1 golden orb. These golden orbs are a guaranteed boon, and they are of a much more vigorous variety, if you will. In every room, there are going to be opportunities for blue and purple orb. Blue loot spheres are more simple, basic, they're not as rare, they'll have much less of an impact to the timer, but it's worth collecting them. What you have collected is up in the top left. Now, these can be found by investigation, performing acts in that room, by doing things with people that might be in the room. The way you engage with this story will depend entirely on the loot that becomes available and what you come out with. If you fail, you get a punishment sphere, which is a red sphere, and those will essentially benefit me in some way or another, and it will debuff you in some way as well. Not only is there going to be loot, there'll be buffs you can give your character, all of which will be tracked very ghetto-ly on the side.
Yeah, that tracks.
As I said, this is legitimately made in Clip Studio Paint. I need you to realize that.
You know, if you had asked me with like asked anything of me, I would have let you use my Foundry server. You know that, right? Like
I know, but I wanted to make this myself.
Okay, you would. Okay, so Scuff, got it. We love
Exactly.
That'd
So
be predictable.
with that being said, welcome to Dungeons and Donathon's Escape the Mansion. You are Anon. That's it. You are Anon. Anon is you. You are Anon. So this is where the story begins. You are Anon. You awake to find yourself in a room, a rather well-kept room. Aside from the fact behind you is a giant fecking blue portal, which you can only summarize that you fell through. You find in your room, most of the furniture near the portal has had some kind of effect where it looks like it's been torn apart at the very seams at a molecular level. The room is relatively well lit with some very light orange candles on the wall. The furnishing, it almost looks like a broom closet, if you will. In front of you, you find a very small little sword, which you can assume would be what you came in here with. And behind you is the portal hums with an ominous blue tone. Oh, and it's probably worthwhile if I bring this on the screen. Give me a second. And you guys gonna forget something. So the way you are going to make decisions when you decide you want to do something, you will point at places on the map to make to encourage your where your focus is. I will then push you in that direction, and what we will do from there is we will make a poll. And I will take your suggestions from the chat as to what it is you would like to do. I'll take the most interesting choices, and then you will all vote as to what it is you're doing with that point you go to. So, for example, upon waking up, you get to your feet and you find yourself in this room. There is a wardrobe to your left next to a door. There is a table with what looks like parchment, a small lockbox, and some other small accompaniments with a chair positioned in front of it. To your left is a half-destroyed table, which has been slowly disintegrated by the effects of the portal behind you. And to your right is a bed, also having disintegrated by said portal. Is there anything you would like to look for specifically? What would you like to do here? This is, bear in mind, the intro room. Maybe it's worth taking stock of your situation. Seems we're gonna try and go for a check by the looks of it. What I'll do is I'll give, every time I give like a point, I'll let you guys kind of give a few moments to decide. So you want to do a check. Very well. So your choices are charisma, insight, magic, investigation, stealth, deception, medicine, performance, and athletics. All of these will come in handy in some way or another. As you're choosing these, as you're looking around the room, you notice there's a slight hum in your ear. In your left ear, the sound of a charming goblin whispers, and at the same time in your right, you notice the odd sound of what could only be described as a robotic cat person. These people now introduce themselves to you.
Hi, it's me. I'm your inner demons.
I'm sorry, what?
You have
Hello.
Before things get too out of order and out of sorts, would you like to say anything to Anon as an introduction?
Is this like an in-character thing? Or?
Yeah, you guys are in character. You are their conscience, if you will.
Oh, good. Fresh meat once again wanders in. And another tab I'm gonna have to open? Yeah, it is. Look, just don't make a mess on the floor, okay? Some of us have real work to do, and quite frankly, I can't be bothered. So, hi.
No more based opinion has ever been given.
Hello there, everyone. I am not sure where you find yourself, but I'm sure that there can be something to be learned from this. I do hope that you have the capacity for that. You do, yes? You're not subhuman.
Ooh.
Well, I suppose we'll find out.
And as quickly as the voices came, the voices slowly dissipate, leaving you in your right frame of mind. What could ever be described as a right frame of mind for somebody who has only just woken themselves up in front of a gaping blue portal? So, what do?
Gaping?
Stop.
Hey, yo!
As it would seem, you are wanting to roll an investigation check.
Gaping.
And you roll an 18. Upon your investigation, you find that on the far right, give me a moment. On your,
what are you talking about?
As you investigate the room on your right, you notice that amidst the furnishings of the table is a scroll, of which is a name that seems oddly familiar. To the right of those are some small cylinders taped together with minor amounts of glue that looks like they could contain the personal details, personal effects, and a vase to the left. On the other side of the room, you find a wardrobe with a very simple rudimentary string lock, and what was once a table is now strewn with papers and whatever was on the table all across the floor. The table lopping, oddly enough, not actually on the floor, sort of hovering as if the tether between the portal and the table itself is somehow keeping the destroyed end aloft. Likewise with the bed, somehow breaking the constraints of gravity to still maintain somewhat of an upright state, sort of in a floaty fashion. This room seems very bare, very simple, but well lived in prior to the opening of a portal. Now, on an 18, I will give you that as well, that the portal is an interesting one. It is certainly ominous. It is certainly humming with a vibrant energy of will, and if you get close to it, you feel a sort of electricity around your body, but it doesn't feel dangerous. It doesn't feel ominous. It doesn't feel evil. With all that in mind, what would you like to do? And at this point, you are allowed to make suggestions as to what you would like to do knowing this information. I will take 4 suggestions and you will vote on what it is you would like to do. Read the parchment, lick the blue. Lick the blue. Okay?
Gosh, you would want to lick that gaping hole, wouldn't you?
Shut up. I'm trying to keep this
cleaning that up.
Take the
For
personal
legal
effects.
reasons, this is out of character.
Is it though?
Hey, I have
read and check. I'm gonna give you guys 4 to 3 choices per room. So, 4 to 3 choices per action you want to do. So far we have lick the blue, check items on the table, anything else. Eventually, bear in mind, for the sake of progressing things, eventually, and with your 18, I will give you this. You feel like there is an encroaching ominousness. Nothing necessarily to do with the blue glow of the portal, but it's almost like the shadows around the room become thicker and darker by the moment, making you feel as though you do not want to stay here for that long. So you want to take a look at, okay, so let's give you 3 choices. Take a look. So here are your choices. You want to lick the blue, check items on the table, take a look in the wardrobe. Type 1 for lick the blue. This is how all of your decision making will work for the rest of this. Type 1 for lick the blue, type 2 for check the items on the table, and 3
That's so many ones.
take a look in the wardrobe.
Oh, wow. Chad, I see that someone is very, very excited to use that tongue of theirs.
Guys, this is supposed to be Dungeons and Dragons, not Dungeons and D-Gens.
Honey, it's your stream. Did you expect anything different? I put on professional.
Now you know. Now you know how I feel.
And just oh god damn it.
Anyways,
for my two consciences here, I will be providing them information that will give them insights into what's happening in the room.
Okay. Hello, we are the omnipotent voices within your brain. Do not be afraid or be very afraid. Those are your options. Press 1 to comply.
no, press whatever you think would be best. Do not press 1 if you don't want to lick the blue. Pick whatever choice you want. Dear fucking god, I can't even keep it up for too long.
So it's
I'm not that big of a degenerate, I swear.
it looks like you guys want to lick the blue. And in this moment, you hear an ominous thum in your ears. And it sounds like one of your consciences are coming through to talk to you. If you would like to choose which of your consciences you would like to listen to, please hover. You may now put your finger to your ear. And by that, I mean put your finger. The role play for this is that when you put your, when you select the conscience down here, you are in essence putting your finger to your ear to listen to that side of your brain. So which of your consciences would you like to listen to for this moment in regards to licking the blue?
Oh, I just had both.
I don't know, Makari. It sure does look like a lot of people want to listen to your tits.
I swear to God. I swear to God. Guys, stop choosing my tits. You cannot listen to my tits. I swear to God.
Ponder the orbs, chat.
You may ponder my orbs later.
You must.
I will simply go with the prerogative. If you guys are wasting your votes on my tits, you are wasting your votes. All right, you guys have 5. Your conscious choice will be in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your choice is Tia. You hear, you raise your hand to your left ear, and the sound of that rather stoic goblin comes through in your mind once more, resonating with a stern, stoic attitude.
I am the left brain. I am the left brain. You know, if you look at that portal, there's no saying what could possibly happen. However, if a tongue is good, maybe fingers are better.
God damn, are you role-playing me?
Look, I don't know how better to phrase. Look, you'll have to excuse me, Anon. I'm being berated by my boss, and she doesn't pay me enough for this.
Right.
You get paid?
I get paid.
As the two consciences start discoursing, you regain your mind long enough to bring your thoughts together for your own, numbing out the sound of your consciences slowly squabbling like a married couple in each other's ear. And you take a step closer.
We're not squabbling, we're unionizing, thank you.
In hindsight, I realize what I need to do here. I think what I'm going to do is at the beginning of every room, you can talk to the consciences, and then maybe at certain intervals. Yeah, at certain intervals,
that would be better.
You can then talk to them again as well, maybe as a backup kind of thing. But the prerogative is at the beginning of every room, you get to talk to both of them. So you take a step closer.
Clicking on Kari titties.
You take a step towards the portal. As you get closer, that sense of electricity gets much, much higher. The sense of, it's not painful. It's not uncomfortable. It's almost like the sensation of licking the top end of a battery, but all over your body. And so at this point, I would like to ask you, are you licking the portal or are you fingering the portal?
Why you gotta put it like that?
But it will matter. It will matter. Are you, actually, you know what, better yet, are we licking, fingering, or leaving? You do have that choice.
There you go.
You know, if this was a different website, we could add another option too.
You get that, yes, I realize. You get the sense that you are only going to get the chance to do one.
Easting.
So you decide to lick the portal. Fascinating.
I
would
This is
like
a horrifying social experiment.
I would like to say that I'm surprised by this act, but I am certainly not. Upon putting your hand, upon approaching the portal, although staticky and shockingly, you get the overwhelming urge that it tastes like blueberries. And that is a sensation that an intrusive thought that you can't get by, and you would be remiss not to at least taste the forbidden Kool-Aid. So you push your head out and you lick what you can only hope is the surface of the portal. Upon which the portal's surface molds and warps and quite literally wraps around your tongue, tugging so immensely incredibly hard that your body lurches forwards, your head plunging into the portal, and what can only feel like gravity welling, fading, welling, increasing. Like you've put your head into a drunk tank. You are taking a strength saving throw. You fail. The portal writhes, turns, and mashes your face and sends you flying back into the wardrobe behind you. You take 5 points of damage.
What did I say about making a mess?
The portal now looks violent and agitated. It's shocking and static, more exacerbated, and gives you the ominous feeling that if you were to approach it again, the reaction to the original reaction you would have just received would be much more visceral. Now, as this has happened, you notice that the shadow is starting to encroach once again. You feel like you may only have 2 more opportunities to do something in this room.
Yippee.
So with that said, place your cursors on the screen as to anything you would like to inspect, and whichever are the 2 most selected are the 2 we will go for the most. Bear in mind, you are allowed to also, shall we say, not necessarily check things themselves. Okay, and incidentally, if you so choose, you are also allowed to choose the check, attack, and talk options as well, prerogatively. Bearing in mind, if you choose something like talk and there's no one in the room, you will literally talk to yourselves. You are responsible for your own actions. So you want to perform a check. What check would you like to perform? Bearing in mind, after this, you are only going to get 1 more opportunity for an action in this room before you feel like you will have to make haste. Or you could stick around and fuck around and find out. This is D&D.
I know what you're...
The illusion of free choice is yours.
I know what you're thinking, chat, but sticking around to find out might not be the best call.
And you have done an investigation check. You already know what's in this room. I'm seeing the leading towards a magic check. I would encourage a marriage check. Marriage? A magic check.
Hey, yo.
For this
Who's the
room,
lucky
I will
couple?
be the narrator's voice of wisdom. After this room, I will maybe not be quite so nudging, if you will. You perform a magic check.
Woof, woo, woof.
And on a 15, your magic check, you open your third eye. You put one of your hands to your forehead and you scrunch the brim of your forehead together. And as you sense, you can still sense that. You can definitely sense now that, yes, absolutely, that portal is pissed with you. You do not unconsensually lick a portal without its written consent. You also feel as though there was with a 15, you sense that there is definitely something, or was something, lurking within the folds of the magic that may or may not now be lost. And on a 15, you get a sense that there is, other than this portal, other than this encroaching shadow, there are 2 other magic sources that you can kind of get a sort of feel for, like a third sense, if you will, a fifth sense, if you will. There is a tingling of a sensation of magic from the table to your right, and a slightly more prolific sense of magic from the wardrobe behind you. And on a 15, that sensation leads you to believe that whatever is in the wardrobe is a higher source of magic than the other one. So with that, with knowing that, what is your choice? You now have the chance to choose your next action. Give me your options, please. What would you like to do, chat? You can do whatever. Take the suggestions. If you really want, this is D&D. If you want to go back up and finger that portal, you can go for it. But keep in mind, this is on your prerogative. Leave the room. Strong arm the wardrobe, turn around and walk away. We've already got leave the room. Raid the wardrobe. Raid the wardrobe's on there already. I'll give you one more choice.
You can come up with something.
Anyone else want to do anything else? Keep in mind, the only limit is your creativity. Check the parchment. Okie dokie. Well, in that case, these are your 3 options. You have a choice. Your choice is leave the room, strong arm the wardrobe, check the parchment. I'm glad that none of you chose to check the portal, because that would have resulted in pain. So again, you type the number of the option you would like to get your character to do. So 1 for leave the room, 2 for strong arm the wardrobe, and 3 for check the parchment. I will say I am disappointed, but not surprised by the fact that you missed out on the portal. And I'm going to give you this one just out of obfuscation to show you what happens. Every room has a golden orb. Golden orb was in the portal, but you decided to tongue fuck it rather than, softly, gently caress your hand through it to check first.
That was you, chat. That was you.
I did my best to advise you, chat. I'm just saying.
So, upon getting you to your feet and regaining your senses, you place yourself in front of the wardrobe feeling, this wardrobe seems awfully interesting. It looks very fancy. I'm sure that it's probably got some stuff in it. Now, you specifically said strong arm the wardrobe. The lock on the front does not seem all that excessive. It looks like it was placed there a long time ago. It's even there with the actual locking mechanism itself. It's simply string that has been tied together with a very simple purple lock. However, the string itself looks very frail. So you will now perform a strength check. Anything above a 5 and you will open the door. Congratulations. You grab that string so viscerally and gruffly, and you huff and you puff, and opens the wardrobe, inside of which is a range of gray t-shirts, gray trousers, what looks like Sharpie, and behind the shirts, an ominous purple glow. This purple glow reacts to your presence, and without even a moment of hesitation, upon your opening of the wardrobe, this orb shoots out and enters your very body, sending a sweet, sweet sensation of purple drink through your body. It tastes like purple. It feels like purple. And with that, you have banked your first purple orb. These will be rolled out for at the end of the campaign. However, you now feel the ominous shadows encroaching. You can sense not so much a presence, but the feeling of not being welcomed here anymore. And you can almost see the shadows being cast by the portal starting to dance as if with a mind of their own, like they are reaching out impossibly from the constraints that they should be abiding by. What do you do? If you would like to stay, wait a second. If you would like to stay, click. You know what? I can do something here actually. If you would like to stay, this is gonna be how fucking ghetto this is. If you would like to stay,
Please press 1 if you would like to stay.
if you would like to stay, click the red. If you would like to leave through the door, click the green.
The bleen.
Bleen. The bleen.
I love Bleen.
Bleen.
Makari, you have no idea how glad I am I can mute and unmute myself, because I'm running on no sleep, all-nighter energy right now. And dear God, you said something about the shadows in the room, and I'm still like, I still see the shadows in my room. I'm dying, girl, but I hope it'll be funny.
I'm entertained.
Are you not entertained, chat? I'm
Hold
sorry.
on. You can do that with more gusto. Try again.
I have just sent you to the.
Are
next
you
room.
not entertained, chat?
Okay, with
Better?
an executive and resounding choice, you decide to leave. And as you do, the shadows encroach, and you could swear you could hear a noise, almost like a voice, falling from behind you. Although you couldn't quite make it out, it did not sound happy, and you make your way into the next room. And as you enter the next room, this room is much larger. It is much more spacious, and as your eyes slowly adjust to the darkness, you see that in front of you is a big fucking pit, surrounded by torches illuminating the center of the room, and around the outside, more lights helping illuminate this much more spacious environment. What looks like workstations and tables and storage items adorn most of the room. And as this room comes into focus, the humming in your mind once again kicks in. Some might say, for those who are medically inclined, that this would be a sign to go see a doctor, but not you. Not you, for you are Anon, and you have been given glorious purpose. You feel as though you must see where this place leads. You feel as though whatever you have gotten from that previous room should be taken somewhere safe. You feel as though the tug of that magical orb that you so freed from confines in the previous room are telling you that you should take them out of the mansion by whatever means. As though they are nudging you in the right direction, as though the path before you that would normally be intertwined and labyrinthian will somehow come together to abide by whatever these items are. Now before you, as that feeling abides, the noise of the humming rings out again, and your consciences speak out once more. Tia, Boop, if you would like to advise our would-be adventurer.
You know, the fact that we're even here says quite a bit about you all. You should see a doctor. Beyond that, be safe. Maybe don't jump into a pit, at least not without some kind of protection. Maybe there's something here that'll help you explore it.
Oh my God, that's where Issa stole my chest too? Look at it. It's over there.
But what are you talking about?
That little bitch stole my box. Look, all I'm
That
saying
feels
is,
like a
we have a
euphemism.
free pair of hands. I can make them go get my stuff for me.
And as those voices slowly go quiet once again, leaving you with the quiet of the crackling of the fire within those torches, you find yourself in this room with some small amounts of incited knowledge from whatever this mental illness has become of you.
Hi, I'm a mental illness.
So, what would be your prerogative? You can check, you can have a little walk around, but with this knowledge and this kind of room, it is now your choice. I will give you 10 seconds to select what it is you'd like to remember. If you are just tuning in, you can choose what to do by clicking on the screen. You have attack, check, and talk down below, or you can select specific places on the map that you would like to walk to and have a look around.
Chat, can I get a rousing round of clicks on Kari's chest, please and thank you?
Bearing in mind,
Yeah,
if you
I
are
mean, like,
choosing something
have
like
you-
attack, it is going to do nothing for you, unless there's something
Now
to
click on
attack.
Makari's booba.
Stop!
That'll give you
Guys!
a sense of satisfaction.
You
of
take a
deep,
step into the room.
Intimate satisfaction.
And with that, you get a sense of wanting to make a check of some kind. Please select the kind of check you would like to make.
I like to check them titty. I'm so sorry.
Apparently so does everyone
I
else.
really respect you a lot, Makari. You're a great friend, and I'm so glad to have met you.
I am deep.
Investigation check? Investigation check. You roll for an investigation, and holy shit, sprinkles. That is the first nat 20, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You did it, guys. A nat 20. Yippee! You must feel so happy. On a nat critical 20, you, with your eagle eyes, start perusing the room, going from corner to corner. No object of furnishing is beyond your vigorous gaze. You discern, after a very brief look around the room, that the item, the location in the top left is a storage or equipment relating to whatever this is in the middle. There are hooks. There are equipment for what could be considered crane-like equipment. Down in the bottom left is a admin corner where paperwork, books, and what looks like essentially an accountant's corner, if you will, to take document of things that come through this room, as well as a couple vials of, or rather vases of some kind of substance, although you can't get to it by simply looking. And next to the pit itself is on a nat 20, and with what you can remember as a bachelor's degree in cranology, you discern that this is in fact the Cranomatic 9000, used for pit-like holes to lower and raise things up and down. Next to said pit and Cranomatic is a table with some parchment and some candles, and the names are what looks like an entry and exit manifest showing people who have left and gone from the portal. With a nat 20, you look at those parchments and you notice there are names of people who have gone into said pit with length of duration and stay next to them. Surprisingly, the exit manifest is almost empty. And listening, you can kind of hear some odd murmuring down in the hole. And when you look over the edge, you can see some glinting. And if you squint really hard, some vague silhouettes moving in the darkness. But you daren't go too far. In the top right of the room, you find a chest with another table. This table having a small lockbox with some storage vases and pots next to it. On the table next to the Cranomatic is also a slew of items such as rope, some nuts and bolts, engineering equipment that would be used to maintain the crane. At this point, I'm obliged to remind you that every room has a golden orb. Every room has some kind of puzzle that requires you to solve. There are also your rudimentary looting mechanics as well. However, you also should be bearing in mind, you have every opportunity to fail and to cause mischief. And whatever your actions are the result of, well, let's just say that the consequences of your actions will be felt, for better or for worse. So with that nat 20 investigation, what would you like to do now? Using your clicks, designate an area of interest and suggest me ideas. What is it like to do? I mean, this is a very nice room. It's a very nice room. Boo. It's a very nice room, would you agree? That big old pit, that's a nice pit. That's like an easy 8 out of 10 pit.
Oh yeah, that's an extremely cozy pit.
I've seen Beggar.
Loot the chest.
You've seen Beggar?
I've seen Beggar.
Beggar, got it. Just making sure I heard you correct.
Yeah, I seen Beggar.
So we have loot the chest.
I mean,
Check.
I know what chest I'm looting. anyway.
Swan dive in the pit.
Oh my god.
Hey, you know what? It's an option. You know, it is an option.
Your actions will have consequences, chat.
Eat the chair. What would
Be
eating the
warned.
chair provide?
Hey, chat. Hey, chat. There you go. That's your advice.
Rope the crane, investigate the rest of the room. With a nat 20, you have investigated the room thoroughly. The points of interest are the top left is engineering storage equipment. Next to the pit is the Cranomatic 9000 with a table of entry and exit manifests with some gear that the Cranomatic is currently missing, such as rope and nuts and bolts with some small engineering equipment. Top right is storage, evidently for whoever is in the pit. Bottom left is an accounting area where they hold paperwork.
I'm not doing paperwork again.
So here are your choices. 1 for check the chest, which is the one on the top right. 2, check for traps. 3 for swan dive into the pit. 4, use rope on the crane. Oh boy, I do love watching their cogs turn.
Giggity?
Giggity goo indeed. See, this is where I'm also checking my fucking notes just to make sure I'm doing this properly.
You're doing great. Hang on.
Noted.
It looks like we have a resounding you want to check the chest. Well, good job. You've got 37% of people who are doing it already. You take a step over to the chest. The chest is not locked. This is a storage chest, evidently with a label on the top titled "Their Things." Quite literally labeled "Their Things." No names, just "Their Things." However, you notice that the chest has been treated rather roughly, and that the etching of a certain goblin's head has been scrawled onto the top of it underneath "Their Things." This is a goblin with engineering goggles and a wrench under it, like a signature, if you will. Someone has been through this recently, and from a glance, you notice that the chest has stains, chemical-looking stains. You also notice that on the table there is parchment and a very interesting-looking book, and in the vials to the right, you get a certain tingling sensation going close to them. So now your choice.
Chat, why are the stains automatically cum stains for you? Come on.
You
Come
notice as you
on.
go close to one of these objects, the shadow around the other two becomes thick. And you feel as though if you choose one of these three, the other two will disappear or become unavailable or the shadow will simply not let you. Once again, the longer you stay in these rooms, the more the shadow rejects you. So by choice of your clicks, which of these three items would you like to lose? Can you do a magic check? You most certainly can do a magic check. In fact,
Look at you, chat, being all proactive. I'm almost proud.
if you would like to do a magic check, green. If you would like to go straight into looting, red. Bearing in mind, if you choose to do magic, it will take more time. Although you do feel as though this room is a little bit more given. The shadow hasn't quite being as well lit as it is. The room is very gracious and it feels a lot more welcoming. The shadow is very much at a distance currently. Then with that, you perform a magic check. Yep, there's some magic around. There is certainly some magic. that you can't tell what it is. You're pretty sure magic man is around here somewhere. In fact, you kind of notice that you yourself are resonating with magic. What is magic? Is magic, can you eat magic? Does magic taste good? You sort of get lost in your thoughts for a moment and you kind of forget why you're up in the top right to begin with. And then you remember, yes, looting. But with no further information, it is now your prerogative to choose which of these three items you would like to go for. And I must note that
chat,
somebody
you
called
guys are
Apex
dumbasses.
Bussy Blaster just followed and it's absolutely wriggled me. So I need you all to be selecting the three objects in the top right here.
I wish I had an Apex pussy.
I know, right? That's crazy. An Apex Bussy Blaster would have absolutely been able to do a better magic check.
Absolutely.
So Eternal, the way it works is you simply click the screen. And guys, I'm going to need everyone to actively be clicking because if you've clicked something and you've not clicked somewhere else, it'll still register you as having clicked in the last place. Actually, you know what? I just realized I can do something. Hang on. I can reset it.
Reset the click.
Yeah, just reset it. There you go. Now make your choice.
That does seem like it would be useful, yes.
Yeah, I should probably do that more actually.
Yeah.
Okay, and with a resounding... Why are there so many people wanting to go into the pit again?
Intrusive thoughts,
Oh,
probably.
The intrusive thoughts. What is wrong with you people? You know there's no OSHA certification here, right? Right. So there's 31 people
God.
choosing the chest.
chest.
Now, the chest is a very simple one. It is open. However, as you touch it, you get a sudden feeling of very vigorous discomfort in your hands. Whatever the substance is that was on the chest is immensely corrosive, and you are now going to take a Constitution saving throw because you decided to touch chemicals without any kind of protection.
You always gotta wear protection tab.
The
always.
corrosive acid quite literally melts off your index finger. You take 3 points of corrosive damage, but you
That's
do
what you
open the
get for
chest.
going in raw.
Fingers grow back.
Yeah,
right?
fingers grow back.
Do they?
I'm sure there's some magic.
Mine don't.
You are now sat at
Also-
a very healthy 92 health. Congratulations. However, you do successfully open the chest, and inside is a small little satchel with Issa's face scrawled onto it, and a small little scrawling underneath saying Tia Singer's belongings. Next to the satchel, a glowing purple orb, of which shoots out directly into your body, adding to your tally. You have looted a second purple orb. Congratulations. Upon looting that purple orb, though, the bag of Tia's objects also lifts up miraculously out of the case by itself and vanishes into the shadows, hopefully to be found by Tia again at a later date. as the chest.
Christ!
You good? Oh.
Yeah, all my shit fell on my desk.
Oopsie.
You know,
as
I
the
would
chest-
recommend securing that a little better.
As the chest closes, all three of these objects become encapsulated in shadow. You feel as though touching the shadow would be very bad. You do not need a skill check for this. You feel as though touching the shadow would be very, very bad. You feel
You say that, Makari, but they're just gonna start touching it now.
I mean, if they want to touch the shadow, they can. Fuck around and find out. See what happens. But you have looted a second purple orb. Where would you like to go now? What is your next action, chat? Give me your choices. You do, however, feel that upon doing that, the general sense of shadow in the room has started to increase. It's still not that oppressive, but you notice that the room has gotten slightly dimmer. Well, Trinity Bun, you are playing as well. Okay, so we are going to make some choices.
Ooh.
Rope on crane.
That's a lot of, it's a 100% click rate. What the hell? Can they do that?
It's because I paused it.
That's wild.
Okay.
Check storage in top left. Anything else?
You know that freezing the click map's the only way people aren't gonna touch your tits, right?
Touch the hole again. Twerk over the shadow. Twerk on the shadow. I mean, hey, you know, maybe the shadow will be repulsed by your twerking.
I know I would be.
All right, there are your choices. What is your selection? Type 1 for to rope on crane, 2 for check storage on the top left, or 3 for twerking on the shadows. I remind you, I will put any of your suggestions on this list, and it is your executive decisions that will make the choices made here.
Good. Let them suffer for their
Yes,
foolishness.
if you decide, guys, this is what I'm saying. It is your choice. You make these decisions.
You're gonna fucking die. Yeah, you are. But
I'm gonna give you that 15 more. I'm gonna give you 10 more seconds because twerk on the crane is about 40% higher than what I was hoping it would be.
Yippee.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You choose to put the rope on the crane. This is a very simple task. It was very rudimentary. You, having had your Nat 20 investigation check earlier, and being that you did graduate from the crane school of craneology, this rope looks like EF designated rope 9Z, which is absolutely the kind of rope that fits to this crane. You take the rope and you sling it over the machine, and you thread it through the intricate knobs and doohickeys and whatever, and it looks like a very, very fine cranomatic, but there is something still missing. A cranomatic of this nature needs something on the end. It needs a scoop or a hook or something to lower things, to take items down, or to even pick things up from within the pit. Having done that, you now have a half-finished cranomatic. With that, the shadow encroaches further, and the sound from within the pit that was but a murmur is now starting to make a rather ominous gargling sound. So, what would you like to do now? Bungee jump? Oh my god, okay.
Oh no, it's your mother.
I will say it is half finished. Seduce the shadow. Okay, sure. Throw a candle into the pit. I'll give you one more choice. Loot the storage.
You guys aren't seducing Shadow unless you're all big titty Latina girls.
There you go. Wow.
If only.
So, 1 to go
Hey,
bungee
Tia,
jumping,
you're a
2
big
seduce the
titty
shadow,
Latina in
3
my
for throw a
eyes.
candle into the pit, and 4 for loot the storage.
Pissing all by yourself, handsome.
God, if this is how bad
Not
the first
anymore.
room is going, I'm scared of what's coming next.
This is only room 2.
Thankfully, we are almost at the end of the first room, so. All right, I'm gonna give you 5 more seconds. I mean, seducing the shadow sounds like an interesting concept, but how are you gonna do that?
You don't even know
working on it
anything
again.
about them. What's even their first name?
Yeah, exactly.
What's their favorite
In
color?
5, 4, 3,
Black, obviously.
2, 1. I am scared the fact that you
It's
were like 2
Periwinkle,
votes
you
away
ball.
from trying
I'm
to
sorry.
seduce the shadow. Right, you go
I'm
over
so
to
sorry.
loot the storage, and you are going to roll an investigation check to see what you find. With a 9, you find that there is within the shelves and drawers tucked behind the sorting table in front, sort of like a workbench, you find a slew of items that would be used to maintain the crane. There's sections for engineering equipment. Specifically, there is also a section for attachments. You have things like hooks, buckets, sort of paddles that you would assume would go on the end so you could sit on it. You feel as though that you would want to, if you wanted to loot this, you would only be able to carry one at a time. And seeing as what happened prior with the shadow, you know that whatever you choose, whichever one item you choose from this will be the only one you can take before the shadow encapsulates this section. So with that, your choice. Your choice is the hook, a bucket, and a seat. Make a choice. The choice that you make here will dramatically affect things. Bucket. Fucking bucket.
Bucket?
In
Bucket.
God, that's a fucking good. I mean, it's a fucking good-looking bucket, dude. You seen that bucket? That bucket's
No,
like
what are
brand
we in
spanking
fucking
new.
Homestuck now?
I was just about to ask.
You choose the bucket. It is a very good bucket. It's a very big bucket. Looks like it can hold many things. Upon picking up the bucket,
Such a good bucket.
you start stepping away from the engineering department, and as you do,
Bucket.
the entirety of the engineering department becomes
so sorry.
encapsulated with shadow. And once again, you get that overwhelming sense that you do not want to go near that fucking shadow, and if you do, you feel like something bad will happen. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So, but upon taking the bucket, now I am assuming, chat, I'm gonna give you the executive choice here.
That's
if
your
you
first
would
mistake.
like to use the bucket, because with the 20 from earlier, I will give you the executive of two choices here. Green to attach the bucket, red to keep exploring. You do, however, feel as though you are running out of time. Okay.
Yeah.
Put the bucket on head. Look, if you want to put the bucket on your head, that is a choice.
Hold on. If they do that, I'm sending you a thing, Kari.
Actually, I might ask you both to like get me PNGs if stuff happens.
Oh, I'm way ahead of you on this one. I've had this for
I only have
years.
so many things
Here
I
you
can
go.
offer you.
Very well. You choose to activate the winch. You attach the bucket to the machine, and with no due recourse, you lower the bucket, you lower the machine in. You start lowering the rope into the pit.
You good?
As the rope descends, the rope seems to keep going suspiciously long, as if the pit really doesn't have a base. Even though you swear you could see people moving in the shadows below, you keep winding the rope out and out and out, almost for a suspiciously long time, almost like you're in a Looney Tunes cartoon where the rope is infinite. But after a while, the rope goes slack, and that sound of guttural gargling stops. What do you do? What would you like to do in this moment? Retract the bucket? Time to slide down the rope. Slide down the rope. Oh god.
Yeah.
Shout into the pit.
It's certainly looking awful dark down
Make a
that
call
pit.
to Batman. I'll
Some
say
might even
shouting into the bucket is shouting into the pit is a call to Batman.
I might even say this
I
is a
am
little
the
bit of
knight.
a pitiful situation.
Aha! Throw something down. Okay, more choices. Make your choice. I thought, you know what? They're not doing too badly. They're not doing too bad.
I thought they'd be doing worse.
Well, I mean, they missed out on one golden orb, which, to be fair, was more of a test and a proof of concept of the fact they can fail. But, you know, the fact they got the purple one from at the top right, the rolls have definitely been in their
Well,
favor.
luck is a skill.
And
Or at least that's what the lucky
your
people tell
choice
themselves to feel better.
Gestures to John
is to
Halo.
throw something in the pit. You look around at the items strewn upon the table next to the pit that you are on the table behind you. Grabbing anything, it doesn't really matter what it is you grab. You grab one of the candles. You grab one of the candles because you think, hey, that sounds like a smart idea. Maybe it'll illuminate things as it goes down. And you throw it down. You can see the luminous glow of the candle as it plunges into the depths of the pit, and it keeps plunging and it keeps plunging so long until the light of the candle fades entirely from view, consumed entirely by the shadow. And in that moment, the roar of something primal, something bestial, screams from within the pit. Whatever it is not happy. The shadow now bubbling even more, and the rope that had been thrown down goes tight. What do you do?
That was terrifying.
Retract the bucket. Save the bucket. We must save the bucket. Winch it
Look,
up.
I've played the Stanley Parable.
Run.
The bucket is the main hero.
Cut the rope. Not without my bucket. Okay, the bucket is not. I swear to God, the bucket. You may not. Oh my God, I know.
Kari, welcome to being a DM.
God damn
Your players have finally found something to
bucket,
adopt
I swear
on
to
the
God.
first thing.
You are getting
Hey,
eldritch powers.
Hey, do you remember Tim?
Yes.
Do you remember Ivory?
Yes. You guys are getting eldritch powers, and you want
You remember
the bucket.
Davis? Yeah, I remember Davis. Because I remember all of these things.
As if I have to ask, but make your choice.
I remember these things.
Swear to God, of all the memes I thought was going to come out of today, the bucket was not one of them. You may amuse your chat with a simple article of bucket.
Look,
I mean, hey,
the
it's a pretty good
bucket is
bucket.
the real hero.
You know, I think the bucket would make a good friend for you guys. Maybe you'll finally have someone in your life that cares for you.
Wow.
No,
Right,
let's not get
okay.
ahead of ourselves here.
You retract the rope. However, it is not letting up. Whatever is down in that pit is holding on tight. It wants that bucket. It wants it something fierce. That and the fact you threw a fire into it has pissed it off thoroughly. The shadow monster within the pit is holding on tight and it is not letting go. I'm going to give you the choice of a check of your choice.
Do the Doom theme? Okay, hold on.
Actually, no, I stand corrected. I will give you a choice.
What?
Actually, no. I will. I think this one actually that was actually someone who's going to go with the other choice. You are going to perform a strength check, and due to your investigation role and the fact that you are a certified graduate of the School of Craneology, your knowledge of this crane gives you a distinct advantage. You are rolling a strength check with advantage. With a 17, congratulations. You tug, you pull, the machine starts shaking and vibrating and creaking under the stress of whatever is down in the pit. And just as the machine is about to disintegrate under the stress of whatever the frick is pulling this thing down, you look behind you and you notice that the engineering nuts and bolts and extra wood and hammer behind you, you think to yourself, I've been here before. This is just like that one time in camp. You grab the table behind you, you grab the nuts and bolts, putting the screws and bolts in your mouth, you start tearing apart the wood of the table, disintegrate it into reinforcing panels. You start reinforcing this cranomatic. This thing is being held together by the will of your nails and your skilled, deft hand. All the while, with your other hand still pulling on that crank. And with all the improvements you've made to the cranomatic, the machine starts giving way. And just when you think the machine is about to break, monster gives loose, and you start pulling the rope back up. Monster has given loose, and you reel and you reel and you reel. Oddly enough, only for a few moments. Whatever timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly, extra-dimensional shenanigans is down there, you are finding that this place is not constrained to the limits of space and time. That space and physicality are but a suggestion. As the bucket comes back up, you notice that within the bucket is a shining glow of gold. This glow of gold rises from the bucket and merges with your very being. Congratulations, you have just earned your first golden orb. And the thing with golden orbs is that they are a set reward in every room. This golden orb rings out through your mind. You have earned yourself a ×2 modifier to the donathon, which will come active in the next room.
Poor soul. I am sorry, Makari.
I'm not going to give you the illusion free choice. I know full well that you're all going to take the bucket with you. You now have a bucket in your inventory. I'm not even going to fathom a hee-hoo. I know that's what you want, so I'm just going to give it to you.
There's literally only one thing I can do right here.
You have a bucket. Now, in this moment,
God.
the shadow that was in the pit rises up, and a small little tentacle, just a little shadowy tendril, nothing major, hovers in front of you, looking at you quizzically. In this moment, there's a few choices that cross your mind. You have the shadow in front of you, looking at you. You have the shadow encroaching from around the room, giving you the presence of mind that you know you're out running short on time here. But you also know that there might be other things around. In this moment, what would you like to do? Greet the shit shadow.
All right.
Taunt.
Also, Kari,
Yeah.
there's a PNG for you.
Thank you. Tickle the shadow. Attack the shadow. Ask the shadow if it had protection. Equip the bucket.
Look, I've played Divinity Original Sin. Equipping bucket is not a bad idea.
Leave room. Bearing in mind, what's gonna end up happening is, as the shadow encroaches, if you stick around, you will start having to take effect. I will say, for the sake of this being the first official room, you have 2 turns left before you will have to start taking sanity checks. So, make your choice. 2 turns after this, sorry. So this turn and then 2 more. After this, though, I will not be giving you a definitive amount of however many turns you have left, unless you use the prerogative of what's happening in the room. So, what is your choice? 1 for greet the shadow, 2 for attack the shadow, 3 for equip the bucket, 4 for leave the room. Imagine giant lady. I love how evenly balanced this is. This is fucking brilliant. Equip the okay, what? 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh my god, you fuckers did it. You fuckers did it. You actively did this. Oh my god, I hate you all so much. I can't believe you all.
Put the PNG on.
Yeah.
And?
You equip the bucket. Congratulations. You equip the bucket. Allow me to do this one moment.
Let it be known, I wear this one on my head regularly. You are welcome.
Actually, so fucking stupid, the lot of you. Actually, so stupid. You equip the bucket as a battle helmet.
Yippee!
It looks mighty good on you. It is certainly a bucket. This bucket now acts as a rudimentary form of protection for your cranium. If you take any damage, this will take 1 point of damage off any of those items, off of any damage you take. The bucket also protects you from banging your head, and you are clearly so savvy with having learnt from your time in cranology that this bucket is OSHA certified.
What?
The monster before you, the tendril before you, regiles you with an odd and quizzical flick of its tip, extending forward to regard you with what could only be described as a ugh, before descending back down into the pit to be seen no more. Congratulations, you cringed out the shadow monster.
Yeah, that.
Which honestly kind of holds up. Getting rejected is kind of your thing, guys.
Yeah.
So you have one more turn to do anything in this room before the shadow will start hitting, at which point you will start having to take sanity check to stay in the room. So in this moment, give me your choices. What would you like to do? Run is definitely an option. When you make these choices, keep in mind everything you've seen so far. Leave the fucking room. Leave the room. Dab. Emote for the monster. Okay. Take the rope. Rope's always good. You like rope? Leave any further options? Dab and run.
There we go.
Oh, looks like the rope has a goblin attached to it.
Yippee.
Yippee. All right, so if you choose run, by the way, this is where a choice will come in. So make your choice. Are you going to run? Are you going to emote on the monster and potentially cringe it out further? You know, who knows? Maybe emoting on the monster will have consequences that will be to your favor. Who knows? Running, I mean, you have to keep in mind, you have this whole turn. You don't have to run yet. You have, this is a very safe turn. If you want to run and get ahead of the shadow, who knows? Maybe that'll be in your benefit.
Let them make their choice, hon.
That's true. No, that's fine. And with 5 seconds
Let
left on the
them
clock.
fuck up.
5,
Players
4,
need to be allowed to
3,
hurt.
2, 1. You choose to run. You decide, fuck this shit. I got a bucket. We got a bucket, baby. And in this moment, you have the luxurious choice of 3 separate colors, just like Mass Effect. So you notice that around the room, there are 3 doors leading out. With your investigation check from earlier, the door to your left is furnished with a pink rug. The door to your north is elevated by a stairway with statues of snakes next to it. To your right is a doorway made entirely of wood with swords crossed in front of it. Using your tappies, please select the color and the direction you would like to go. You cannot go back through, I mean, you know what? If you want to go back through the other door where you came from, by all means.
So, how's your foray into DMing?
I don't know. How do you guys think I'm doing?
Doing great.
You can't be afraid to let chat fail.
I know.
Secrets must be
Yeah.
held
No, this
closely.
is fun though. I should do this more. I'm a bit like, I can tell that I'm tired though. Like, fuck me. Okay.
Oh, right here, right
You're
now?
tired. I'm tired too, gamer. I'm dead.
I'm glad you guys are joining me though.
Hell yeah. I'd love to participate again.
Oh, fuck. I'm
And
running
with
on 18
a
hours.
very elective choice,
Oh.
you choose purple. Now the
Purple's
door,
best color.
the door is, as you get closer, what you thought was originally a wooden door now
Fucking
actually
no!
resembles more of the bark of a tree. There's like somebody has literally heaved off the bark of a tree and lobbed it in front of this door. The swords that are over the top like a ornament are bloodied, somewhat rusty, and it gives almost sort of a tribal nature. But you have made your choice, and you step through that door, of which the door opens with a very, very, very loud creaking noise. This leads you into a small hall. Oops, daisy. This leads you into a small hallway. Now, as a benefit of you for future references, hallways are considered safe zones. Hallways are a place where you can choose to do a number of different things. In a hallway, assuming no combat is active, you can choose to rest. You can choose to maybe partake in whatever may be in that room. Oh, shoot, sorry.
What?
Bucket.
Yep, bucket.
Oh.
So in front of you are a set of 2 drums. The one on the left is a green color. It is adorned with leaves and looks very lively. The drum to your right is a more metallic drum, and it looks like it's seen the wars. It is worn and weathered and has mud and grit and has a lot of filth around the base of it. But these drums have formed a barrier as such. And in essence, you are are required to, you feel as though in order to get past these, you are going to have to interact with one of these. You notice that the contraption holding them together is more of a doorbell system. You notice that, no, at this moment, you can make a few different choices. At this moment, you can choose to do whatever you like. Would you like to check them? Would you like to straight up do something for them? I have activated your button push. If you would like to do a check, please click the check. In fact, in this moment as well, the resonance of those voices in your ears talk to you once more.
We do?
Yes.
Wait,
Let me
meant to be saying things.
Let me just type something in the group chat a second.
Okay.
Oh, we've been put on hold, chat. Sorry.
Hold.
There you go. Okay, so
Okay, good.
these voices resonate within your ear. Once again, regarding your situation, having seen you handle that previous room so well and having the precognition to get out of there, I'm sure they can only have such nice things to say about you, especially with such a glorious hat.
Y'all are fucking stupid. What are you wearing?
Do you even know what's been in that thing?
I do, and that's disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourself.
The shoes.
But you're probably proud, aren't you? Oh, I should have known better than to expect more from you. Oh well.
The references are sending me.
Chat, in this moment, you feel as though you need to talk to them. What do you say to your two voices? You are going to engage them in a conversation. What would you like? Because this is mockery. And I feel as though in this moment, you would want to say something to them. How do I fuck the bucket?
Did it say that?
Hiss at the voices.
Hey,
Strike
I
a
would recommend
pose.
don't fuck the bucket. We're not on the right
Sing
channel. We're
the
not on the right
uwu
website
song.
for that.
Bucket.
We're not on the right website
Bash
for that.
head
Don't fuck it.
to silence. You don't want to get advice from these two? That's crazy. All right, fine. Well, there's your choices.
Knock, knock.
You guys made the executive choice.
Damn, that's crazy. I'd do the same.
1, how do I fuck the bucket? 3, 2, hiss at the voices. 3, strike a pose. Bearing in mind, like, however you interact with these two, they can, like, these two have no obligation to help you. By engaging them with them, you are basically forming your relationship with your two voices. These two can help you. But also,
Entertain
they can
us.
tell you to go fuck yourself. They're not obliged to help. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You strike a pose.
Is it a good pose?
We are about to find out because
Roll us a performance, chat.
you are going to roll a performance check and you roll a 13.
You're better than
You
average.
pull out the orange justice. You pull an All Might pose and you do your best impersonation of the proud hero that you are. Voices in the head. What does this do for you?
Damn, those are some
The
skinny
fuck
arms.
is that meant to mean?
What?
Oh no, they're brain damaged.
I'm tired.
Drain damage.
In this moment, is there anything you would like to tell the adventurers about these two drums, given the encounter so far?
Yeah. Hey, chat. Red means faster, doesn't it?
Everyone knows that if you put red stripes on something, it goes faster.
That's very true. Fashionable bucket, but in red.
With that being said, voices dissipate once more and you're left with the calming quiet of your own mind, the ever-present knowledge that your very simple mind is your own best friend, that you need no company other than the blankness of your own conscious. So with that, you can choose left.
Question, is the static there before or after we leave?
Yes. The bottom one is your red. The top is your green. You must click one of these. You must bang on one of these drums to be able to proceed. And it is your choice which.
Bang it gong, get it on.
Ding dong.
Damn, y'all really don't want to go for the green one, huh?
All I'm saying. Chat, we know where to click.
Uh-huh. Very well. You have chosen green.
No.
Sorry, red, sorry.
There you go.
So as you step forwards, you look at the two drums, you regard the green with obscurity and weirdness, as green is not your color. However, because you are a muddy and cretinous individual, you feel at home with the mud and the grime of the red. You feel an overwhelming urge to bang the drums. And as you ring out a bum 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 bum, the green drum crumbles and fades as the red drum begins to glow. And even with it, as you stop playing, the drumming continues. The drumming gets louder, ear-piercing, ear-shattering, echoing through this tight, confined space. And what was once military-grade tinnitus clears. And you feel a soft sense of tightness around your body. You're feeling like something's growing. Your muscles
Hey,
tighten.
yo.
You're feeling a little bit bigger. As you stand up, you notice that your head that was just barely, that it was quite clear of the roof, with the bucket now kind of just barely skirts the ceiling of this room. And you look down and your chest feels fuller. Your arms slightly more taut taught. This drum has given you a physical boost. You have gained 1 extra attack and a bonus speed as a boon from this magical drum set. The red drum then fades into mud and grime as if conjured by magic. And in this moment, do you choose to continue, or do you choose to take a moment to regard your situation, to bathe in the glory of your prosperous drumming skill? At the end, Jamie.
Sorry.
Yes.
I was gonna say, yeah, but it's not in their loot table right now on the left.
Oh, shoot, you're right.
That needs to be.
Okay, you know what? At the end of all this, by the way, I'm going to go back and show you what you all missed, by the way. Because somehow you managed to succeed. You managed to fail. You managed to succeed so badly in the last room.
Managed to succeed so badly. Oh, no.
Okay, just for the clarity of choice here. Click red to move on and green to stay and wait a while.
Reverse traffic signal. Okay.
Green to stay, red to move on.
Bucket.
Zani, thank you for that resub. He's proper orky now. Let's move on and crumple all that stands in our way. Oh, that's funny you say that. Very well. You choose to move. And so you do. Heading through another oaken door. You enter into... Correction. As you step through this door, the crack of the door's opening as it broadens emanates a blinding light. Otherworldly. You could have sworn you were inside, but as you enter into this next room, you're met with a beaming sunlight, a sort of humid heat, almost like you are in a forest or England in the summer. There is grass and trees, dirt path, and you swear just a little bit down said path is a tent of sorts. And as you step in, it is in this moment that from the tent emerges an orc.
Yippee.
This orc glaring with the eagerest of grins. This orc you know to be Tar. You don't know why you know, but you know their name is Tar. And as you enter this room, we are gonna run an ad break because we have an ad break coming on. You guys aren't gonna miss anything. Go stretch your legs, go get a drink, because you are about to encounter your first Kari of the Mansion.
Yippee.
You're a fucking gremlin.
Oh, I'm aware.
A strange creature.
Also, to answer your question, I'm loving this. I feel a bit self-conscious that I'm not like getting the verbiage right, but hey.
You're doing awesome.
So, moving back swiftly along, you enter into this room and those voices in your ear. You notice now that as these voices talk to you, that orc in front of you is now moving surprisingly slow, giving you almost a moment of infinite time to assess your situation with these voices of yours, coming in from the beautiful pose you made earlier to try and impress them. These voices now can provide you with maybe a bit of insight into what this room's all about, or not, if they so choose.
Oh God, it's Tart. What's he gonna want you to, I don't know, do jumping jacks to win? He's gonna want a competition variety.
All I know is that strength is probably the right way to go. Impress them.
Unfortunate.
Make them feel cool.
There's no brains.
You know,
there's only bronze.
lie to them.
Yeah, lie to them. Yeah. Yeah, no. Oops, right. Or hear me out. Vanity works.
I'm listening.
And besides, we
Yeah,
need a show.
lie to them.
Your posing was pitiful, Anon. Do us a favor.
Do better.
Do better. Dance with the stars. Do with this information.
Well,
as
let's
you
not
will.
give them too high hopes here. Let's not lie to them.
Well, okay. Dance with the grubs then.
Yeah, that's more likely. That's a good goal for them.
They can do the worm. I mean, they match.
Excellent. And as those voices ruminate through your mind, as they fade back into obscurity and the numbings of your empty vascular brain, time resumes. And this orc that was staring you down, a toothy grin gawked upon his face. Come. Oh god, what's Tark's voice again?
He's slightly cockney, isn't he?
No, that's Issa. I was waiting for a real challenge. You here for a fight? What do you do, chat? What do you do? What is your choice here? Bro flex? Flex pose. Okay, flex pose, dance, seduce, say dinkleflop and do a backflip.
What the fuck is a dinkleflort?
Okay, look, unzipping would be considered a seduction, okay?
Unzip
Sneak.
dick.
Okay, sneak. I'm gonna say
Oh,
dance
God.
would fall under the flex pose, so I'm gonna move dance for the time being.
Remember, chat, hangnails are just zippers on your fingers, and if you pull them back too far, you
No,
will fall
don't
out.
do that! Ew! I didn't want to think about that. God. All right, well, there you go. Your choices. Bear in mind, this is your first impression to this orc, who is currently frothing at the mouth, saliva trickling from one side of his toothy grin. He is very eager to see you. Very, very eager. In this moment, I will also
Not
offer you
sus.
a check of some kind.
Can it be blank? So I can write in $1 million.
Haha, funny. So, whilst you are choosing the action you are going to do, I'm going to give you a check of any kind. You get one check. What would you like to do? Remember, Remember, if you are just tuning in, you can click the screen to make your executive community. Wow, fuck me. Community choice.
Right here,
Oh,
right now.
really? Okay.
So click the check you would like to make. Whatever you choose here will then have a knock-on effect into what happens next. Insight, deception, performance, charisma,
Knock on these nuts.
athletics. Okay, so you've electively chosen a performance check. So we're gonna roll a 20, and this will help corroborate what happens in the next action.
Does that go along with their vote?
Yes. You roll a 17. So whatever action you cumulatively perform on your next action is going to have a 17 to be your performance. And you have all chosen to flex all those muscles that you gained from your from that magic drum earlier. Certainly have paid off. You rip your t-shirt down the center, throwing it to the side. You pull the most Herculean Arnold Schwarzenegger pose imaginable. This pose is triumphant. This pose is gargantuan. You are a hulking, beautiful statue of muscle and impressivity. To any swooning man or woman that would gaze upon you, it wouldn't be surprised if these people would fall for you instantly.
I don't know why. I thought you were gonna say you rip your tits, and now I can't help but imagine like somehow these people like open up like a chest cavity and expose their ribcage. And I'm thinking that, like, man, I've been in the horror mindset way too much. I need to save this shit for, like,
Talk.
the eldritch bullshit.
Upon seeing this,
Sorry.
eyes go wide. His pupils dilate. He rushes towards you.
Oh no.
That was fucking brilliant. I've been waiting for someone who can match up to me. And he pulls his own big fucking pose. Tark does his own Herculean pose, rolling for a performance check with an advantage of 5. Unfortunately, Tark, in his eagerness,
Yeah,
has
is the pose the only thing he pulls?
even with a +2 for his natural strength initiative, only rolls a 10. His pose is completely encumbered by how eager he was to get up close and personal. His muscles, although very impressive, he can't decide what pose it is he wants to do. One hand is trying to do a curled bicep pull. The other one is on the back of his head trying to do a pelvic thrust. He is so eager to meet somebody who is as meat-headed as he is.
Grab his dick and twist it.
But it looks like
Twist his dick. Twist his dick. Sorry.
now that he's nice and close, you can see that this is a very, very meat-headed individual. You can see that he is not going to back down. Now that you've activated the challenge, this goes one of only a couple of ways. What do you do upon having taken this flex and now having a reciprocation in return?
What's the...
I've not been streaming this at all to you guys. I am so sorry.
You're good. I've been watching on your stream.
Oh,
My
my.
apologies.
It's been fine.
We got to
You
pro
haven't
it up.
been doing a great job.
Chest bump, Tark. Keep flexing.
Oh.
Another
You
flex.
see, Makari, it's a testament to how wonderful your narration is that we've been doing fine with theater of the mind. Hey, have you heard the concept of like staying awake so long you get like a high?
If you guys want to
Hi,
go to
how
bed,
are you
please
doing?
go to bed. I'm not going to force you to
You're
stay
fine.
around.
No, you're
Twist
good, you're good.
his nipple.
There
Like
you
I
go.
said, whatever you guys suggest.
The betrayal.
Chat, what's the fucking
The
film with
heartbreak.
Schwarzenegger and...
There you go. So you have
it's
5
Predator,
choices
isn't
here.
it?
Each one of these will give you a definitively different result to what happens. So choose carefully. Keep in mind, this is a orc. He is made up of machine. He is pure testosterone. And I will give you this, he is stronger than you. You can see that just by looking at him. Chest bump Tark. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You chest bump Tark. You square up to Tark. You flex your chest and you thrust your pecs outwards in a very visceral manner. Your sweaty androgynous nips collide with Tark's and you bounce directly off of his chest. Tark, as if the grin could not be wider, his grin stretches now from ear to ear and he's like, challenging me, are you? Oh, we're about to have a good old tussle, we are. Tark lunges for you. What do you do? I am going to give you the option of choosing a check to do in this moment.
Oh my god.
In fact, you know what? Rather than these choices, you have the choices down in the bottom left. This is the defining moment with how this goes. So based on your choice, let's see what happens. So choose your action here, because if you have to be very careful. You're going to perform a check. Okay. What check are you going to perform? Bearing in mind that after this is simply to get a gauge as to what's happening. After this, your choice, you will have to choose between attack and talk. Insight check, athletics. In fact, you know what, let me reset this. So choose from the checks up top. Choose from the checks. Remember, guys, the way it works is it's an integrated thing. You click the check you want to see. You are clicking the screen to make your choice. You have a plugin that allows you to do this. Okay. So you are going to try and jump out of the way with an athletics check. That seems like, yeah, sounds good to me. An insight check in this moment when he's literally on top of you, that would have been crazy. Your insight would have been, oh shit, he's about to jump me. You do an athletics check, and with an 8, that is not enough. You try to do the most poetically beautiful swan dive to try and loop yourself over him, but to no avail. Tark is on you instantly and grappling with you with both arms on your shoulders. You feel this man's strength. He is immensely powerful. And if this was a more engaged D&D kind of thing, this is where you would roll initiative. However, for the sake of purpose, combat has now officially started. So we are going to roll a D20 for you and a D20 for Tark. The D20, whichever one of you has the highest, is who goes first. So Tark's D20 is a 12. Your D20 is a 10. You are not getting very lucky today. Tark wraps his arms around you and attempts to fling you into the room. With this, he rolls a strength check. Clearly far too eager for somebody meeting him in his room. The fling doesn't go quite to plan. His hands that were on your shoulders slip and collide with your helmet. Split a small slither of wood, splintering into his finger, loosening his grip for but a moment. Although he did not fling you, you have at the very least now entered the middle of the room and are no longer cornered. In this moment, what would you like to do? And it is this point that you now make the choice between attack or talk. Nipple twist. Bearing in mind, if you attack, you are going to fling your sword at him. You are going to actually fight him. I will warn you.
Nurple.
Oh, you're going to try and
I
throw
hit a second
down.
win.
You're going to throw down.
Yeah,
you know what?
saw
In that moment, by the way, the splinter has done damage to him. You have chosen a very interesting choice for this, by the way. There were so many ways this could have gone.
No, there really wasn't.
Well, I mean, okay, it was all going to be a test of strength, but there was definitely a few other ways this could have gone rather than direct combat.
Funny meathead.
All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, you talk to him. Okay, fine, very well. What do you want to say to this man? Or what would you like to do? You can give me a thing
I
to
could
say.
give you a large list
Or
of
a
things
thing
I'd
to
like
do. Based on what you do will be based on the check you do. Join our party. Can you smell what the bucket is cooking? Okay, that's not... Oh, can you smell the bucket?
Ew, you don't want to do that.
Ask to help remove the splinter.
I'm giving myself about 5
Help.
more minutes that I actually got to wrap up.
Okay.
Yeah, take care of yourself. That comes first always.
It's a half-hour drive to get to the damn hospital, so...
All right, these are your choices. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. 1, join the party. You want this raging orc to join you.
Ooh.
Bitch, you've barely proven that you can stay on your feet at the moment. You're gonna ask him if you can smell what the bucket is cooking. That sounds like a taunt to me. Ask to remove the splinter.
Oh, good. Wound is pride. It'll be fun.
Help us stretch. I love you. Okay. Well, that's a very executive decision. You ask to help to remove the splinter. You back up to give yourself a moment's space between the two of you. You are looking directly into this beast's face. The splinter in his finger, looking excruciatingly painful for him. He's looking down his hand, shaking it like you do when you've stubbed your finger or what have you. And upon asking him, you now need to make a check. And when it comes to this, whatever you choose will depend how you go about asking to remove the splinter. Charisma, insight, athletics, or performance. Or, I mean, hey, whatever other choice. Each of these will have different effects based on what happens. So, make your choice. I'm just going to reset this real quick, actually. Okay, now you can make your choice. Think about removing someone's splinter. Think about removing Tark's splinter specifically. Some of these are certainly better choices than the others. I mean, a medicine check seems pretty straightforward. I mean, if that's, hey, I'm sure a medicine check's going to help him. Remember, Davy, Tim, you do not say the thing you're looking for. You click the screen so that the percentages will then add to the screen. It is a engagement thing. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you go for a straight up medicine check. A medicine check in this scenario is pretty damn good, but considering this hulking orc does not seem too interested in your help currently, this is going to be a strength check at disadvantage because you need to overwhelm this creature to help you. You are actually no, tell lie. With the buff you got earlier, nah, we're gonna do it flat. We're gonna do it flat. If you hadn't have taken the red buff from earlier, I would have said this would as a disadvantage. So you are going to attempt to grapple Tark long enough to remove the splinter. Oh no. You reach out, without saying a word, without trying to say anything to this already enraged orc, you attempt to reach out and grab his wrist. Instantaneously, Tark lunges back to you, digging his feet directly into the ground, colliding his fist that was not visible at that point into your face in a retaliatory manner.
Bonk.
You are going to take a strength saving throw at disadvantage. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, no way. Are you kidding me?
Oh boy.
How does this happen? You don't try to dodge. You don't try to get out of the way. You push your face into his fist. You purposefully let your face collide with his fist by pushing yourself forwards, which inadvertently stops the fist short, making a loud cracking sound with his fist to your face. You take 2 points of damage, which would have been 6 if you let him hit you. But because
My
you
face
took the
is my shield.
advantage, yes, your face is your shield. Exactly.
-1
I
by
don't
bucket.
think that's an effective shield.
Tark pauses for a moment upon seeing you do this, and he's like, "Yes, you're just like me. Oh, the thrill of battle. Oh, this is going to be a good one." He then lunges. It then swaps to his turn. He's going to lunge with his other hand, the one with the splinter.
Oh! Oh!
Oh,
Yeah,
Tark, my poor baby.
That splinter's not doing him very good, is it?
Tark's
God.
splintered hand collide.
Wait, a splintered hand?
Tark's
Not a splinter.
the Tark's hand with the splinter. The Tark
Okay.
clenches his fist in a eager fashion, completely forgetting he had the splinter in it to begin with. As he clenches his fist is already in motion. The pain of the splinter in his finger only then hitting his brain, what could be considered a brain, at the moment his fist was in flight, too late for it to stop. His fist collides with your helmet again, and what was once one splinter is now
Bonk.
many splinters. Your helmet has now taken on a new property, thorns. Anyone that now hits you takes 1 point of damage for each time they strike you. Tark, now in immense amount of pain in his right hand, falls back into into a more defensive posture, looking down his hand going, you're a worthy adversary. I haven't felt this much pain in a long time, but this is what I've been looking for. You can tell he is in pain. You can tell this is either immense psychosis, but you have done nothing so far. The only person beating Tark is Tark himself. Now you have the choice. Do you attack or do you talk?
I feel like at this point you can let them tire themselves out, right?
There is a ebb and flow to the way this fight is going, and depending on your actions, there is a tally, and the tallies that you are accruing depends how the fight is going. So whatever you do, whether it's an action, whether you attack, talk, or whatever, it is working to a degree of success, essentially.
I mean,
So you want to talk?
It's more successful than Tark right now.
Very well. You wish to talk to Tark. Talk to Tark. Sounds like a hit new TV show. What are you going to say to Tark? Or what would you like to do? Talk, when you select talk, by the way, you can say something or do something. An action, if you will. Offer a drink. I don't know where you're going to get that drink from. Take bucket off and show splinters. Brother, you don't give up. Offer to remove splinters and engage brotherhood.
Yippee.
Fist bump. Okay.
Oh my god, just bump his splintered fist.
There you go. So you can type 1 to offer a drink, 2 to take the bucket off the hand and show him the splinters, 3 brother don't give up, 4 offer to remove the splinters, engage in brotherhood, or 5 fist bump him.
Chat, come on, man. Come on, man.
You're gonna
These
kill
are
them.
certainly the choices of all time.
I'm just saying, it would be
This
funny.
is not
to
how I
give
was
him a
expecting this to go.
It would be
It
funny.
never
to
goes
fist
how you
bump
expect
him,
it to
chat.
go.
Come on.
You think I prepare? No, I just assume that everything's gonna go wrong, and then it does, and then I'm laugh because I know that I wouldn't have prepared for it to go wrong.
Okay, you're going to offer to remove the splinters. You step up encouragingly, and in this moment, you are going to form a performance check.
Yippee.
Given Tark's situation, this is not a failure, but Tark is not convinced. You step up and you offer your services. You say to them, brother, I am aware of the splinters. I know your pain. Allow me to aid you. But Tark is not one for talking. Tark is enraged. He has no time for words. And in this moment, he is going to once again lunge for you, fueled and riled up by the pain of his hand. As he has taken damage, he's become angrier and less conscious of his words, only wanting to like, don't push it out like that. You're going to give me a proper fight, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Stop being such a coward and fight me. And in that moment, he is going to lunge for you, and we are going to roll a comparative strength check, because you have offered to remove his splinters, but he is also going to lunge for you at the same time. This is Tark's strength. This is your strength. Tark comes out ahead, but by a fraction. And now Tark is going to make a lunge for you. And this is his attack. So Tark is going to make a strength roll. However, at disadvantage now, considering he has many splinters in his hand. And he is once again attacking you with the same splintered hand.
This man is a creature and a hazard to himself.
Tark, once again, lands a hand, but barely grazes your shoulder. And in the process, not so much hitting you, more so nudging you, as the pain of the splinters in hand causes him to lose balance, and he stumbles off to the left somewhat and takes an additional 2 points of damage from not only stumbling, but hitting you with his splintered hand. Tark's hand is now bleeding. Tark is looking a little bit woozy. There is blood on the floor underneath him, and he is... That once pious grin, eagerness, is now looking a little bit woozy. He's lost a lot of his gusto, and he's now sort of slurring. It's like, don't you think you could get the better of me? I have fought bigger shits than you. So in this moment, you have a choice. He is worn down, and I'm going to offer this to you. You can make a check. What kind of check would you like to make? This will help you gauge what his situation is. Or if it's a physical action, it will help you in the next thing you do. So make a check. One of the actual action checks. So charisma,
well,
insight, magic, investigation, etc.
Yeah, while they're figuring it out, I do gotta go.
Oh, you gotta go. Okay. Guys, say thank you for Tia for being here, please. And please go follow them. They are
Thank you,
so
Tia.
lovely. Thank you for being here, Tia.
It was lovely to meet you here.
One day, we'll be able to do something like this on a more time schedule.
One day. When I don't have to go to the hospital at 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Take care of yourself, all right? Good luck.
So
Have
the
a
next
good night, everybody.
action, you are going to perform with athletics as the base. You do not take this moment to check Tark over. You do not take this moment to inspect Tark's situation. You are merely going to take whatever action comes next with athletics as the base, meaning any action you perform next will be taken at advantage if it requires physical movement or strength. So it is now your choice as to what you do next. It is your turn. What do we do with Tark? Are we attacking or are we talking? Are we performing an action? Suplex. Oh my god. Poor Tark. So what are your options? Suplex. Remember, you can talk to him. You can make an action. Headbutt. Why do we hate this man? I don't know. You're the guy. You're the ones who've impregnated his hand with wood. Yeah. Okay. So you're saying talk, but what are you going to talk to him? When we give you the option for a talk action, it means you can give me suggestions for something you do or something you say.
Impregnated hand. I just need to circle back that. What the fuck? Makari?
Am I wrong? His hand has wood babies in it now.
No, that's not what impregnation is. Penetration does not always equal impregnation. I mean, what if they were using protection? That's what a condom is for. You know, a hand condom. Love.
All right. I'm gonna take one more suggestion. Clap time. We are not plapping the orc. This is a family-friendly D&D session. God, what kind of D&D do you think
Maybe
this
in a
is?
different website, in another website, on another website, sure, but not here, not now.
Crab pose. Crab pose. Okay, you have your 5 choices. So you type the number of the option you want to go for. 1 for suplex, 2 for restrain, 3 for ask remove, splinter, 4 apologize, and 5 crab pose. Make your choice. It will say, if you play your cards right, combat is very soon coming to an end.
I don't think that apologizing would ever be all.
In this moment, no.
I'm gonna be honest. No, I'm just one of the loopy little heads on your voices on your shoulder.
Now you're the only loopy head. I'll probably play Tier, honestly. Very well. Your choice is to suplex him. A wise choice considering your athletics bonus. So you lunge in to grapple this person. You are now going to perform a strength check to see the potency of this action. At advantage, mind you.
Such a potent action.
You roll a 15, which is enough. You get in behind this woozy man. This green-skinned bastard who has had a series of unfortunate events. And as if his day could not get worse, you have a bucket on your head. You get in all WWE style projectile, your bucket head grates against this poor orc's back, splintering even more shards of wood into this creature's spine. And you suplex this motherfucking orc. And with such a visceral victory, we roll for the damage of severity. Tark not only now has splinters in his spine, but you fling this orc so fucking hard that he rolls over your back so vigorously and viscerally that he lands and crashes directly into the rock at the back of the room. Laying there, Tark is exhausted. Tark is pretty much 80% wood at this point, and Tark is finished. Combat ends. Congratulations, you somehow overpowered Tark, which was supposed to be the strength check of this entire dungeon.
Wow.
You were not supposed to be able to take him on in a straight fight and win. I don't know what the fuck you guys did, but you did it! You did it! Congratulations, you won! You won!
Congratulations, chat. They're dead now. You killed them. And now you have to live with that.
So, in this moment, combat comes to an end, and because you were so vigorous at what you did, you feel as though the sweat off your brow and your proclivity for combat has done you a service. Ding! You leveled up. Your attack goes up by 1, and your health goes up by 5. Now, in this moment, you need not roll an investigation. I'm going to roll you an investigation check, so you get a general gauge of your surroundings. At a 9, you can tell, just by your closeness to him, that Tark is not dead, but simply very, very tired and is an EP boy. He has not the fight left in him. You can see that the only door leading out is at the other end of the room behind a boulder that Tark is leaning against. Around the room are trees, bushes, and logs, and Tark's tent. Now, you have been in this room, and this fight took you roughly 3 rounds, which means the shadow is now present. You can gauge that you have at least 3 turns to do whatever it is you want to do. So in this moment, I'm going to give you your clicks, and I want you to designate where you want to focus. What is it in this room you would like to look at first? Keeping in mind, there is still a golden orb. You have not found a single purple or blue orb as of yet. You have leveled up, mind you. So there is a...
I am shocked.
What's that?
I'll DM you.
Okay. Yes, Pavlonian training.
I can't say that out loud.
I know, right? Crazy.
It'll cause it to happen. It'll happen if I do.
It will. It absolutely will.
It's surprising. I'm surprised.
Well, with a resounding, just by a margin, most of you have chosen to go check on Tark. So you walk over, and just by a brief overview, you can see that Tark is definitely still alive. He's breathing. Blood is pooling around his back and his hand. The blood is sort of smeared over the rock, and he's sort of grumbling to himself, sort of like a delusional... But he's very much alive. In this moment, you can perform a check or you can talk to him. So with the choices down at the bottom left, what would you like to do? Bear in mind, talk would also then corroborate to an action. You want to perform a check? You may very well perform a check. What check are you performing? Medicine. Any advances on medicine? Any advances on medicine? Bear in mind, this is a check. Performance. Dude, you want to flex on him while he's down? What a motherfucker.
That is what we in the business call a dick move.
Very well. We shall perform a medicine check to see how this man do.
Chat, I beg you, don't roll a 1.
You rolled a 16! Getting down next to Tark, you realize that getting down directly next to him is not the wisest of ideas. He is still more than capable of flinging a punch. So with a 16, you know that the common sense is to keep at least a bit of a burnish distance. You notice that he is clearly, if it wasn't for the fact that the pain had exhausted him enough as it was, the fling across the room has left him befuddled. This man has at least 2 turns where he will not be able to do a thing due to the concussion he has suffered. However, you notice that the red symbol on his chest, the mechanical side of his chest, is now blinking, and the sound of whirring gizmos within his body is starting to sound. And you can visibly see the bruises and cuts that he sustained from being flung across the room are starting to heal and close by themselves. With your medicine check, you can also tell that this man is clearly concussed. You can tell that should he get up, he's likely not going to remember what happened. So at that moment, what are you doing? You are going to now have an action roll. So what would you like to do? What would you like to say? What would you like to do? Make a choice. Steal the splinters. Wow. Not just take them out, steal them. Rob him.
I don't know what benefit a splinter would give you.
Neither do I, but they want it.
You're welcome to.
Loot 10, steal the splinters, kiss him goodnight, rob him. Okay, we're gonna leave that with the 3 choices, I think. Okay, so there are your 3 choices. Put more splinters in him. What is wrong with you? My poor baby has Has he not suffered enough?
Masochist. No, sadism. Sorry, sadism. Yeah, that's what's wrong with him.
Whilst this choice is being made, a voice echoes through your head. Boop, do you have any commentary on what's just happened to me?
Why? How you did this? I'm not sure. I do think that I am impressed. That's the first, and I didn't think it would happen here. Well, weirder things have happened.
And through my impersonation of Tia, the voice that would be Tia would say, I'm not cleaning that up. And the voices fade once again, giving you your moment of joyousness to bask in the glory of your action. And your choice is you are stealing the splinters. Okay.
How this will benefit you, I'm not sure, but...
Okay, you know what? Sure. I'm going to make a couple of different checks now. You are going to roll a medicine check to see how well this goes. You get down next to him and you look at those splinters. Golly, there's a lot of them. How there were that many splinters in that bucket of yours and still have enough bucket left over to bucket is beyond my imagination.
It's a big old bucket of fuck it.
Oh no. Oh no. Guys, Jamush did it. Jamush called it. This was Jamush's fault. You reached down to attempt to remove these splinters. And inadvertently, every single splinter you try to remove either gets pushed in deeper or lodged in your hand. You take 2 points of piercing damage. Even when you're winning, you lose. Tark takes 7 points of piercing damage. Tark is now bleeding more than he was before, and the whirring gizmos and the steam now emitting from the mechanical side of his body increases. Tark makes some very disgruntled noises, and you could see his mechanical hand clenching viscerally, tearing up sod and grass and dirt from the ground next to him. Do you continue? Would you like... I'm going to give you an option now, which I wasn't going to give originally, but because this went this badly. Do you continue to extract the... Do you continue to extract the slithers of wood, or do you stop and try something else? Red for stop, green for keep going. Red is stop and you'll try something else. Green is you keep going with the splinters. You know, this is actually surprisingly fun. It's a bit clunky with combat, but to be fair, we're doing a D&D game with no combat system beyond like baseline metrics.
Yeah, it would be... I'm curious to see how you would handle like an actual community one shot, like with more refined rules and all.
Guys, at some point, I actually have been wanting to do this for a while. I would love to get Boop to actually do a one shot with me and you guys, and we'll get like people from this community to join in with it. It would take a lot of setup. We can do that. I think I will do that when I come back from my holiday.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to be a part of that. I'd love to... I don't know what role... I'm not sure if you'd want me like as a like wise mentor character, or if you'd want me more as a
sure, we can figure
like
it out.
Actual player character, but I would still love to help.
Okay, so you all electively choose to stop what you're doing. Probably for the best, considering you've now caused this creature pain, and I do know his health pool. And even without a medicine check, you can tell that this creature is suffering immensely, and that much more would be very, very bad. Any more pain would be very, very, very bad. So what do you do now? You have 2 more turns before you feel like the shadow might become slightly problematic. What do you do? Give me your suggestion. Twist his dick. Just because you want to see the orcussy.
I mean, hey.
Loot tent, check the grass. Remember, guys, there is more in here than just the tent and everything else. You can do whatever your imagination tells you. Remember, there is loot everywhere. I will say you missed out on a lot of loot in the first room. Kick him, kick Tark. Okay?
Y'all are really going for the overkill here. That's crazy. I kind of fuck with it though.
Yeah, dude, you guys are wild. I mean, you pulled away, but attempt, do a backflip. Punch a tree. Yeah, for the time being, there's no choice here to interact with Tark. You've made the choice to move away. You will not have another choice to do anything to Tark here. So, other than kick him if you really want to, but hey. So here's your choices. 1 for loot tent, 2 for check the grass, 3 for kick Tark, and 4 for punch tree. Hey, this looks like a resounding 1. Golly gee! It's almost like this was the incentivized thing to begin with. Taking the initiative and the sign that you are clearly not a doctor and that you do not have a medical license, you take a few steps back and you notice that Tark's tent is on the other side of the room. Taking some strides over, this tent is very basic. It is a tarpaulin made up of some kind of animal skin. Adorning the top of the tent is what can only be described as a hoodie that is eerily similar to yours. And the what you thought initially was wooden pegs keeping the tent up is in fact both. And laying across the floor like a mattress is an entire multi-layered deep bed of very similar looking hoodies to yours. I'm sure that's just a coincidence though. However, as you look inside the tent, you see that there is within the tent you see that there is a satchel in one corner made out of pigskin or some kind of skin. There is a small set of, or a small mound, if you will, of sharp implements. And at the very back of the room is a storage box. Very basic, looks like it's handcrafted. So of these three choices, you get that overwhelming sense that it's very much like the last room. That whichever, no, actually. In fact, I'm going to give you an option. How would you like to approach this? You feel as though in this moment that a check might be worthwhile doing. And depending on the check you take here, can depend how well this goes. So which of these checks would you like to do? You'll have two options. We'll do one and then another. And depending on the order in which ones you choose will depend how this choice will go. Again, you do not say what it is. I mean, guys, the idea is that you're corroborating with each other. You're supposed to be like collaborating. You are Anon. This is you. You are to decide together. If you think people are making stupid decisions, call them out on it. Encourage them to choose the right choice. Very well.
Or watch the fireworks.
Let's see what this investigation does. You roll an 18. Upon clambering in slightly to get a better view, you notice that these hoodies are in fact the exact same hoodie you are wearing. And there are many of them. Some of them have some peculiar stains on them. Can't tell what that is. Looks a bit like blood. Is it blood? Maybe. However, upon looking at the back, you notice that because of the depth of the tent, there is shadow. And that shadow is moving of its own volition. You now know that this is a choice. However, given your high roll, you now have the ability to make another check. Now that you know this is there, you can make a check to attempt to give yourself an advantage upon looting. What check would you like to do to try and outdo the shadow? If you do this well, you'll get two choices rather than one. Athletic, magic, stealth. Ooh, some very good choices. Performance. Are you going to try and riz the shadow again? God damn. I mean, to be fair, considering
hey.
the shadow saw your cringy helmet.
Listen, Makari. D&D is all about wish fulfillment. Let them try.
In
They'll
5,
probably fail anyway, but let them try.
3, 2, 1. You're gonna go for an athletics check. The wise choice indeed. So your athletics is a 17, which is easily enough. Whatever you do next, you move with such depth, skill, dainty precision that you know full well that you can use both. You look to one hand, you look at the other, and you think to yourself, I have two hands. I could grab two boxes at once. You position yourself crouched over so that you're ready to leap out and grab two at the same time. So now is your choice. Whichever of the two you zoom in on the most or select will be the two you grab. You got the red, the green, and the blue. May I remind you, the blue is a collection of sharp objects that you can't quite discern what they are. The red is a pigskin satchel, and the middle is a small, very basic wooden box. Ooh, okay. Okay. And in 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. You have chosen the red and the green. You crawl in. You, with the most visceral and quick movement, snatch the red and the blue, the pigskin satchel and the wooden box, and you clamber back out of the tent to gawk at your prizes. You have just looted Tark's belongings. The third and final object is then consumed in shadow and is now unobtainable. I mean, you could theoretically go back and try and grab the blue, but fuck around and find out, see what happens. Now that you have these two items, you look into the pigskin satchel, and the pigskin satchel contains some very good looking food. It's got some rations, some bandages, and everything somebody needs to maintain themselves in the wilderness. And upon looking through these, upon tasting the delicacies of what a orc in the wild will eat, including a bottle of what suspiciously looks like piss, you regain 6 points of health, sorry. Do you drink? Okay, I'm gonna give you the choice. Do you drink the piss? Do you drink the water? I know the answer to this already, but I'm giving you the illusion of free choice. Do you drink the piss? 1 for drink, 2 for don't.
Right,
now we're gonna see whether the intrusive thoughts win.
You know what's gonna happen.
What the fuck? Boop. I don't mean to sound. I'm kind of shocked. They don't drink the piss.
Shit.
You
I'm
don't.
So shocked. I'm proud of you.
Yeah,
Dad.
dude. I
never
am
thought
so
those
proud of
words
all
would
of you.
ever
Wow.
utter
Okay.
my mouth.
You do not drink the piss. In fact, you decide that that this is definitely a substance. You're not exactly. It's not so much that you don't want to drink the piss. Whatever this is, it's that you don't even know if it's piss. But you decide that you're not thirsty at that given moment. The thrill of battle and the adrenaline pumping through your body has left you not exactly thirsty, and you decide that it's probably best to save this later. You put the bladder of whatever it is on your side, and you gain a small
of the piss.
You gain a small questionable fluid. Questionable fluid. You know, just so we don't take up space. Fluid? Question mark, question mark. You now have a mysterious vial of very smelly fluid. You don't know what it does. You don't know what it is, but you have it. Opening the middle box, you find a pair of beautiful ornate gloves, and on the underside of them is the name Gerir. These gloves look cozy and comfy and look like they would fit you perfectly. It's almost like they've shrunk to your hand size. Do you put them on? And by that I mean in the moment, you can quite literally see that they have shrunk in your hand actively to be just the right size for your hands. So here's the question. Do you put them on? Green, put them on. Pink, no. Everything's a choice. Not putting them on, you'll still keep them. But putting them on, hey, who knows what they'll do? They're clearly magical. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Fuck it, am I right? Fuck it. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You choose to put the weird gloves on. And if you had any idea who Gerir is, you would have clicked no. These gloves, you look at these gloves, you look at them, they look fantastic. They look gorgeous. And as you slide them on, you flex your hands a little bit and you say, damn, these look good. They feel cozy. They feel snug. Now they feel too snug. Now they feel like they're constricting around your hand. Now the seam of where you've slid your hand in is burrowing itself into your skin. The material of the clothing is now binding itself on the molecular level to your hand. Your fingers start protruding claws. And at the cost of 5 health, you have now gained 1 extra attack and literal claws. Anyone who would have, Boop, can you do me a favor? Can you grab me a pair of claws? Like a PNG of some claws?
A pair of claws.
Or just something to represent
You
that.
want it to be detailed or?
No. Think this bucket,
All right,
for
let me
example.
see if I have it.
So these gloves are now your hands. You have some very, just as an example, I will show you what this character's hands kind of look like, or rather, really, what you need to understand here is that, actually, no, I can probably find a good example. Give me a sec. So glad I don't have this up on the screen. I do have an example of this somewhere. You know what? Imagine Derek, right? Your hands no longer look like your own. Both of your hands are now this kind of design, where they are mottled and scaly almost, and very sharp and clawy, that you feel stronger because of them. But the binding process has damaged you and hurt you irreparably. You've gained a bit of strength, and your melee hand-to-hand viscera has definitely improved at the cost of some health. Now, as you finish looting this, you notice that within the tent, a blue light and a purple light start emanating. Both this blue and purple light shoot out from the tent and into your body. You have then gained a purple and blue loot orb, because that entire encounter went really weirdly. So you have 1 more round to do whatever you want in this room before the shadows encroach, and you will likely be encouraged to move on. So given that, what would you like to do? Hover over what you would like to check, bearing in mind that the exit here is behind that giant fucking boulder. You still have some, I will say, with your investigation check earlier, there is still loot in this room.
I guess you could say the boulder's gate against the progress.
Oh my god, Boop, fuck
stop.
you.
You wish for... Fuck off, I'm dying.
Very quickly, you run over to this tree, feeling the encroaching presence of the shadow. This tree is big. It is a large oaken tree, and you know for full well that this tree is larger than the previous room. There is no way in any feasible reality that this should be able to fit into the room. It's almost like this room fits unrealistically and extra dimensionally into the space that it's in. Now, I will give you a choice of which check you would like to do. Would you like to, in fact, do it like this. In fact, no, you guys give me an action. What would you like to do? What would you like to do for this tree? You wanted to check the tree. What do you want to do? Give me your choices. I'll give you 3 options. We wouldn't be here if we didn't have the bucket. Shut the fuck up. You are absolutely, I hate the fact that you're kind of right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whilst you guys are making suggestions, I'm gonna give you your little clawsies. Oh fuck it, let's go on with the PNG. Shit. Fine. You got claws, baby. Man, you're looking like you. Oh, that's kind of cursed. That's actually kind of cursed. Jesus Christ. You now have very, very sharp clawsies. Man, you fucking weird ass looking motherfucker. All right. So, what are your choices? Listen, if we run out of actions. Oh, Murdoch. That's a fucking round to find out. Let's go. Upgrade bucket. We need the wood to repair the bucket. Climb the tree. Climb the tree. Punch the tree. Riz the tree. I'll give you a 4th. Walk through. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, exit the room. That's another choice. I mean, you can't exactly exit, but by exit, it'll mean that you try and go to the door. Okay, well, there you go. Choices: 1, climb the tree. 2, punch the tree. 3, riz the tree. 4, exit the room. Depending what you do will depend how this goes.
It can't possibly go wrong, Dad.
Yeah, it's not like your choices so far have been
Stop
bad.
it.
I will say, you know, those claws you've got, I mean, you do have some mighty nice weapons. Climb the tree. Alrighty. It certainly is a climbing kind of day. So you attempt to climb the tree. You actually gain advantage on this. These claws of yours act doubly as climbing benefitters, as in you now have the ability to dig your claws into the tree, making climbing immensely easy. You roll strength with advantage, and on a 14, that ain't no problem. Congratulations, you have climbed the tree. As you get up into the tree, you find that there is a very, very lovely blue glow up there. You find a little blue loot orb hovering around within the tree branches, which upon seeing you, dart directly into your body, providing you one bonus blue loot orb to your swell of loot. So congratulations, you've gotten one more blue orb. It is at this point that you start feeling that encroaching sense of shadow once again returning. The entire room starts looking orange, with a hue of orange, as if the sun, wherever it may be in the astral sky, is starting to metaphorically set. The darkness is starting to encroach, and you still have yet to unblock the exit. Additionally, Tark is starting to rouse. The splinters have been ejected from his body, and as you make your way down from the tree, you have some choices to make now. You can see the door on the other side of this boulder, and it's a pretty big boulder, more or less. With many things around here, there are choices to be made. You feel as though you might be strong enough to try and move it yourself, maybe. But in this moment, what do you do? Make some suggestions. What is your action in this moment? The shadow is verging on you. You think you should have at least another little while before the shadow becomes too dangerous. There is still light in the sky after all. Raw dog that boulder.
Ew.
Ask Tark. Throw the fluid. What door is the what material is the door made of? You can see that it's made of this. I mean, without a check, you can see that the door is made of the same material that you entered with. Any advances? No clip through the boulder. Attempt magic. Okay. Well, you made those choices. So your choices here are 1. Raw dog the boulder with pure strength. 2. Persuade Tark. 3. Throw the fluid that you had earlier. 4. Attempt magic. Why you would attempt magic?
Love mysterious fluids.
I mean, you can try. You do feel as though you've managed to grow claws. You managed to use a bucket to subdue a strength-based, or truly magic couldn't be out the window. Oh my god, are you actually going to attempt magic?
Never give him an option if you aren't prepared for it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right. You, in your infinite wisdom, seem to think that somehow between tongue fucking a magic portal, default dancing on a shadow demon, and out suplexing a orc, that you think at some point in that time you've gained magic. We're gonna roll a magic check and we're gonna roll an insight check and a magic check. First of all, insight. You fucking assholes. I hate you.
There is nothing like dumb luck.
Oh boy! Okay! You are certainly insightful. With the guile of your beady little eyes, you have gained the sense, and you get a certain feeling with all this experience of exactly 2 rooms, that these magic orbs that you have absorbed into your body can be consumed to perform a magic act. So you have a blue, a purple, and a gold orb. You can determine with a nat 20 that if you want to consume one of your loot orbs, you can gain power for it. You do, however, feel that this is only going to be possible once. And depending on the level of orb you consume will depend on the benefit and what it will do. And on that note, this will vary depending on which one you consume. With your nat 20 insight, you can now tell that this is your last round before the shadow hits. And with that insight, you'll know that after this round, if you do not manage to break that rock, you will start taking insanity checks. So you now have a choice. You have 1 golden orb. You have 3 purple orbs, which are the rarer ones. So golden is the 1 per room item. The purple is the rarer items, which somehow you have more of than the blue ones. And the blue are the less common and the less impactful. So using your pointers, which of these would you like to use? Let's just run. You can't. There is a boulder blocking the way. This is the path you chose. This is the sole option you went for. You wanted magic. You're gonna use magic. And with a vast majority choosing for a purple, you sacrifice a purple payout orb. This orb exits your body and starts spiraling. It changes its form. It pulsates, resonating. It spirals and glows and changes. And rather than being this calm and dulcet little orb, it is now a wave of sparkling, crackling energy. And in a single moment, it shoots itself back into your body. And you feel like something is coming. You feel like something's about to hit your body. So we are going to roll 5d20, and that will be our d100.
God.
This motherfuckers is wild magic.
Oh
You rolled a 51, and I'm glad I made this because otherwise, fuck. You now get. Admittedly, this is a very basic list. There's nothing like too extravagant on this, but you with a 51.
Is there nothing there about like the room, the gamers maybe like turning into potted plants for like forever or anything like that?
There is actually.
Hell yeah, plant maxing.
With a 51. I hate you all so much.
You love us. We would not still be here.
You completely revitalize. You completely gain all of your health back. You level up. And on top of that, you grow a big, voluptuous pair of breasts.
All right.
You are now...
I didn't think I would be the one to do in this situation, but...
I shit you not! There is some fuckery in this. I made a list of 100 random effects that could happen of all the ones you could fucking land on. However,
Makari,
for the...
You made the list.
For this one
My
room
sister
only...
in Christ.
This not only hits you, but it also hits Tark. Tark also grows a big, voluptuous pair of breasts and levels up and regains all of his fucking health. And we'll find out what happens with this after the break because there's an ad break coming in and I need a coffee. Holy shit.
Dear fucking God.
I will point out, when you leveled up, all your magic, all your outfit got back on your body. You have a jumper on again, just as like a DM thing.
If that was the case, why the fuck did you chain my arms down to the floor?
Because you look cute when you're in chains.
That's fair.
Now, I need to be made aware of this. This room took infinitely longer. Basically, the first 2 secondary rooms you come to were designed to be the longest, just because, first place you go to. I need you to understand, just for timing's sake, the second floor and the final floor won't take nearly as much time as this first floor. The second and third floor are kind of like more scripted, but much more of an instance into themselves. Like this entire first section is pretty much 80% of the entire experience. So just so you know. Right, so let's finish this off. You have awoken Tark. You have also somehow gender bent Tark. Tark is now looking down at his immensely more voluptuous form with a bit of disdain and confusion. You can hear him muttering under his breath.
Don't see how these will function for combat. What do I
Congratulations, chat. You gave Tark gender dysphoria.
So you have one final turn, and the boulder is still in your way, but now you have breasts, and so does Tark. And you are stronger, and so is Tark. And Tark,
and you have breasts,
as you predicted earlier, remembers nothing. He's complete. He doesn't. At the moment, Tark doesn't even know who you are, and it is evident by the fact he hasn't acknowledged you standing next to him. So it is at this moment that you can make a choice. What do you do? This is your action, and this is your final action before things start getting interesting. Bearing in mind that a very confused Tark, probably more susceptible to you are dealing with female Tark now, someone who is clear-minded from what came before, because you evidently came in on Tark whilst he was, worked up, shall we say.
You did what on Tark?
Yourself, ask for help, seduce. Okay, seduce would technically be part of ask for help, because you'll be asking how to help. Any other options? Anything else you can think of? Any other? Sister the Rock is looking at us funny. What's that? What would it be? Breed Tark. Oh my god, guys, this is not that kind of campaign. Save that for the fan
We're
art.
not on the blue site. We can't do it.
Here are your 3 choices: push the rock by yourself, ask for help, and deceive. Bearing in mind, all 3 of these will have very different outcomes depending which one you choose. So keep in mind your situation, keep in mind what's happened, and choose wisely. Because if you don't get out of it this time, things are gonna get funky.
You wouldn't want things to get funky.
No, the funkening, if you will. Okay, so you're gonna ask for help. Now, Tark, would their name be Tark at this point? Tark's a very androgynous name, I suppose. Tark, you step up to Tark, and you are now going to attempt to persuade them to help you. But what are you going to say? And whatever the options are here will depend on what your check you make will be, and with what degree of benefit. So what would you say to Tark to convince them?
Apes together strong.
We need to leave. The rock is looking at us funny. Yeah, what's wrong? What's wrong? Why did you stop?
What does that imply? Okay.
Want drink?
Never mind.
Okay, you have 4 choices.
Lemons,
Each of these will require a different roll based on which one you choose. One of these you have advantage on. One of them you have disadvantage. You will only find out when you choose. In this moment, it's up to you to make the decision that makes the most sense considering everything that's happened. The rock is looking at us. Okay. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You look this confused orc square in the eye. This very befuddled, genderly confused orc. And you say, that rock is looking at us funny. Now, this is not only going to require a deception check, but then it's going to require a follow-up check based on how well your deception does. So here is your deception check. Oh, no, not deception. Persuasion? I'd say persuasion. More of a persuasion. Wow, you guys suck. Tark looks up and blinks solemnly.
Rock blink? Rock can't blink. Rock is rock.
It is at this moment that Tark squares up to you again.
You trying to scare Talk? You trying to hoodwink? Don't try to scare Talk. Talk don't even know you are.
You know, I didn't think it was going to be possible. You theoretically could lose this, by the way, guys. So at this point, you have one more chance to defuse the situation. Based on what you say next will be very important. There is a critical success here without needing to roll. So I'm going to take 3 suggestions of what to say in this moment. Because you've now riled her up, which could work in your favor. But right now, Tark thinks you're stupid. Tark thinks funny claw-looking monster creature with bucket on head is trying to insult intelligence. Rock is a mimic. It's looking like a rock because you're looking at it. It's being tricky. I think that goes under mimic. Apologize and apologize? Darkness scary. Okay, these are your 3 choices. Choose wisely. There is one choice here that will be very, very good for you. Wow, nobody wants to apologize. Wow, you upset a girl's feelings like that and you're not even willing to apologize. Typical guys, am I right? Okay, and you choose darkness is scary. So this is an interesting one. You're going to require 2 rolls. The first one is a magic check, which doesn't work to your advantage, unfortunately. However, now you are going to roll persuasion. The rolling a 3 on magic would have helped you with gaining an advantage on this next roll. You roll 13, which in this moment, considering Tark's somewhat agitated state, is a success. Congratulations. You say to Tark, darkness scary. There's darkness around us. In this moment, Tark snaps out of it. Tark looks around and becomes aware of their surroundings.
The darkness? Why didn't you say so? Darkness? I can't be around here with the darkness. Oh, jeez. All right, look here. We're gonna get you out of here, all right? The exit's behind this door over here. Behind this boulder over here.
Tark now trusts you. Tark is as afraid of the dark as you are. Tark is going to now help you with this boulder. The question is, would you rather roll for strength? In fact, you know, let's do it this way. If you would like to roll for raw strength and just raw dog it with Tark next to you, go for red.
Why?
If you would like to do something else and try to finesse the situation in a more fanciful way, click the green. Bearing in mind, there is one choice here that definitely works better.
Yeah, I'm not surprised people want a raw dog Tark. Makari, what the fuck is your word choice?
One that I just wish someone would raw dog me. That's what I did. I'm projecting my untold desires.
For fuck's sakes, you just have to ask. Good God.
And with that, you choose to raw dog it. Now, this is going to be 3 levels of success. First roll is to aid in grappling the boulder. You take up a very similar position to Tark. Tark grabs the boulder with both hands in a very sort of sumo wrestler grabbing shenanigans. You take up the exact same posture on the other side. You are then the second strength roll is going to determine the heft that you put behind it. Oh shit!
Congratulations.
Good shit, everyone.
With that, you
Fortune
do not
favors
even need a third roll. A natural 20 or a 19 on any of these dice would have guaranteed critical success. You both yeet that boulder so far that it disappears Team Rocket style into the sky. You both sit there for a moment, gawking in amazement as you watch it disappear into the quote-unquote atmosphere of this room. Tark looks to you and offers out a fist in appreciation.
You strong. You big strong. I like big strong.
Do you bro fist? This one, just say yes or no. Do you bro fist? Yes? I thought as much. You reach out a fist and you give that orc girl a good old fisting. As you do so, the shadow around you encroaches. Tark, noticing this, runs over and grabs you. As they grab you though, that boulder that you threw into the sky suddenly comes crashing down a little ways into the room back about here-ish and shatters into multiple pieces. Whether it's due to the weakening from Tark having landed so viscerally against it, or whether the fact you'd quite literally yeeted it into the atmosphere, this boulder smashes open, and within In the boulder, a golden orb emerges and instantaneously fuses with your body. This room's golden orb was inside the boulder the entire time, and you could have lost it if you hadn't have destroyed the boulder. This times
Damn, that would have sucked.
this gold is a... where is it? This is a modifier level up, meaning it's now going to go to a ×3 modifier. Shit. But the shadow starts encroaching. You have dawdled a bit too long, and unfortunately, it means that there is no opportunity for Tark to make their way with you. Tark throws you out into the open door, right as the shadows lick at their feet and the door slams shut behind you. You have left Tark's room, and you have entered into another corridor on the other side. And your journey may now continue. The question is, at this point, what are you going to do? There is a moment here for respite. There is a moment here. You know that these corridors are not a place where the shadow can necessarily get to themselves, as they are well lit. So in this moment, what would you like to do? I'm going to give you the choice to push buttons. You can do a check. You can click the door. Just do some clicks where you'd like to check out. You want to check the door? No real check needed for this. As you go up to the door, you can discernibly hear the sound of Tark in heated combat for a few moments. You hear a thud. You hear the sound of that same guttural gargling noise from earlier. And then silence. What else would you like to do?
Your mom. I'm sorry.
What kind of check are we performing? What kind of check you after here, guys? Performance? Charisma? Guys, certain performances are not going to be the most beneficial here. I can guarantee you that. Investigation. You guys want to do a performance check? I mean, we can. I will point out, investigation does kind of coincide with perception. Again, I simplified the whole process to make things less cluttered, more or less. You would like to sob. Okay, well, you have all decided to do a performance check. So you do a performance check, and you roll an 11, which is a pretty flat 11. In this moment, what are you performing? What is the action you are doing in this moment?
Crying.
I mean, base. Crying. Cry tears for Tark. Are we just all universally agreeing that we cry tears for Tark?
Even though you guys were trying to
Pick
kill
the
him
lock.
for most of the session.
Slash open door. Oh, was it inside? I mean, okay, to be fair, it still kind of holds out the same way. Claw the door, attack the door. Okay, very well. Take a choice. What are you doing? What are you doing in this moment? Are you gonna sit there and cry like a little baby? I will say, in this moment, I will say there is a good option here. There is a good option here for you that could go in your favor.
Everyone picks tears.
It's manly to cry. You know that.
No, yeah.
It shows-
Showing vulnerability is one of the hardest things you can do in life.
Exactly. Okay. And with that, this orc that you have only met but moments ago, one who you shared an extremely intimate tussle with, one that you shared the forbidden gender change with, one that shared a magical enrichment with you can only assume is no more. A journey of brotherhood into sisterhood, into doorwayhood. An experience of rock and stone came to an end, and you cannot help but shed multiple tears. You are going to roll a charisma saving throw. As you cry, as you keep on crying, you reach up your hands instinctively to bat away the tears that are rolling down your face, inadvertently forgetting that you have claws for hands, and accidentally stabbing yourself in your eye. You take 1 point of piercing damage.
Man, that was really stupid. How could you let that happen?
You somehow managed to mess up crying. Congratulations. It is in this moment you become aware of your surroundings. You've shed your tear, but from behind the door, something stirs. And from underneath the door, a small blue light emerges, coaxed by the sound of your sorrow. A blue loot orb heeded your call, and to enrich you and encourage you to feel better, bonds with you. You gain 1 blue loot orb. As a point, you could have gained a purple one there, but you fucked up really bad. So congratulations, 1 blue. Now you are done with crying like a baby. Now you are done with this moment. You take a move on, and we are going to take a little bit. I'm going to give you 1 action as we move forwards here. What in this moment would you like to do? You look around you. You notice that you are in one of the same kind of corridors. In this moment, you notice, however, it is slightly different. It is somewhat slanted downwards. It's got this sort of like almost rabbit warren feel to it. In a moment like this, what kind of a check would you like to do to maybe see what's going on around you? You did not lose an eye. You merely stupided yourself out of an extra health point. Whilst you're doing that, I'm going to quickly grab something. Interesting. Right. So you are gonna do an investigation check. Easy peasy. Pretty good one to go for. Straight up investigation check. You roll a 14. As you make your way down into this corridor, the first thing you notice is that this corridor, it has a certain semblance of clutter. There are boxes and random, essentially garbage all over the place. There's discarded items, clothing. It would almost be construed as maybe a dumping ground. However, it is in this moment that from behind behind you, you hear a guttural scream with the same gargling and ominousness that you sensed when the shadow encroached. What do you do? What is your action? There are a few choices here. Consider your environment. Consider what you're hearing. Run. Start mewing. I mean, hey, if you want to pose, throw the fluid, shield wall. Very well. Very quick choice. Choose quickly. You can run, strike a pose, wait and listen. Oh boy. Oh boy. I suppose no one really wants to do like look around more, but hey, with a 14, I suppose really you can determine that there's nothing really of value around per se. I guess it makes sense. Really? Okay, guys, we need someone to break the tie. Come on, make a vote. 1, 2, or 3. You vote with your numbers on this one. In 3, 2, 1. Oh my God, you struck. Hey, you know what? Whatever
It's
that
your
noise
chat,
is, by
Makari.
striking this pose, you absolutely 100% are gonna, yeah. You know what? In fact, I'm gonna give it to you like this. I'm gonna roll you a D40, and I'm gonna pull from a list of poses that might have an effect on what happens. 23. Fortnite dance poses. Thank God there is a list of these. Oh, for fuck's sake. You know that pose in Fortnite where you pull up the exclamation mark as a signpost? That is the pose you pull from an extra dimensional pocket of your asshole. You pull out a little exclamation mark, all Looney Tunes style. And that is the pose you pull as the sound of splintering wood, as the sound of that guttural, monstrous screech echoes out once more. And the sound of the door that you came through earlier breaks open. You hear the sound of vroom, vroom, vroom. The sound now is sort of clearer as round the corner, Tark appears. But it's not just Tark. Tark's eyes are sunken. There are shadowy tendrils spewing from every one of his orifices. His body hued with black and shadow, almost like the shadow is now part of his skin. He is screaming, "Run! Run!" This is no longer Tark. The shadow has consumed him, and with his one final warning, he has told you to run. And so you shall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the run encounter of this round. You have to get to the end of this corridor, and each of these hurdles has a different obstacle to get in the way. You see these little blocks? You have to get through them in fine order. The first obstacle is a simple wooden box. What are you gonna do? We're gonna take quick fire suggestions.
Parkour.
Jump, jump, leap, leap. You're gonna leap it? Okay, leap that shit. Strength check, go. 15, you easily vault over it. And as you do, you hear the sound of Tark crashing into the wall behind you. It is thunderous, but you jump over such a gusto that you've managed to keep your lead. The next obstacle is coming up. You see it coming because it's a bit of a distance away. You can make either an insight or a preparation athletics check. Would you like to make insight or reflexively try to jump, preparedly jump through it? Insight? Insight. You are going to roll an insight check. You stop for a moment, which means that Tark has the moment to catch up. You hear the smashing of wood and splintering boxes behind you, giving him a chance to get past, but he has been caught up by the box. He is, for the moment, paralyzed by the act of getting through the obstacle. Your insight check shows you that whatever it is in the darkness, it is certainly more horizontal than it is vertical. It is something that is taking up the middle of the ground, and if you want to get around it, this is not going to require strength. So now the choice is athletics or brute force. Are we vaulting or are we barging? Leap. You're going to have an athletics check with advantage. That is an easy 15, and it's probably a good thing you did, because otherwise you would have failed that one. And unfortunately, I couldn't find an hour-long version of the song, so I'm going to have to keep repeating it. You leap through it, and you gain a distinct advantage in your distance ahead of Tark. However, upon getting to the end of the corridor, Tark has regained his posture. And because you managed to gain an advantage on this roll, you are not hurt, you are not slowed down at all. You have the opportunity to instantaneously run ahead of things. Upon getting to the end, you see that there is another obstacle around the corner. It's not that hard to discern what it is. It is two narrow bookshelves that have been smushed together. Now, you can either raw dog this one and try and brute force your way through it, or try an athletics check to try and get through the middle and slide your way through. What are we doing? You're going to go for athletics? Athletics check it is. Athletics is the correct choice. You are going for an advantage. You roll a 19. As you are doing this, you slide your way through, or sneaky snoo. Tark has now burst through the prior blockade, and they are going to roll a strength check to see how much faster they get. They are not impeded. They keep catching up. They are now right behind you, behind the 2 bookshelves that you were so quick to slide through. You now have a choice, though. There's a fork in the road. To your left, you see that the floor is damp and wet. To the right, you see nothing. In this moment, you must make a decision. Which direction are you going to take? Use your clicks. Are we going left or are we going right? Looks like the majority of people are clicking right. Try and keep your clicks in the same kind of place, guys. I'm gonna say that that's... Okay, you know what? Let's make this easy for you guys. Slight unforeseen circumstances here. Click the green.
2 dots.
Yep, there you go. I'm gonna reset it. There you go. Click the one you want to see. Or the direction you want to take, sorry. Red or green?
Damn, it's close either way. Goodness.
Wow, you you guys are fucking terrible.
You guys are
Okay.
remarkably-
It seems marginally left is the choice. You choose go left. As you make a run, you see that there is dampness on the floor. We are going to roll you a premature insight check because you saw it coming. You don't know what substance it is, but whether this roll, it's a flat 10. Meets it, beats it. You can tell from the distance that this is some slickened oil. Someone has inadvertently dropped some goblin grease on the floor. So the question is, are you going to athletics or are you going to run straight through it? Athletics or run straight through it? Athletics? War run? Athletics? Good choice. Your athletics roll is at advantage. And you roll a 14.
Up, chat.
However, as you do
Yay.
that, you hear a crashing sound behind you. Tark is now bursting through, and with a strength roll, they hit a 9. They are not inhibited or sped up. They are still just out of your... you are just out of their reach still. With your athletics, you succeed in literally parkouring the fuck over that little puddle of oil. And as you round the corner, there is a creature in your way. This is a slime monster. A very small slime monster made out of the oil. Oddly enough, looking in kind of the shape of a certain goblin that you might know. Now the question is, are you going to try and beat the devil out of this slime monster, or are you going to try and persuade it to get out of your way? Persuade or strength your way through it? You're going to do so strength. If I say strength, I mean athletics kind of thing. Raw dog it. You're rolling to raw dog. And you take an advantage because that was the correct choice. You fucking fail! You run straight up the slime monster and it sees you coming. It splays its arms out. It completely blocks the way. You are inhibited from progressing any further. Meanwhile, behind you, Tark has rounded the corner. And due to their barrelingness, they don't take a strength check on this obstacle. However, they do take a... I'd say take an athletics check. They succeed at a critical rate. They are now right behind you. They have brought themselves back up onto their feet. Their screams, their claws are outstretched. You have one more chance to get past this goblin goo monster. It is now completely splayed out. It is thinner because it splayed itself out. what would you do? Are you going to attack with an attack roll? Or are you going to try to just push your way through it? Brute force. Run through. Push through. You push through. Unfortunately, that is not an advantage. It is a slime monster that was splayed out thinly. If you would have used your weapon, you would have done this at advantage. Instead, you roll it flat. A nat 20! You remember that you got fucking claws on your hand. You remember that you are part monster now, and that bucket on your head protects you from the goopiness of the creature. You burst through. Not only did you burst through, you do in such gusto that the slime monster is kept with you, and the slime monster stays around your helmet. Your helmet is now coated in a very mild, viscous layer of goblin grease slime. You now have a goblin. You now have a very disgruntled slime goblin companion. Congratulations.
That. How are they handling the splinters?
They are made of slime. They merely bond around the splinters. Viscous substances do not care for your slime. And we're almost there, so I only have to repeat this once, twice more. But due to your eagerness, you are not impeded. In fact, you run straight on ahead. Increasing the distance between you and Shadow Tark. As you round the corner, you see there is a door on your left. You are, however, still running. So the question is, are you going to make an athletics check to try and stop abruptly? Or are you just going to try and brute force your way through the door and hope that it's open? So athletics will require you to stop and fiddle with the door. Or you can try and do strength that might inadvertently make you fall over. Brute force, athletics, momentum is the key, brute force. That is correct, you have the momentum, and with the claws you have, you gain advantage by using them to your advantage to maneuver athletically. And with a natural 17, that is easy. You see the door coming, you use the art of momentum to bound yourself off the wall and shoot yourself through the door. And through you go. The door wasn't even locked. You burst through that door, and you bust through so viscerally, right as Tark was catching up. As that door bursts down, the support beams around the door give way, causing the entire rock surface and walls to fall down around, blocking the path between you and Shadow Tark. Congratulations. You just outran a shadow monster. And from the other side of the boulders, you hear the disconcerted screeching, reaching, and anger and hatred for you. You did it. Good job. You did the thing. And you can hear from the other side that the sound of the screeching and grumbling dissipate. Now, in this moment, the voice of Boot echoes through your mind, and they are going to tell you how well you did on that run, and by proxy, whether you have earned reward for your acts. And depending on their appreciation, depending how much they slather you with, or depending on their how well they rate you did, I'm sure there's going to be something.
What am I slathering people with?
You're simply explaining how impressed or unimpressed you are with that whole scenario.
Well, you bumped into every crate you could. Ended up getting a slime creature that was trying to kill you stuck on your helmet. And now you barely made it out with your life. You know, it's a little bit sad, but you are alive. And that's more than I expected from you. So, I'd give you the reward. You'll probably need it. I'm sure you'll die without it anyway. And as
that voice resonates, you are reminded of what happened. You successfully jumped over a basic box. You successfully wormed between a horizontal plank of wood that had been left there. You didn't quite get over the box that had been placed here. You athletically jumped over the obstacle here. You didn't quite get through the slime monster first attempt, but you did bring it with you. So you now not only gain your slime friend, but for each of the obstacles you overcame with critical success, a reward is boon to you. 1, 2 blue orbs fly through the rubble, followed closely by a purple orb. You gain 1 purple and 2 blue blue orb. Congratulations. There was potential for 3 purple orbs in that entire scenario. But now, you're safe. Now, you find yourself in a small causeway between rooms. In front of you, directly in front of you, is a doorway. Now, your choice. Do you choose to go through, or do you wish to rest for a moment? And the way you'll choose that is green for go, red for wait, and ponder your life choices. So green for go through, red for stay. I suggest we poke our other eye. Green for go. Well, at the moment, it's a red prerogative. Bear in mind, you have a companion now. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are going to get a choice of 2 actions here. So your first roll of action. What would you like to do, given the chance you are waiting here for a moment? What do you think in this moment of reprieve? Talk to the slime. Pet the slime. Pour the liquid into the bucket. Check out. Perform self-check. Okay, so we'll do this twice. So your first action, what are you doing? 1 for talk to the slime, 2 for pet the slime, 3 for pour the liquid onto the bucket, and 4 to perform self-check. I mean, it is a very lovely looking little slime. You can tell it's moderately peeved though, just by the sight of it. As you are taking time to contemplate this, you do take a moment to take in your surroundings. You notice that the door in front of you is made of metal. It has a signing, if you will, on the front of it saying danger, stay out. And below that, a sign saying work in process, come in. You don't know what this particularly means, other than the fact it's mildly confusing for someone who's wearing a slime for a hat. Very well, you decide to talk to the slime. What do you say to the slime? What do you say, slime? This creature that is now inexplicably taken on a journey. You like jazz? You okay? What do you eat? Thirsty? Oh, hi, Mark. Right, your choices. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm the captain now. I mean, admittedly, like, these come to different degrees of theming more than anything else. You like jazz? You okay? You good, buddy? You ask the slime, are you okay? And as you do, you notice that the slime is now... In fact, as you are taking time to converse with the slime, you ask, are you okay? Are you doing okay? You look great, by the way. The slime doesn't seem to give much of a response. However, upon asking, this gives you a moment to look at the slime. And when an 11 on your perception check, I suppose, you can now determine what this has happened to this slime. As you have crashed into this slime, it has permeated the very fabric of your helmet. And due to all the splinters that have sort of erupted over this thing, the splinters have acted like barbs, keeping the slime firmly stuck on the helmet. However, you now notice that the substance of which this slime is made of could potentially be flammable, but also is moderately corrosive. You now not only have a helmet that has thorns damage, but also can now provide corrosion. The slime, in response, simply states,
I was better off before. I want her to take me back. Don't go in there.
before closing its mouth. This is a very unhappy slime. Now you get to perform one more action. What are you doing before we move things on? Because after this next action, we are going into the next room.
Sorry, I can't out my friend, but I got a DM and I need to show it to you.
Wait, did somebody make that?
No, there's this too. Oh, forgive me. I was just now.
Where? In our DM.
I DM'd it to you. Yeah. Someone called me and I'm sorry. I just burst laughing.
So you are going to self-care. Deceive the slime. Don't know what you're going to deceive it to do, but okay. Touch the slime. Offer fluid to slime. All very interesting choices. Deceive, touch, offer fluid, heal self. Okay. All right, your 4 choices. Whatever you choose here is the final choice you'll have before you will move on. So, in this moment, with the waning time and the feeling of encouragement coming up behind, you'd know you shouldn't tally. It's important to take stock of the situation you're in. Offer the fluid. 3, 2, 1. The fluid that you got from Tark earlier. You feel the urge to look down at it. For whatever godly reason, you look down at your fucking pouch and you offer the slime a drink. Now, you can see that the slime is taking a rather guided interest, whether it's interested in the vessel itself or whether it's interested in what's inside. The slime is showing a moderate, with whatever capability it has, it is trying to use small little viscous tendrils to reach for the slime, for the drink. In this moment, you're going to give them the choice. Drink the fluid yourself or pour the fluid on the slime. Or, as a third choice, neither. So red for neither, purple for you drink the slime, the fluid, and blue for give the slime the fluid. Choose away. There is not enough to share. There is only enough for a substantial use for yourself. Wow, okay. Things just got interesting. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the glory of D&D. You take the fluid and you uncork it. Inhaling the strong aroma, you're reminded of the poor orc that you had to leave behind, the amazing time you had with this creature. As you proceed to then pour pour the substance over your head like somebody bathing in a shower would pour soap upon their body. Whatever it was that made you decide to feed this creature, maybe it was an art of apology. Maybe you felt sorry for the creature. Who knows why you did it? But this substance trickles all over the creature, and the creature likes it. The creature starts gargling and cooing in a somewhat almost adorable fashion. And then your head starts getting hot. Not because you're just warm, but the creature on top of your head is now starting to bubble and fizzle. And it's grin. Oh, it grins. It is getting hotter and hotter. What do? Are you going to take it off, or are you going to leave it up there to see what happens? So in this moment, red to leave it on, green to throw it, to take the bucket off. And with a quite distinctive, you guys are really committed to that bucket, huh? Literal chemical reaction happening on your head, and you keep the bucket on. Oh dear. Right, well, I now have to roll a number of dice. First of all, we're about to roll a D12 for corrosive damage on your fucking cranium. Good job, gamers. Good job. The bucket proceeds to get hotter and hotter and hotter. The corrosiveness of the slime getting exponentially larger to a point where you can feel your scalp burning from within inside your helmet. You take a D12 of corrosion damage. Oh, painful. The ensuing corrosive reaction starts seeping so viscerally through your scalp that you can feel the skin peeling from your skull. You take 12 points of corrosive damage. And because you kept this on your head, there's two things that are going to happen. The slime wants to get off. If you would have taken the helmet off, you wouldn't have taken the damage, but you would have lost the bucket because the whatever is going to happen now would have consumed it in the process. By keeping the bucket on your head, the slime instead is now pulling itself off the bucket and is then preserving the bucket in the process. That is what the decision has made here for you. So here's what's going to happen. There is a 3-step process here to what happens. The chemical reaction that is about to happen will require 3 D12s. And for each one of these D12s, you'll take an extra D12 of damage, but you will save the bucket because you kept it on. So first D12. Hey, let me just get a little list for a second. The slime falls from your head and congeals into a puddle before you for the sake of demonstrativeness. The slime is starting to take form into a shape of sorts. However, this first act has also now dealt damage to your scalp as the corrosiveness of your skull is still taking place. You take a D12 of damage. You take 9 points of damage. But you maintain the bucket. You're keeping it on for the sake of stability. Question boo. Oh shit. I did not mean to deafen myself. Thank you.
Dumb bitch.
I'm
the
sorry.
entire time I've been
I'm sorry.
waiting
I thought you were just
for
being
my
quiet.
turn to speak up because I've been actually actively walking around trying to wake myself up because the sun's out.
Are you gonna
and
go
it's
to bed?
easier to do that now. And then here I am looking back and this silly bitch here
I'm sorry.
can't hear a thing I'm saying.
know.
Anyways, how you doing, chat?
Hi. This entire scene is being very heavily inspired from something that happened in one of Boop's campaign with me.
Oh, what would you
know.
mind? Do I?
Oh, you
because there's been
know.
a lot of bullshit. Is this when
So the
you
first dice,
tried to create a battery and then
Oh, yeah.
ended
So-
up creating a slime girl?
the 9 you rolled, the first dice you rolled dictate that this slime has now changed to a nice hue of green.
Oh my fucking
The second
God, I remember this
D12.
shit. Oh no.
It's a 7, and that means that this slime is now going to take the form of a fucking kobold. The slime takes the form of a kobold, which I will sort out in a bit. It manifests itself into the shape of a rather scrunkly little kobold. You take the extra D12 of damage. Oh, shit! That corrosion that you decided to keep on your forehead for the sake of your bucket keeps working away at your flesh.
Check your chat, Makari.
You are halfway to death. Oh my God. Why would you give me Thank you. I will use
I
that.
just
Thank
looked
you.
up green.
Thank you.
I-
And last but not least, the final D12 for this transformation is a 6. The slime kobold brandishes a giant club. This is a barbarian green kobold slime, and it is looking up at you with a grin.
I need you to play a kobold in my next game.
Now, we have an ad break coming in, so I'm going to use the ad break to sort out some assets, so bear with me. Let's explain the situation. You, after getting a slime creature attached to your forehead, poured a mysterious fluid that you found in Tark's bags earlier. In so doing, you have lost the fluid, but have now spawned, by chance of roll alone, a green barbarian slime kobold. This creature looks up at you, not like the old slime did, but with a happy guile, and utters the word, "Hiya!" What do, chat? What do? Remember, if you are new,
not the slime ball.
if you are
I love it.
joining for the first time, you can make your choices by when we ask for an action like this. I'm asking you guys to give me suggestions for us to all then vote on, as you are all Anon here. We are almost at the end of the first floor, by the way, just so you know. Reach out, pat head, offer piggyback. We just birthed onto the world. I love childhood talk. And one more. Eat them. Okay. I mean, that you put that in there. Like I said, I will take all suggestions randomly. You want to put
Chat,
one
I
in
need
there?
you guys to shoot that man.
Okay, so you have the option. Type 1 if you would like to pet the head of the creature, 2 to offer it a piggyback, 3 to say hiya, or 4 to eat the slime. It's your choice, guys. I will take no prerogative on this one. In the meantime, Boop, what do you think of this creature?
Yes.
What do you think of this creature? What should it be called?
They are a very, very small, very gloopy looking fella. I think. Sorry, I just see like the one person, the few people upset that they're not eating the slime, and it makes me happy that everyone else wants to pat their head. They are like I picture them. I see them blinking with one eye first, and then the other doing that like reptoid blink.
Actually, that's kind of what they're supposed to be. They are supposed to be that way.
Every time they relax their body, their like limbs slowly like outstretch, only to a point, so that it's not like too deformed.
So,
but there's like little gloopy.
Each of these
drops
choices
there.
you make, by the way, has the chance for different results. There was a choice here that could have ended up having the slime attached to your back as a permanent weapon. The choice you made was to pet its head. As you reach down to pet its head, it nuzzles back into your hand lovingly, giving a little bit of a kind of a noise. And as you do, it then starts retching. And as it looks up, as it retches, it pukes up a blue orb into its hand. And like a cat that's proud of a mouse that's brought into the house, it offers up the puke blue orb to you. Congratulations, you have gained a blue loot orb. As a caveat to that, if you would have chosen to put it on your back, you would have gained a secondary weapon. If you would have said hiya, you would have gone through a arbitrary process of naming the creature that would have taken several turns and probably all my sanity, but would have ended up with the chance for a purple reward, but also the chance for a sanity loss, which would have dealt you half your health if you lost it. So now the choice
They're
is
already below half.
this is a mandatory choice. What are we naming the slime creature? Because it is now happily yours. What are we calling
Name
this
them
gooby little
Haya.
goober? And I quite literally mean a gooby little gloober. In fact, I don't believe you guys are using any emotes for this, guys. I think this needs a bit of a gooby emote. I think we need a wiggle emote for this guy. Gooby, goob, bob, gooby,
Slime
crat,
Tarek.
junior. All right, well, these are your choices. Type 1 for goob, type 2 for bob, 3 for gooby, and 4 for krat junior. Heinz von Kari. I hope you're all aware, by the way, whatever this character is, I will canonically make this character a character within the mansion permanently as part of the canon's lore.
This little fucker is going to end up as a D&D character. You're gonna have a plethora of different OCs, a whole rogues gallery of different interesting and creative characters, and then it's just gonna be Gooby here.
Goopy. Hi, Abby. Hi, it's very hi. And by process of communal discussion, you have chosen Gooby, the slime creature that you birthed through happenstance and Tark's irresponsible demise. You now have a slime baby. Congratulations. You have Goob. Goob can perform one additional attack with their club every turn and can help you with action. However, because they're a barbarian, their physical strength is quite high, but their intelligence is very low. If you would have rolled a different number on those dice, you could have ended up with a wizard or a that could have cast fireball or some other kind of class of slime creature.
God,
you, however, rolled the goobiest of goobers with 0 IQ. So congratulations. You have quite literally the equivalent of me as a slime creature.
Oh no, there are 2 of them.
At this
Oh,
moment,
God.
you have tarried long enough, and because you have taken the time to take some self-care and initiative, you regain 10 hit points due to due to love and care and the power of friendship. You made a friend, and friendship heals all wounds. You regain 10 hit points. Now you make a step through the door, opening the metal grate and allowing you and your new pet to step on through. As you step into this room, you are greeted with a wave of heat and what can only be described as a smell that could be similar to that of a car repair shop kind of dealio. And in this room, it's a much more small room. Fit for one very burly man or 2 small small creatures. At one end of the room, at a workbench, is a small goblin, adorned with torn articles of clothing so lazily strewn upon their body, one would almost be convinced that they didn't enjoy wearing clothes. Their big goblin ears and engineering goggles would make you consider that they were an engineer of sorts. As you entered the room, they were working away tirelessly at piecing back together some random article of contraption that was upon their desk. To the right of you is a young girl, a small, gormless girl, vacant in expression, tirelessly fiddling away with beakers and chemistry and chemicals, neither of whom have really noticed your entry. However, you get the sense that the shadow is already here. Now, you are going to be given one chance and one action to perform before you are able to engage with either of these two characters. What check would you like to perform to garner what's happening in this room? In fact, no, I will give you two. We'll go for the first. Which check would you like to do to get a feel for this room? Remember, if you wish to engage with this, you just click the screen to choose your option. And for those who are just tuning in, we are doing Twitch Plays D&D. This is you guys playing as Anon within the Kari Mansion, attempting to get out of the mansion with loot and plunder. We have a bunch of different faculties that allow you to engage. When we get a choice like this, you get to click the screen and choose for yourself. If I ask you for an action, you can suggest things that your character will do, and then you will all vote communally on which choice you're going to perform. So it is up to you to delegate between each other and to convince each other to choose things that would be more sensible or not sensible, or do whatever the fuck you want. Very well. A investigation check it is.
Clever.
A 7. A 7 isn't very high, I'm afraid. With a 7,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take that.
with a 7, unfortunately, you are too caught up. You may have entered a new room with two very new creatures in it, but you are still completely enamored by this gooby little goober by your side. Goober is goobing. Goober is looking around with a blinkered expression. One eye, then the other. Asynchronous. And so distracted by goober you are. But really, you only get a very vague understanding as to what's happening in this room. Down the far left is an engineering station. Whatever is happening down here is going to be physical and require a level of insight into mechanics. Good thing you have your degree in cranology. And to your right, with the girl adorning with very bird-like features, what looks like a plague doctor's coat and chemicals strewn out around the place. And you can see without much need that the shelving behind her is strewn with beakers and faucets and other stored chemicals. Whatever is down this side requires brain power. This is going to, whatever is down this side, this person is attempting to create something. Now, you're going to have a second check, and after this, you'll make a choice which side you go. So now that you know this, what other check would you like to make? Observes like a bison in severe fan. Oh, you smarmy little shit. Insight. So most people are going for insight. I'll give you guys another few seconds.
You don't have a bucket? Pathetic.
Wow. But yeah, you know, there is a severe lack of bucket in this room. There is a severe lack of bucket.
You're gonna need to get a bucket amount, by the way. I hope you know that.
Bucketnomics. We're bucket maxing, baby. All right, well, you have chosen predominantly for insight. Now, due to the fact that you did an investigation check already, you have a general consensus for this room, so it doubles up. An insight check kind of doubles up, so you get to roll this with advantage. And at a 13, that's a pretty decent roll here. Now, the insight you glean from this is down the far left. There are weapons. Whoever this character is crafting armor, weapons. In these boxes are devices used and storage items, buckets, crates, aprons, wrenches, hammers. You can tell that this person is helping to improve existing function. You can see on her bench is a piece of armor that has obviously not been from her. It looks like she is improving, fixing, and mending and upgrading this piece of armor. Meanwhile, to your right, from your insight, you are able to glean that whatever the chemicals this girl is working with, she is combining them in a way to be used for consumption. That these chemicals and whatever she is producing are for the need of the many. As you see behind her is a furnace of sorts. Inside the furnace looks like there is a body that's hooked up to these chemicals, and you can see that the color of chemicals from the machine are slowly dripping themselves into this body. But the body is not burnt, neither of it is it disintegrated. This body looks like a test subject. But for all the wild contraptions, they do not seem in pain. In fact, they seem relatively at ease. Now, the choice is yours. From From everything that you have gleaned, from everything you have seen so far, which side do you wish to help? If you would like to help the right side, then I would like you to click the yellow icon. If you would like to help the left, click the purple. And whichever you choose is the avenue you'll be following. As you can take a sort of educated guess at this point with how things have gone so far, that one choice in a mansion such as this supersedes the other. You know that there would not be enough time to do both, as you get a slight sensation that the shadow, even though this room is immensely well lit, is already pretty close. In this moment, as you're making a decision, Gooby looks up at you. Gooby is going to roll a persuasion check. In this moment, Gooby, in his little perk, is trying to tell you something. Unfortunately,
Look at that.
Gooby's communication skills are not the best. You can tell that Gooby is pointing to Gerir and frowning, but pointing to Issa and scoffing. But due to the sheer, I mean, it's only a little baby, guys. Little Goober's only a little baby. They're only like 20 minutes old. You can't expect them to understand the furnishings of dialect and language and communication.
I don't know, chat. Would you ever go again what a cute little goober would ever say?
So
You
with
know
that
you're
being
not
said, I'm just
strong
going to quickly
enough to
reset
resist.
the voting. So choose your side. No bucket on either. Need I remind you that there were buckets in the crate in the bottom left? You did see that from your insight check. In 3, 2, 1, you have chosen to aid the right side. You take a step into the room and you take a look around. You look over to the goblin who is so heavily ingrained in their work. They don't particularly seem to care for the fact that you are ignoring them at this point. So engrossed in their work that they just simply keep working. And as you step up to the table with the small child, this girl looks up to you. And what do you want? What are you doing here? Can I help you? If you're going to be in this room, I'm going to ask that you're going to have to help me with something. You can't just be in the, you cannot be in this workspace without proving to be of use. If you're not going to be useful, then you will have to leave. Now hearing that, what do you say? What is your action in return to this? What would you like to do? Bearing in mind, I remind you, in every room there is a golden orb, there are other orbs, and there is a puzzle. You do not need to do the puzzle, but it could be to your benefit. Offer help. Point at your bucket. Do I look useful? Boop the...
Makari, did you mute yourself again?
No.
You did, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Silly. I'm sorry.
Point out the kid's lack of bucket. Do a sweet flip. Alrighty, well, those are your choices. So you see a child clearly looking traumatized, clearly looking disheveled. Something is wrong about this kid. But you, in your infinite wisdom, choose, no, we will not be looking into this. We will not care for what this child is. We're simply going to either offer our help, point out the fact that we have a bucket on our head, point out they don't have a bucket, or do a sweet flip.
I don't know, chat. That flip could go pretty hard. Can we do all of the above in that order?
I don't know. I mean, if we're gonna...
This is a bucket.
We are going to offer our help. I mean, this could go in your favor. This is, however, a rather quick room, so maybe not so much, especially considering you can feel that the shadow is definitely looming. You know that you will definitely have time to do the challenge should you accept it. You feel as though if you do the challenge, though, there probably isn't going to be much of an opportunity to do much looting afterwards. Maybe 1 or 2 turns, maybe more if you get lucky. You offer your help. You nod in approval, and you put up a thumbs up. This girl then looks up and says, "Oh, I see you found my gloves, and it looks like they fit you very well. I'm sorry that they seem to fit you too well. I would ask that you give them back when you get the chance, but I feel as though you will need them later. I will ask that you simply do not get them dirty." It is this moment that you realize that this girl is the one that the gloves belong to, and because you found that the gloves had the name Gerir on them, Gerir, you can now discern that this character's name is Gerir. Gerir has not changed her complexion or her expression since you started talking to her, but in acknowledging your willingness to help, points to the chemistry set in front of her, to the rack of shelves behind her, and to the machine at the back. What you can see is that there are a number of tubes, and this is going to require me to do a little bit of ghetto, how should I put this? Some very ghetto doodling. So I prepared this earlier specifically for this moment, and you're going to have to excuse the crudeness of this. Unfortunately, this is one of the things I did not get enough time to work on. So Gerir begins to explain. I require a potion. You see, I have been trying to craft this all afternoon, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot seem to do enough of it myself. Issa over there has refused to help as she is far too busy working on a piece of armor, which I can only assume must be so important to ignore my needs. But nevertheless, your turning her up is apparently fortuitous. I require you to aid me in the construction of this potion. I require of you to guide the chemicals from this storage storage into my flasks and thus into the body. We are trying to make something spicy. The idea, what we are trying to make is we are trying to aid this body in its power, as you say. As such, whatever you end up, whatever we produce, whatever the result of this potion is, I will allow you to take a small amount of it with you. So what I require is for you to make simple choices. You can do that, no? And you will simply choose and guide those chemicals through the processes of combination. So I do need a little bit of prep time for this. So I am going to run a very quick ad break, and I'm going to sort this out very quickly in my whilst I'm running that. Doing this also, I wouldn't point out, this is one of the last challenge rooms of the first floor. After this, there's one, both of the last two floors are very, very quick. So we are almost at the end, just so you're aware. Okay, so this is a test of the mind. Now, before we begin, you hear the reverberations of your conscience once again speaking to you. It's been some time, but Boop has maybe some words of encouragement, maybe just to mock you. But you see this device before you, and the slew of chemicals. You now have a chance to have not only Boop's help, but after this, Gerir will also provide some insight.
Well, you guys are royally fucked up now. A puzzle, a mental challenge, not your strong suit. But I've been surprised before. You're still alive after all, so maybe I'll continue. Do your best to follow the little child's instructions. They are much smarter than you.
As the voice recedes back into the depths of your mind, now bucketed and slimed and scalded and burnt beyond belief, you are showing the signs of this journey, but you feel like it might be coming to an end soon. Gerir looks up at you again. Gerir. Got French, leave me alone. So,
Girl.
You look like someone who is capable of at least listening to instruction. I do not understand if you understand what I am saying, but please just follow instructions. We are trying to gain, what we are trying to create is a hue. It is a flavor of the Kari's taste, if you will. Makari, you know Makari, yes? Makari has a proclivity for this. She likes to feel as though the choice of her color reflects the power of their potion. So, what we want to find is not just a viscosity, not just a hue, but we also require a correct amount and a correct distribution. This, as simply put, is basic math. You understand math, yes? She looks you up and down with a sort of judgmental glare. Now, in this moment, I'm going to give you the opportunity to do one check and to ask her one question. And based on the type of question and the type of check will depend how this goes for you and how easy this becomes. So, first of all, what check would you like to do? Click to decide. This is going really well though, guys. I hope you're enjoying it. Like, now I'm thinking about it, right? You've got Gerir, this clear chemist, arcanist, alchemist person, someone who's born by logic and just pure fundamentality. Someone who is going to abide by nothing but the strictest of terms and most bare bones of bluntness. And with the predominance of people choosing insight, you're going to roll an insight check and see what you can glean from this. You roll a goddamn 19. Holy! With a 19, you can tell that whatever Gerir is trying to make has some semblance of combination of color, and the result of which is going to determine based on the chemicals you put in. In front of you are three very odd-looking chemistry sets that are used to combine the colors. The way that you can presume this is going to work is that the receptacles in front of you will allow the colors to be taken in differing amounts, and then you are going to have to choose however much or however little of each color makes it into the furnace for step 1. You're assuming that there is a step 2, and that step 2 is going to involve the body that is in the furnace. This doesn't look that as complicated as it might seem to be on the outside. You are a cranologist, not an alchemist, but even a cranologist knows that red and blue combine, and yellow and blue combine, that the colors provided with the chemicals you are given are sort of a primary hue. So with that said, you have one action to perform for Gerir. You can ask her something, or you can try and do something. You also still have your gremlin with you. What would you like to do in this moment? What color are we aiming for? Get gloob to taste. Mix them all. I suppose like maybe this is an action that you're talking to Gerir for. What is math? Ask about math. Dabbing on the head.
If you all are asking what matter.
All right, well, these were the choices you made, and this is what you're given. So if you have anyone to blame for these being stupid choices, you only have the people who suggested them. So type 1 for asking about the color. Type 2 for getting goob to taste the chemicals. Type 3 for asking about math. Type 4 if you want to know if Gerir has dabbed in the past. That sounds like quite a definitive 1. Very well. You're going to ask, what color are we aiming for? In this moment, you are going to roll an intelligence check. However, due to the fact that you have severe brain damage from all the burns you've accrued, this is going to be rolled with a mild case of disadvantage, as in whatever you roll, you're going to get one less than the final result. So you roll a 13. The way you present yourself to Gadir is moderately convincing, and they decide to acknowledge your question rather than pass you off. I would have thought someone who was banished to this mansion would understand Makari's prerogative for colors. I need only remind you, you do look as stupid as you sound. If you know Makari, you can tell that she has a favorite color. Makari believes that that color is what allows her to feel a certain semblance of power. And when she channels that color, she gains sentimental and mental faculties from it. Some believe that the power of the mind is more than capable enough to do that. But I suppose you should know this, seeing as you are here as it is. So I will not insult your intelligence further by simply giving you the answer. But you should know what color we are expecting. Now, please do not ask me any more questions. With much work to be done, and I can, as she's saying this, she looks around. I can feel as though the shadow gets close, and I will not allow that to interfere with our work. I will work until the very last moment, and that should give us enough chance to at least get this project done. Now, please get to work. And she hurriedly moves you along to get in front of the machinery. Now, step one. Realizing now, step one may not be that as important. But maybe you're stupid. Maybe you think certain things. You have three
Maybe you're
cases
stupid.
of chemicals. One is a vibrant red, one is a vibrant blue, and one is a vibrant yellow. You can see that on the top of these cases is a nozzle, and you can deduce from what Guria has told you that these need to end up in some way in these receptacles. So what would you like to do with these chemicals? As I'm going to give you the choice. I suppose they're giving you the choice here. Actually, let's let you drink them. One color per receptacle. Even mix in all. Only one color in all. There you go. So what is your choice here? So type 1 to drink, type 2 for one color per receptacle, type 3 to even mix, and type 4 only one color for all of them. The voice echoes through your mind, an ominous echo sounding like it's saying drink them. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cowards.
You've
all of
decided
you.
to evenly mix them. Now, as you go about collecting the chemicals, I want you to decide what order you're going to insert these into the receptacles in. Whichever has the highest priority. Okay, so click the one you are going to insert first. Bearing in mind you are now evenly distributing these amidst all of them. So which color first? Highest percentage win as your first choice. Looks like red is winning out quite substantially. Red is your first choice. You insert, you pour all of the red into each receptacle, filling each up to about a third, and they start frothing. These you see as they go in. In fact, we're gonna roll you a medicine check here. And depending on how well this goes for you, depends how much you find from what these do. 10. With a 10, you can certainly tell that there is a process needed here, that these are raw chemicals that by themselves pose nothing more than a catalyst, that something is going to have to happen to them through transfusion into the final machine to make them functionally work the way they should. Now, what color is your second? Make a choice. You have yellow and blue remaining. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. You take blue as your next choice, picking up the canister and doing the same with that. As the blue pours into the red, you notice a chemical reaction is starting to happen. Giria is now looking up from their table and giving you a somewhat... I mean, if they showed emotion, you would almost discern the fact that they were looking at you in a somewhat demeaning manner. I mean, if you are going to combine them that early in the... process, you are going to have a lot harder time making them process correctly in the final transfusion. Would you really like me to do all the work for you? Can you not see that I am working on the chemistry reaction over here? In this moment, you have now made a purple substance within each of the vessels. Not a tremendous amount of each. However, now that they blend is purple, you notice that the substance is glowing a small amount and that the visceral reaction has died down somewhat. You now have a choice. Garia, although not wanting to, has noticed what you are doing, and it seems as though she's not upset with you, but just dumbfounded. Now, so you have a choice. You can accept Garia's input or move on to the final color without heeding the advice. Keeping in mind that the process has already begun, so the time is of the essence.
I would listen to the child. I've learned not to trust you, so you shouldn't trust your own judgment either.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, Giria steps up from her workbench and slowly trots over to you. You now notice that her feet are avian in nature, and that the outfit that she is wearing is bonded to her skin, much like how those gloves bonded to yours. Something similar. And you remember how much the pain of those gloves inflicted upon you. That is but a passing moment as she looks up at you. You have already created the correct color. Giria, I do not understand why you had to create it in this vessel. You're going to lose so much of the potency when it dilutes through the transfusion. Look, all you need to do now is use the nozzles on the side to evenly distribute through the body, and it is going to require you to use your brain. Now, I do not have the time. The shadow is encroaching, and I will not be held up any further. So please, this is not that difficult. If you are going to do the most roundabout way of if you're going to have 2 + 2 = 5, you could at least pretend like you made 4. Now, please, get to work transfusing into the body. That way, we can get it distilled into a vessel before the shadow arrives. And with that, Giria is back. From what she has said, you can discern that you have prematurely made the correct color distilled between 3 vessels. So in this motion, she has pointed you towards the dials on the side. And as you look upon the intricacy of the machine, you notice that the dials correspond to different sections of the body. And on the machine, on the furnace, strewn upon a paper is a diagram of the human body. As you take a moment to read it, the scribblings make a vague amount of sense. Something about the head being power, the body being the base, and the legs being speed. Whatever is going to be made is going to require a 2-step process. You will have 2 opportunities because you did not mix these chemicals in necessarily the correct way, but still ended up with you did not necessarily mix them in the correct amounts, but you got the correct result. You may not have as much chemicals to work with, which would have given you an extra chance initially. But now you have 2 chances to make sure the chemicals end up in the correct space. At this point, whatever the result is will be entirely derived from the ratios you discern. So the question now lies, how much is going into the feet? Based on your choice. So with everything that you have, bear in mind that we're doing some really, really funky maths here. I'm having to really kind of rickshaw this because this was not the way this was supposed to go. You guys made some really fucking weird decisions. I've had to work this on the fly to make it make sense. Essentially, the way it was supposed to work was you were supposed to get one entire vat with the correct chemical, which would give you 3 choices to pump into the body. Now you only get 2. You can still make a good potion and you can still get the ultimate prize out of this. It's just not going to be quite as you only get 2 opportunities to make it work. So 25% into the feet. So with 75% left, I suppose really I should have done. Actually, I think there's maybe a better way of doing this. You can tell that this was the last puzzle I put together because this was fucking such a brain ache to try and make. If you would have gone with Issa, there would have probably been a better way of doing this made to do. So body, you have 75% left. Do you put the full 75%? How much of this are we putting into the body? There is a wrong answer here that will give you a catastrophic fail, by the way. So type 1 for putting 0 in the body, and then 2 for 75%, 3 for 50%, 4 for 25%. Actually, to be fair, in hindsight, there were 2 or 3 points of failure in this. Once you got past one element, the chance to not fail is still there. It's just not quite as hard. Okay, so 50% is the middle, which leaves you with 25% left. So the question is, with your 25% left, do you hold off on inserting into the head?
So no head. I'm sorry.
Do you put 25% into the head, or do you put 0 in the head? Because the choice to put nothing into a certain part of the body is technically there. 25%? Oh boy. All right, very well. With that, you decide you have made your ratios, and now the chime has come. You pull the lever. The machine kicks into play. The whirs whirl, the steam steams, and the fluid within each of the receptacles starts whirling away, intersecting and traveling down to the body. The body inside the furnace starts writhing, wriggling, sort of making a guttural moaning sound. And you can hear him, whoever that is inside the furnace, oddly enough, looks a bit like you, starting to twitch and writhe. And you can see that purple hue that was so visible from the fluids, the shine it had, starts permeating the veins of the character within the furnace. As Giria notices you are doing this, she takes a step up from her table, bringing over a vial of which she has her own a substance of which sort of as you can presume is a base catalyst. She moves over to the machine and skillfully, using a scalpel, slices open the side of this person, and with a quick flick of her wrist, pulling out a tube from the side of her desk, inserts the tube into the side of the opening she's made in this person, and out from the tube starts to flow and very pink, very purple hued fluid that now start decanting into the vial that she's holding. After the fluid slows and stops, the man in the machine finally becoming still. It holds the chemical up to her up to the light. What little light there is remaining, considering as this time has gone by, you've noted that the darkness of the room has also encroached even further still. In fact, you look back across the room and you notice that Issa has stopped moving. But back to the potion. Giria takes one look at you and says, "This will suffice. I do not understand how someone of your proclivity somehow manages to make such a, how do you say, pig's ear of such such a simple proceeding. I suppose I am a woman of my word. And she splits the chemical into a second vial and offers it to you. As she passes you the vial, the purple of the vial glows ever so brighter. And from inside the vial, a small purple orb rises up and shoots into your body. You gain a purple loot orb. As you bottle up the chemical, Giria takes one look at you and then looks over to Issa. My time has come. I do not advise that you stay in this room for much longer. The shadow come. If there's anything else in this room that you wish to grab, I would do it now until we meet again. And in that moment, she runs through the door on the other side of the room. And in the process, grabbing the goblin, who you could swear for a moment almost disintegrates into shadow as she is grabbed by Giria. That couldn't be. You are now left alone in a room with the light fading in the furnace and the ominous glow of the purple in your hand. And Goob next to you starting to look ever so slightly perturbed. You have 2 turns. You garner that you have 2 turns worth of time to inspect this room and find anything that might be worth taking with you. So using your clicks, where would you like to look? As a side note, that potion you have with you is now in your inventory. You don't know what it does quite yet, but maybe it'll come in handy. So what would you like to do? Inspect so it's majority of people at the top. So you are going to have a quick look at Issa's workstation, and you're gonna take a quick look. A lot of it looks very foreign to you. You might be a craniologist, but you're not so much an engineer. A lot of these devices are foreign and bizarre. As you look across the machinery and parts, you can make a check. What would you like to do here? There you go. You are 2 minutes to the end of timer. Oh no, we are 2 hours away. I have been keeping an eye on it, don't worry. I will say that if the timer does run out whilst we're in the donathon, I will in fact, you know, I'm gonna pause the donathon timer right there and we'll continue it because I don't want to risk losing this for the sake of this, essentially. Investigation. You perform an investigation check. With a 5, you look across these machines. You cannot make heads or tail of it. However, there is in front of you what looks like armor. And whatever Issa was doing to this armor beforehand is clearly not finished. You can tell that there's something there. That it was, that whatever Issa was working on wasn't finished. In this moment, what do you do? Like, that's some nice looking armor. Make me some suggestions here. What do you do? Goob kind of starting to try and peek up over the bench to look at what it is you're doing. Bucket for Goob. Go get Bucket.
You know,
Take armor.
one might think the best thing for Goob would be for both of you to survive, with or without the bucket. But
Pour
hey,
the liquid on the armor.
I'm just...
Make another bucket. Bucket plus helmet. Work on armor. All right, there you go. Make your choice. With the inside check you have, you can't really tell what kind of armor it is, but you can tell it's had some intricacy to it. You did also see that the name, wow, my brain's doing a fart. The name Reaper was adorned upon the neck scrawlings. Go get... Okay, sure. Make your votes, guys. I'll give you another couple seconds. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, so it's an even tie between take and work on armor. I'm gonna roll you a check. I'm gonna roll you 2 checks. One is going to be a fuck, what are my checks again? Nice. One is a performance check and one is an athletics check. Whichever one is higher is the prerogative you will focus on. So this was your athletics check. This was for you to take the armor and for you to... Wow, okay. Let's try and roll that again. So this is for you to take the armor with your athletics, and this is for you to fix the armor. You simply straight up take the armor. This armor is relatively heavy, and upon looking at it, you can tell that it is not quite finished, but time is of the essence. You are in a rush. Goob looks up at you and paws at your leg. Hiya. Very excited by whatever this might be. As you pick it up, a spark of blue erupts from the machine and shoots into your body. You gain a blue loot orb. And with that, you have one final choice to make here. You can see the shadow. If you are going to do anything else in this room, now is your chance. So with your clicks, make your inspections. Where is it you would like to look next? People really want to look for that bucket, don't they? Chemicals on the table.
I mean, have you seen buckets before? They're pretty damn cool.
So, loot, bucket, leave, check, chemicals. This is the last thing you're going to be able to get from this room. And all of this will definitely, with all of this will have had something. I'm not surprised. Honestly, VU3W, I beg to believe. Oh boy, what should we look at? The bucket or the magically infused corpse in the machine? You check the chemicals. As you walk over to the chemicals, you see that the items that were left behind by Grier were a list of different catalysts and substances. You notice that there are scrawlings of a potion that looks eerily similar to the one you made. You also notice that the drawing of that potion is distinctively different, not so much in color, color, but viscosity and depth. Looking down at the potion that you have, you realize that your potion is half full. And in front of you is the raw chemicals that you previously used in smaller portions. There is a jar of diluted substance that you cannot quite tell. And there is a small locket on the side. You discern that you can potentially use the two items in front of you to impact the potion you make. Alternatively, you can try and go for the pocket watch. Either way, whichever one of these you try and grab will not leave you enough time for the others. So for the filler material, it's the blue. Select the middle 3 colors for the chemicals. And if you would like to try and go for the pocket watch, grab the gold. Really? Interesting. Okay. Funky. You reach out to grab the pocket watch. This is an ornamental object, clearly belonging to someone of notable esteem, someone of a wealthy background. As you inspect the pocket watch and flip it open, the timer has stopped. However, on the inside is an older man with monocles and a sort of silver fox look to them. Their chin and face adorned with silvery white hair and a sort of bluish plague doctor outfit, half strapped, with a very ornamental plague doctor hat under their arm. And as you look at this pocket watch, you can tell that if wound up, would provide a certain benefit. However, you know the full well that with that, you can tell by just a look at this thing that activating or turning this thing on would likely break it. So you now have a pocket watch. And even without a magic check, you can tell that this has something important to it, or some semblance of magic to it, should I say.
Hey, gamer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I am.
No, that's fine. You go do what you gotta do. You go to bed. Everyone's saying goodbye.
I had a lot of fun.
No, I appreciate
This was an
you.
absolute laugh. But like, I am feeling it, Mr. Crab. I am feeling it.
No worries. Everyone's saying goodbye to Boot for me, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, this has taken a bit longer than I was expecting, and you know, I suppose that is D&D for you.
Absolutely. It's great. I had a blast. I'd absolutely be down to do this later.
Absolutely.
For a different time. But man, oh man, I am.
Thank you.
I,
No, you
I,
can
I
do
was
what you
trying
can
to push through.
Go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go
This
sleep, go
has
sleep, go
taken
sleep.
longer. All right. Goodbye, everyone.
Well, now it's just you and me lot. So let's try and we're going to try and speed this up a little bit because we've it's been so good. This has been so much fun. So as you pick up the pocket watch, you notice that the shadow is drawing in. Your time has come. You can make a choice. Do you leave? Do you activate the pocket watch? Do you stay? Try looting once more. What is your choice? Are we leaving? Type 1 for leave, 2 for activate pocket watch, and 3 for trying. Activating the pocket watch will be a permanent choice for every one of your decisions now. Leaving? We are getting the fuck out. You don't hang around. You grab Goo by the hand like a lost child and you lead them out through the door to your left. Just as the shadow starts just licking at your heels, the door closes and the sound of the furnace closes with it. But just as the crack of the door comes to a close, you hear the yell of who was ever inside the furnace screaming, and a yellow golden light can be seen emanating from within the furnace right as the shadow consumes it entirely. Whatever was in that machine is lost forever. Unfortunately, you do not get the golden orb for this room. But as the shadow starts encapsulating the room more and more, from the side of the room flickers a blue light, as with it a bucket floats disembodiedly out through the crack of the door just as it closes. And in front of you hovers a bucket with a blue glow. As the bucket leaves the room, the blue glow dissipates and what was left of the blue shade seeps into your body and you gain a blue loot token. Congratulations. That, ladies and gentlemen, was a critical failure. There were 3 purple orbs in that room, 3 blue orbs. I gave you that bucket because I felt sorry for you. And you completely missed the golden orb. Although, to be fair, the golden orb would have changed based on which of the characters you help, though. You know. Oh, yeah, no, you know, just a whole ass human inside this massive machine. I know. Let's just fucking leave him. It's okay. Goob looks up at you and looks at the bucket. What do you do in this moment? You now have another bucket, by the way. You have a spare bucket in one hand, Goob by your side, and you're stood in a small little causeway between rooms. What are your actions in this moment? Give Goob the bucket. Hey, you know, that sounds like a fun choice. Move on. Do a cartwheel. All right, well, here are your choices. 1 for grieve, 2 for give Goob the bucket, and 3 for moving on, and 4 for do a cartwheel. What are your choices? What are your choices? Wow, that ain't even close, yo. Good for you guys. Good for you guys. Give Goob the bucket. Without any hesitation, Goob snatches the bucket from your hand, and like baby, like father, Goob places the bucket upon his head, wanting nothing more more than to imitate good old Da. Goob now not only has 1 extra defense, not only gains the Thorns buff, but also gains 3 bonus attack damage as Goob proceeds to demonstrate their use of the bucket by using it as a battering ram into the wall in front of you. Now, we are going to roll a strength saving throw for our little Goob here as they slam directly into the support beams in the middle of the room. On a 6, Goob runs headlong into the support beam on the left, knocking it free from the wall and landing, by the power of RNG, odds or evens? Evens mean odd. It lands on Goob. Goob takes 1d8 of bludgeoning damage, but it's not so bad. The helmet protects him. Goob takes, and because he's wearing the helmet, it gets reduced by 1. So Goob takes 1 point of damage. Goob gets up and looks up as if nothing happened, giving a gleeing grin at you, just as if he's proven his point. Not only has he proven his capability of being aggressive and damaging, but proving the potency of how good that helmet is. Goob is very happy. Goob doesn't even acknowledge the fact that he's just been bludgeoned by the support beam. However, you now notice that the support beam being freed from the wall has caused the entire causeway to start rumbling and shaking. What do you do? Stay? Use the using the clicks. Do you try to stabilize and stay here, or do you go for the door? Keeping in mind, staying in these corridors are the only place where the shadow cannot get to. So, using your clicks, are you going to stay and try and stabilize, or are you going to run? Stay? Ooh, okay. This seems pretty divisive. Hey, I mean, there's never a wrong choice in D&D. There is never a wrong choice. If you're staying to stabilize it, this is just how it's going to go. In 3, 2, 1, you stay. Now, you run over to try and push the crumbling support back up against the wall. You act in such haste, hoping to prevent this corridor from collapsing in on itself. Goob runs up beneath you and, in a show of moral support, attempts to also aid you in this. Goob is going to give you a +1 to your strength row. However, you roll for athletics for how quick you get there. On a 12, you make it in time to stop the ceiling from collapsing any further, and now you get a strength throw with advantage, with Goob helping you. That is not enough. Unfortunately, that is a failure. You are both now going to take a d8 of physical damage each. First is for you, the second is for Goob, both of which are reduced by 1 due to your helmets. So you take 3 points of damage and Goob takes 6. And your time here is up. You are now going to be rolling an athletic saving throw for whether you can get out of here fast enough. And with a very, very distinctive 18, you and Goob belt it out of the room and into the next room. A moment. As you open the door and the light illuminates this new room you find yourself in, you smell, for the first thing you notice as you enter this room is the smell of bread. This room is a very well furnished cafeteria of sorts. It's relatively empty. However, you can swear that you can see in the distance that some of the tables have food that is moving at their own volition. To your right is a opening where you can only assume the kitchen would be. In either corner are 2 statues of a large horned succubus creature. And in the very back of the room is a spiraling stairway that seems like it's not even meant to be there. Like it was almost dropped into this room by sheer happenstance, leading up into the roof and into a secondary floor. You don't sense a shadow here as of yet. But this feels like a safe room. This feels like a place to collect oneself. If there's any, this feels like a secure location. So in this moment, what would you like to do? Is there anything in this room you would like to inspect? And is there anything you would like to do? Let's show where your interests are to begin with. Okay. Remember to click the screen, guys. There is a overlay that allows you to click the screen to show your selections. Okay. Lots of people wanting to look at the statues. Some people wanting to look at the food. Okay. You take a step over to the statue. Meanwhile, behind you, Goob jumps up onto a table, and you can see that they are tucking into some kind of food. They have completely gotten themselves engorged with whatever is there. And you can hear the sound of what sounds like mumbling. And as you go up to the statue, the mumbling only gets louder, and you can it's almost like there's disembodied voices speaking. And now that you're over here, further into the room, you can definitely tell that that food that you thought was floating was floating. It almost looks like the food is being picked up and eaten by an invisible force. But as you take a step over to this statue and you look up at it, this is a large blue and purpled haired succubus. Nothing much to be said about it. It is a very well detailed statue. Someone of importance, clearly mentioned. In this moment, you are allowed to take an action. What would you like to do in this moment? you like whisper, you like jazz. I suppose that comes under Riz the statue. Anything else, guys? This is your chance. This is where you make suggestion. Bow to the statue. Loot the statue. Oh my god. We are not groping the statue. Check on Goob. Okay, there are choices. Whilst you guys are making that choice, I'm gonna go pee real quick, so make your choice. 1, 2, 3, or 4. God. Guys, are you all enjoying this? I am having so much fun. Like, I need you all to understand, I spent 20 hours solid working on this to a point where I was up until 3 in the morning. And I am so fucking tired, but I really hope you guys like this. Like, I really hope you guys like this. Also, as a little insight, this is how big the fucking map is, right? I designed all of this. You missed some very big parts of the map, but at the end of this entire thing, I will go back and I will show you what you missed. All right, and your choice in 3, 2, 1. Bow to the statue and whisper you like jazz. Okay, well, we can only choose one, so we get to double it down, because these are very different responses. So quick fire round, 1 or 2. 1 or 2. This is my first Twitch play D&D experience. Please don't take this as a good example as to what Twitch plays experiences can be. This is very rinky-dink. I am working on brimstone and fire to make this work, but I'm glad at least it's functional. Like, the fact we've gotten this far shows it works to a degree. And you bow. As you bow, the statue begins to move. The eyes of the statue glow, and the statue starts to shudder and take a step forward. But before it takes more than one step, it recedes and bows in return. And behind you, you hear the sound of a lock turning. And that's it. You know, I did not expect you guys to get that. I was very much expecting this to go differently. Okay, what's your next move? This room is pretty safe. You can kind of just go around, do what you want. What's your next choice? Rest, check on Goob, check the kitchen window, do a backflip. What happened to your HP? You ate shit, literally. Investigate. Okay, well, there you go. Your choice. In this moment, I will offer you a insight check, as I feel as though, as you're looking, you're going to want to have a quick... I'm saying, yeah, you don't see shit. You're so infatuated and somewhat scared at the fact that this statue moved before you. It was very peculiar how a statue was able to move right as you bowed to it. Like, 2 and 2 does not... 1 plus 1 does not equal 2 in this situation. Like, sure, you bowed and then it bowed, and sure, there's another statue in the room, but you're befuddled. There's nothing else you can glean from the room currently. And what was that unlocking sound? Fuck knows. Okay, checking on Goob it is. You take a little wander over to Goob and wait a minute. You notice that Goob has a bite mark. Goob has been sat on this table, and whatever creatures are on this table consuming the food have started consuming Goob. You can watch as Goob's ear has slowly been taking bite marks out of it, and something is grabbing at Goob's belly from the other side, and you can see as another bite taken from Goob's belly. Goob doesn't seem to really mind though. Goob's still looking up at you with a gleeful expression. Goob can't seem to understand that he's currently being consumed. In this moment, what do you do? Keep in mind your items. Keep in mind anything is possible. In fact, this is a point of contention where you can choose a few different things. So I've given you your taps. In the bottom left, you have attack, check, and talk. Bear in mind, talk is to say things and also act. A check would be an investigation. So if you want to straight up attack, then it's the left one. If you want to do some kind of check to see what's happening, middle one. And then talk is an action. Hey, most of you want to do a talk. Most of you want to do a check. So what check are you performing? Make your choice. I am actually kind of shocked none of you chose fight. And for the most part, you have, okay, a magic check it is. Channeling the power of the arcane and your slow acuity to the magics that have been permeating your body from these loot orbs, you've suddenly started getting a slight sense for what is and isn't magic in this place. And with a 6, you can definitely tell that whatever is eating from these plates is doing so on an instinctual level. It is not doing out of malice. These things are not attacking Goob. Goob is simply sat where their plates are. You can, however, detect that there is a lot of magic in this room. You can't discern what it is. There's no shape to it. There's magic all around you. There's magic in the corners of the room. And there's magic in the kitchen. And now it's time to decide what to do. In this moment, what are you doing? So move Goob, activate item. Give me your suggestions. We got move Goob. Activate item is always going to be an option for you. Put our dice into dice jail. Backflip. Sing. Abandon. I'm going to give you a choice of 2 actions here. So you can do 2 things. This will be your first. And then whichever order you do this in is up to you. Move Goob to statue. Oh, that's a lot of people. Oh, you guys love Goob. That's adorable. Our little bucket hat wearing friend. Okay, you are going to move Goob, but where are you moving him to? Using your clicks, where are you moving Goob? If you click your character, you will simply hold it. Move him to the other statue. Ooh, okay. Okay. I'm going to give you guys another choice. I'm going to reset the votes. You are choosing between yourself and the statue. Make your choice in 10 seconds. I don't know. I mean, you managed to. The first statue moved and you guys didn't bat an eyelid. Maybe the other statue would be worth investigating. There's clearly something to that. Goob is too young for the statue. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You choose to move Goob to the statue. Picking Goob up in your hands, you look down at them, giving a small little, I'm sorry, are you okay? Goob's just happily giggling. Goob is going, hiya, hiya, hiya. And as you take Goob over, you feel as though the best place to put Goob is in the open, outstretched arms of the statue on this side. As you do so, the statue's arms close around Goob, encapsulating the poor creature in its arms. But as you make an offering to the statue does the exact same thing the first statue did. It takes a step forward, takes a step back, and bows. And you watch as Goob starts to be absorbed by the statue. Not instantaneously, but you can see the magic that binds Goob to this world is being consumed by the statue. And as the statue bows, the same clunk, clunk, the sound of mechanisms and whirring gizmos unlocks. And somewhere in the mansion, something comes. But something sounds like it's also swung open. And behind you as well, you can almost, in this moment, whether you're paying attention or not, the kitchen door open. And in that moment, both statues glow a golden color as the energy from both these statues zaps to between both of them, meeting in the middle, forming a golden orb, which then instantly shoots into you. Congratulations, you got the golden orb of the room. Bravo. However, you are left with a slight issue, and that is, oh fuck, what the hell's happening to Goob? And we will deal with that in just a moment. The golden orb of this room is, so the golden buff of this room is your times 3 modifier will now last for 2 days rather than 1. Additionally, you level up, as does Goob, and you recover all your health. Your damage is now at a flat 10. You recover all your health. So this is the situation. Goob, what you can assume is happening is Goob is being absorbed by the statue. The statue, being of a magical orientation, has taken the energy of your performance and formed it into the act of unlocking something in the mansion. But as it turns out, these statues are consuming whatever touches them. The good thing you didn't touch them yourself, or risk of being consumed yourself. Now, Goob is in trouble. So this is what the plan is. This is pseudo combat. So using your clicks, what are you doing? Down in the bottom left. Are we checking? Are we attacking? Are we talking? By talking, that's also a performance. That's like, you'll do a thing. Talking? Very well. What is your action you are going to try and do in this scenario? What are you doing? Bearing in mind, you get 2 choices from now on everything, and in both choices, you get the chance to use a item as well. So what are you going to try and do? Save Goob, attack the statue. Well, then you should have chose attack. Leave up the stairs. Hug the statue. Make an offering. Force Goob out of statue. All right. Remember, you have 2 rounds of decision making here. You have 2 rounds of decision making. And it'll kind of depend on what you do, but we'll see what happens. Make an offering. Force Goob out of the statue. Use an item or leave up the stairs. Use your numbers. In 3, 2, 1. Now, what are you going to offer? That is the question. Use the point. You can point at the items in your inventory. You can point at something on the map. What are you offering? Are you trying to offer yourself? Oh my God, you're trying. Okay. So it looks like you guys are making a choice of items here. So I'm going to make this a little bit more executively easy. What the items you have are bucket, Goob, the purple potion, the pocket watch. So knowing the items you have, type 1, 2, 3, 4 for what you're going to attempt to offer. Ooh, okay. Choosing between the pocket watch and the purple potion. What about Goob's bucket? You really want to get rid of Goob's bucket? This creature is dying as it is. You're going to need that bucket to carry them around with at this point. As you are making your decision, Goob is going to, I should have done this the last round, but Goob is going to be taking 2d10 of essentially psychic damage, or 10. Goob now makes a bit of a noise, like a bubbling sound. And you can visibly see that Goob maybe has their upper torso left. Their entire lower half has been subsumed by this statue. But they're still smiling. They're still having a good time. They're looking up at you with their tongue drooping out of their mouth, going, hiya, hiya. And you choose to offer the pocket watch. As you reach into your hoodie's pocket and pull out the pocket watch you looted from the prior room, you kind of fiddle around with it. You offer it to the statue in a sort of presenting fashion. Nothing happens. Now, I'm going to offer you guys one of 3 choices for how you will use this pocket watch. Strength, wisdom, or deception. And based on which of these you choose will depend how this goes. So make a choice. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, or 3. Okay. Wisdom it is. Interesting. That wouldn't have been my choice, and I'm surprised you chose that, but hey. So this is how this is going to work. Rather than brute forcing your way into this, you take a step back. It takes you an extra turn. You know that Goob isn't in pain as such, can even feel pain. But because of this moment of pause, Goob takes an extra d10 of damage, taking 3. At this point, there's about a third of them left. And with your wisdom, you take the opportunity to inspect what's happening. You notice that the way that the statue has crossed its arms is in a sort of nurturing sculpturing fashion, and that right in the center of the cradled arms is a perfect, almost like this kind of dealio. And you are going to have 3 turns to try and figure this out. But the way this looks is as such. So if Goob is sort of stuck in the middle here, the arms are sort of cradled like this. So we're going to roll your first wisdom throw, and on an 8, you can see that the statue is indeed powerful, and that its consumption of magic and anything therein acts as a kind of intermediary, reciprocator. Whatever you give is what it takes, but it also gives in equivalent exchange. So meeting its expectations is what helps unlock. But the magic never turns off, so you know that this will inevitably consume Goob. So now, because you did not critically fail, you get to try and do one more thing. So what are you doing? You're using the pocket watch, but what are you doing with it? Place pocket watch in statue's hand. Leave, wind the pocket watch, or rather use the watch yourself. Backflip. All right, I mean, hey, if you want to do a backflip in this moment, by all means, the power of your choice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, you place the pocket watch in the statue's hand. The statue tightens its grip. The statue now goes for the stronger of magics. Not necessarily releasing Goob, but instead changing its clutching position to clutch the stronger of magics. You notice the second that pocket watch was grabbed by the statue, it disintegrates in the statue's hand. And with a mighty like lightning sound, whatever magic was in this pocket watch explodes outwards. You and Goob take a d10 of lightning damage. 5 points from you and 4 points from Goob, each of which reduced by 1 for your bucket helmets. But Goob drops free of the clutches of the statue. But that's not it. The statue begins to crack. The magic released from the pocket watch was so immense, the statue's arms fall away from its body. The statue begins to fall to pieces, and as it does, a golden hue that was inside, almost similar to gold of the golden orb that you absorbed, shoots out and dissipates. An eerie silence enters the room, as at this same time, the statue on the other side of the room breaks in exactly the same way. Golden light emanating out as the statue crumbles as well. The sound of the mumbling changes. The sound of creaking. The sound of floorboards turning. As what felt like a safe room, you can see that from behind the doors adorning the wall, what was backlit by the light sources on the other side goes dark. But whatever properties these statues contained originally was keeping the shadow back. The room is deadly silent, and you can hear the sound creaking, the sound, the gargling, that noise that you so heard from the pit at the beginning. This place of sanctuary is no longer safe. You are running out of time. In this moment, you are holding onto Goob by one hand. You think you might have enough time. You can perform a check here. What would you like to do? Athletics? Athletics? Very well. Mostly an athletics check. For this next round of you will have bonuses to anything athletic related. So we're going to do a foundational athletics roll, and on a 6, you do not gain too much of an advantage here. Your insight is high enough to tell you that shit's getting fucked. And if you want to make it to the stairway, there are choices still to be had here, but you do not have the athletics to make anything else other than what will be to get to the door now, the exit now. But you can maybe try to ride it out, maybe. Maybe you do have an extra turn. Stay and loot. Go up the stairs. Check the kitchen. It is in this moment that you realize that the noise you heard earlier was the stairway's gate unlocking. A huge mechanism that had gone unnoticed prior has now swung open, allowing you to, if you so choose, push up through into the stairway and travel upward. So now's your choice. What are you doing? Bearing in mind that once you leave, there is likely to be no returning. The shadow is encroaching. And with an executive round decision, and probably the better one for the safety of your child, you and Goob book it. You head up the stairs, leaving whatever was in the kitchen, the mystery of the statues, and the entirety of the first floor behind you. Congratulations, you have made it out of the first floor. Your journey took you from where you started on an escapade of chase, a conundrum of the mind, and a show of your fealty and loyalty. You made a friend along the way. You proved your worth. You showed your smarts, and you are still alive. Ladies and gentlemen, we draw on our final act. We are approaching a crescendo. innuendo. You, Anon, have traveled across this mansion. Expeditiously so. Who knows what you left behind you? Who knows what could have been? All you know is your bags are filled with loot. Taking stock of your moment, taking stock of the situation. You look and feel the 5 purple orbs and 8 blue orbs residing within you. And the 3 boons of your power. You have grown since the beginning. You are stronger, clawier, more bucketed, and you have a Gooby Goober, who for all intents and purposes may be somewhat smaller than when you started, is happy, looking up at you as they always have been, with a grin on their face and a tongue drooping from their maw. But as you make your way up the stairs, you come out onto a open landing. It looks somewhat normal here, almost like it was straight out of an office, if you will. The floor furnished with carpet of purple and gold, the walls tapestried with a darker purple of wallpaper, wooden support beams lining each corner of the room. On one side, a mirror with a table and desk, a table and chest of drawers, and in the middle, a lone table with a large bit of paper and a few other smaller office supplies. This room's very basic. You have a window, mirror, chest of drawers, and the table. In this moment, this place feels safe. So what are you gonna do? What would you like? Is there something you would like to look at first? And if so, what? Please click where you would like to check. I remind you, Goob is in your arm. Goob is there. You could check Goob. Oh, and you no longer have the pocket watch. Don't worry. So 6. Oh yeah, that's an easy one. Okay, not with much of a proclivity for anything else, you take a step over to the table. Looking down on the table, a bit of parchment with very simple writing in front of you, and the parchment reads as such: to whomever may be coming from the bottom floor, it would appear as though Makari has lost her keys to her room. In scenarios such as this, if you wish to gain access to her room, you need to get the colors to activate the locking mechanism. The doors to your left and to your right each contain a fire. Should Makari ever be locked out of her room and need to gain access for whatever reason, you can bypass the lock by bringing the colored fire out to the respective brazier outside her door. This should hopefully prevent any further preventions of expeditions in the future. Signed, Issa. Now, you don't need to be told any interpretations of that. As you see before you, there is a door directly ahead, a much more lavishly ornate door with horns protruding from the handle and from the wooden, what do you call them, board, if you will. And to your left and right, 2 very ornate doors, not nearly as much though. The one on the right with a more purple hue and the sign of a pentagram. And to your left, a sign with what you would describe as a coat. The coat door having blue flame, and the pentagram door having purple flame. No investigation checks are needed here. You know that you will have to go through both of these doors, as you can only assume that the way out is through Makari's office, which you assume is behind the door without the light outside. So now your question is, which of these doors are you going to pursue first? And perhaps maybe you would like to do a check of sorts? In fact, I will pause that for one moment. Let's give you let's say, I think a more prominent way of doing this. Let's give you a check. If you'd like to do a check, you can do a check on the room before you head out, as this is an action, so make a choice. What would you like to do? Insight, investigation? Let us give you an investigation check. On a 12. On a 12, you can see that the braziers that hold the fire outside the doors have a sort of golden ornate furnishing to them. And that golden ornateness is sort of entrenched into the wall in such a way that it connects almost like veins to the middle door. You also can tell that with an investigation roll of 12, that the door on the purple door to your left has a sort of bluish glow a reddish glow emanating from the crack beneath the door. Whereas the blue door has no such thing. But when you smell, the smell of something familiar creeps at you from the seams of the blue door. In this moment, a blue light emanates from the table before you and shoots itself into your body. For your duties of vigor and your investigation skills, you gain 1 blue loot roll. Now, which door are you going to? Make a choice. Purple or blue? The choice does matter and will infect the other door. That's what I'm going to give you with your insight. Blue first? Seems pretty unanimous to me. Yeah, fuck that purple door. Am I right, guys? Very well. You make your way over to the blue door. You push on its lavished door handle, and it swings open, opening into a very peculiar room and leading down a flight of stairs, taking you lower and slower. In front of you is an empty room, or at least you think it's empty at first. On your left and on your right are 2 mirrors. Just at a glance, they look like regular mirrors. Behind you is a switchboard, and then it hits you. This isn't so much a cloakroom as it is an elevator. But whatever function this room had no longer exists. The walls are tattered, and at the very far end of the room, behind where the 3rd mirror would be, cracks in the walls are evident, and behind of which you can see cogs and mechanisms. And then you notice the mirror directly in front of you. In the reflection is a blue blue light. Impossibly so, considering the reflection would show a blue light in the room with you. But there is no such thing. And then you notice that the mirror in front of you is different. It's almost like it's been grown out of the wall, and that from the seams and cracks around it, a soft red ominous glow can be seen. And with that, what do you do? What is your action in this moment? Backflip. You guys and backflips. You're so energetic. Somebody needs to stop giving you goddamn energy drinks all morning. Offer a blue orb to the mirror. You don't have a blue orb. Identify, inspect, mirror, or rather, check where blue orb is in your room relation to reflection. Throw goob at the mirror. Throw goob at the mirror. Hey, you know what? You guys are making these suggestions, not me. Show the Twitch stream to the mirror. check the other mirrors. All right, your 4 choices. 1, to do a backflip in front of the main mirror. 2, to check where the blue orb is in relation to your reflection. Throw goob at the mirror and check the other mirrors. Make your choice. I'm going to emphasize from earlier that these next rooms are going to be relatively simple by comparison to what was down below, just because this is sort of like the last chapter of this story. So we'll see what happens. Backflip. Oh my god, what is wrong with you people? Okay, very well. You put Goob down on the floor and leave him next to the door. He's getting a bit bigger. He's regenerated a little bit of health. He's getting a bit of his substance back, mostly from having consumed a little bit of your clothing, but you know, as is. Now you take a step forwards and you attempt the sickest backflip. You are going to roll an athletics check. In attempting to do a backflip, you somehow slip. You fail. Now I'm going to roll another dice, and this is going to depend on the severity of how much you fail. You want high. Oh no. You failed both. So you slip and you go careening into the mirror, and you go straight through it. We're just going to pretend for the sake of like the powers of the mind that this room is inverted. As you fall out of the other side of the mirror, where is it? You see that the blue orb is directly in the middle of the room. A beautiful blue hue. Where is it? And across the opposite side of the room is you, or what looks like you. Not quite so much you, but what you would have looked like if you drowned. This you is bucketless, gaunt, and disheveled, and it is looking at you with a grin.
You came and fell straight into my trap. All of those who loved you won't even notice your god when I climb inside your skin and puppet you like the soulless creature you are.
What do you do? I'm gonna say this is a prompt for potential combat, so using the buttons down the bottom, attack, check, or talk. What are you going to do? Are you going to straight up attack? Are you going to perform a check? Are you going to perform an action? Call him a cock. Hey, maybe he's into that. You guys don't know that. Don't diss on people's king. Okay, it's combat time. It is combat time. You get up and you are ready to fight. You pull out your sword. One hand, you've got your outstretched claw. The other hand, you've got a sword. And now it's time to roll for initiative. So this is going to be your roll. You roll a 19. Ooh. And this is the monster's roll. You go first. So in this moment, you are making the first move. Now chat, how do you want to do this? Hover the mouse, click the action. If you click the items, you can potentially try and use an item as like a skill. You can attack or perform a check or talk. Up to you. So items, attack, check, or talk. Just for iteration, I'm gonna reset this for you guys. Just as a thing. Specifically, click items, attack, check, or talk. So on the left. Hey, I'm gonna take the prerogative from people who are choosing the things that I gave a mention to. Okay, so you are gonna use an item first. Now you have your slime buddy is outside. However, you have your slime coated bucket head. You have your purple potion, and for all intents and purposes, your claw gloves. So what are you doing with these? Which one would you like to use as a prerogative? It's interesting you chose these. You've been building these items up for a reason. Purple potion looks like it's winning out. I'll give you another couple seconds. Ooh, slime bucket. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. What are you doing with the slime bucket? What are you doing with the slime bucket? Give me some options. What are you planning on doing with this? Drink. Eat the slime. Eat. Oh God. Eat the slime bucket. Ram him. Try to put it on his head. Anything else? Throw it. There you go. Those are the 4 most interesting choices I saw. Now's your choice. Type 1 to eat the slime bucket. Type 2 to ram him. Type 3 to try and put it on his head. Type 4 to throw it at the monster. I will say, this was not how I perceived this going. Okay. So now I need to ask you guys a very important question. Are you doing this full speed ahead? Dip, duck, dodge, or stealth? So type 1 for full speed ahead. Type 2 for dip, duck, dodge, and 3 for stealth. Full speed ahead. Okay, gamers! Yes! Wowee! Okay. Let it be known that you are as brick-headed as they say. You rev up your feet. You are going to perform a series of checks here to see how effective this action is going to be. You are going to start with a strength check. The claws on your hand are going to act as a grounding mechanism, which will allow you to springboard yourself forwards, which means you get to take this initial roll with advantage. And it's a good thing too, because you roll a 17. That is a very good success. You springboard yourself forwards. And as you do, you come daringly close to the fire. In that moment, the gooey substance that permeated your hat catches on fire. As mentioned prior, if you were paying attention, the goo is flammable. You figured that out earlier, and yet you still ran close to the fire. You goobers. However, you take a D8 of fire damage, which is 1, but oddly enough, the hat reduces it to 0. You take 0 damage. Congratulations. And now you are not only running at full speed, you are running at full speed with a blue glowing fire around your entire body. Everything you do will be doubled. Now we're gonna roll the degree of hitting with advantage. You got a 20! Nothing. Okay, so not only is it now doubled, you launch yourself so viscerally through this fire that you enter a even further beyond plus ultra state of fire torpedo with stupidity. You are a immense projectile of everything that has come before. You have used everything you have found up until this point to make yourself a projectile of fiery destruction. Your claws, the helmet, everything, the goo. You have combined every element of everything you've come across with, and it is fucking working for you. You collide into this creature who with a nat 20 cannot protect himself from this. You land so square in his chest. You deal 44 points of damage. My guy gets hit so hard that he is flung back. He is going to take an exhaustion save and a physical save, strength save, both of which he passes. So he gets flung backwards. He lands against the wall behind him. There is no door in this world, you notice, but that's beside the point. The creature shudders, screams.
You, where did you get all of those things? You are weak. We were weak. Why? How? We were supposed to be consumed.
You deal so much damage, he flinches. He is unable to take his own turn. In this moment, the fire from your now blazing forehead can be seen in the reflection of the mirrors beside you. But he does not die. This creature is made of shadow. The damage you dealt, causing plumes of smoke to emanate from this creature's body. It is definitely injured, and with an investigation check of 16, you can certainly tell you have dealt considerable damage to this thing. And with a magic check, for the sake of speed, of 4, yeah, there's a lot of fucking magic in this room. There's magic over here, there's magic over there, the mirrors are magic, there's magic behind you. There's a lot of magic. In this moment, what do you do now? This is the point where you choose attack, check, or talk. Do you pursue the advantage? Okay. We're gonna go straight back into another attack. Taking the advantage of the situation, you see that you have a moment's reprieve. You choose to prove that you are the superior, that you are them, but better. You lunge forward with your claws and your sword. You're going to be striking them with your sword first, with a strength throw. It does not hit, but you follow up with your claws, which does, and you deal 15 points of damage, of which this creature now needs to take another strength saving throw, which it succeeds. This creature is now starting to dissipate. You can see that its form is becoming more and more shadowy. You can tell at this distance that it is not so much repulsed by the fire on your head, but everything you are doing is having exponentially more of an impact as the shadow is being almost pushed away like the opposite ends of a magnet from the fire. But it is now his turn. He's no longer flinching, and he's angry. The shadow creature is going to cast something called Inhabit. The creature completely disappears into shadow and disappears into the mirror on the side. And staring at you from the other side of the reflection, you feel your body compelled to mimic. You are going to take a wisdom saving throw. Isn't quite enough to save you from this. You have been inhabited. You are now forced to mimic this creature. The monster scoffs.
So much for all that will of yours.
You cannot make a move this turn. Or rather, I stand corrected. Let's give you a chance. You can make a check or a throw of any of these things. Which, if you can, would you like to make to try and... You still have your senses in this moment. You can attempt to resist, and depending on the check you make will depend the difficulty. Perception, charisma, performance, magic. Performance it is. You perform a performance check to resist. The DC for this was 15. You succeed. You meet it, you beat it. In this moment, you feel an overwhelming urge to do a backflip. The urge is so immensely overwhelming that you break free of this creature's hold for but a moment. And with a performance performance check. Do the sickest backflip. Never mind, you did the most basic bitch backflip and you kind of half-assed it, but it did break the creature's hold. It just wasn't enough to gain any significant advantage.
How? You know, that wasn't a bad backflip. How did you do that? I have direct fire. Of course it's the fire. Resist me. Your understanding of the elements within this plane should not be this strong.
And the creature appears back in the room with you. You have managed to finagle your way out of this one. He is still looking damaged and he is still looking just as mottled as he was, but he is still standing strong and he is still looking to come at you again. So finally, what is your next move? Attack or action? Attack or talk or check? So the way to look at this, a attack is a guaranteed, like, you're gonna swing your sword kind of thing. An action gives you the chance to role play a little bit. Let's have a look-see. Heavenly Potemkin Buster his ass. Okay, wait, okay, so you want to check something. Okay. Is there anything in particular you are planning on checking? What are you going to do a check of? Athletics? I don't know what you guys are planning, but this sounds immensely cursed. Okay, so now you're going to make an action roll of this. What are you planning on doing with your athletics? Describe to me the athletics check you made. What in your what athletic movement are you going to make? Suplex into flame. Run and hug him. Backflip over him. Any other suggestions? All right, well, your choices are as such. 1 to suplex into the flame, 2 to run and hug him, 3 to backflip over him. One of these has an advantage. One of them actually has a disadvantage. In 3, 2, 1, you decide to suplex the motherfucker. And a good choice you did as well. With all of your items and whatever, if you had anything less than a 10 on attack here, this wouldn't have had an advantage. But with 10 attack power, 6 speed, and the claws to give you this advantage, you roll this athletic suplex with advantage. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh goodness gracious. What a shame. What a shame. You run up to this monster and you attempt to work around him. But this creature is made of shadow and your arms go straight through him and you end out the other side. However, in this moment, his form has disapparated and he is momentarily stunned. You get one more action before he is going to have a retaliation action. Do you do it again or attack normally? Bearing in mind, attacking normally is going to be almost guaranteed damage, but trying to suplex him, you get to roll that same notion, but without the advantage this time. Well, we'll see. Do it again. Are we going it again? Are we rounding ourselves for another suplex? I'm going to roll, in this moment, you are going to roll an athletics check. Depending on this athletics check will depend whether you get advantage or not, because it'll depend how quickly you get back up on your feet. That gives you the advantage. You might have failed the first time, but you are quick on your feet. Those bird-like hands give you easy riposte and you are able to right yourself very quickly. And as such, you attempt to go for a second suplex with advantage. And with a nat 20! The fire that was atop your head drips down onto your body. The fire coating you like a goddamn Super Saiyan level, whatever the blue mode is, and you run at this monster. And the fire somehow gives you a physical grapple of this shadow creature. You fling this monster, and this is a immensely high save. Depending on what happens here will depend what happens. I will say, if this is anything other than a 20, the monster dies. You grab this shadow mimic of yourself, this motherfucker that dare even try to mimic your swag and backflipping prowess. You see the fire above you, and you fling this motherfucker at the fire. Without even any ability to resist, this creature goes hurtling straight into the fire, and as it's traveling, this creature's screaming, "You should have been the one! It should have been me!" And as this creature lands against the billowing fire of blue, the entirety of its form disappears as the creature is no more. And as the creature fades and disappears into a shadowy smoke, the blue fire that was permeating the middle springs into life and shoots through the window back into the normal realm with such force that it pulls you with it straight back out into the non-reflected world. And out there waiting for you, having been clawing at the window, the mirror, Goob gives you a big slurp on the face. Hiya, hiya. And you watch as that fire goes just in time out the door. And clearly in your ear, you hear a ka-chunk as a lock disengages. Goob has now recovered most of his health. You have leveled up, giving you 5 extra health and an extra attack power. Now, as you enter back into the room, Goob vomits all over the floor. Whilst you were gone, Goob was in such hysterics that it broke both of the mirrors on either side of the room. And behind those mirrors, you see what looked like a setting for devices and items, and you can only assume that whatever this vomit was is something that it had eaten in distress from behind these mirrors. As from up in the vomit, it, a golden orb emanates and shoots into your body. Congratulations, you just got another golden orb. And that one was double the current timer. Well, that was great. But with nothing left in this room, you decide to make your way out. And given that there is not much in this room, you can take a moment to do one of two things here. You can take a moment to rest and assess your situation, or go for purple. What is your choice? You forgot to introduce a mechanic? No? What do you think of that? But make your choice. You can have a rest, or you can make your way straight on. Oh, eager are we? Straight into purple it is. Very well. You take goo with you, and you press on through the purple door. The door opening with this time is slightly more of a rusty creak. And instead of going down this time, you make your way upwards, entering into something entirely different. This room almost feels sort of resemblant to the room you started this whole endeavor in. In this room, in front of you, is a vacuumous void, a completely dark abyss, the floor giving way to nothingness. Or at least at first you thought it was nothingness. You can see something, little shadows, nibbling, crawling at the edge of the left remains of the wooden beams and floorboards. In this moment, I would encourage to make a check. Which check would you like to make in this moment? Depending on how this works, will depend how much information you get. Magic, insight, charisma, athletic. Seems like most people are going for magic though. Very well. Let's see just how much of an insight you get from your magic. All that time spent with magic inside your body at this point seems to be paying off with a 16. The shadowy images that you saw at the nape of the floorboards become much more visible, and you see what look like horned creatures gnawing, chewing, eating the floorboards. These creatures are quite literally devouring the mansion. The entities that you see before you pay you no mind. They are evidently made of shadow. You can tell that. And to your left, behind those creatures is the floating purple fire of which you see emanating a unruly, visceral feeling. And with no check needed, you hear a hey you. As you look to your left, as an Anon, no bucket or anything of the sort, is cowering behind what looks like a wardrobe, peeking around this corner. You better run. These things will eat anything. I saw them eat another one of us a few moments ago. You better get out of here. And we're gonna do a baseline insight check. See what you make of this room. With a 9, it's not as if the DC for this was that high to begin with. With a 9, you can tell that the object to your right used to be a table, the legs having been eaten away. But it is a long wooden board. The person to your left is scared out of their mind. They are not made of shadow. You can tell easily enough that they are real. Are they bluffing though? They have ulterior motives? You don't know. You just know that they're trying to warn you. With a 9 on insight, you don't know if these creatures know you're there yet. You can tell they're definitely more interested in the floor. And the item on a slightly closer inspection, the wardrobe that the second Anon is hiding behind looks weighty. It looks to be full and could be movable should you choose. But that is it. There is nothing else in this room beyond the gremlins slowly chewing away at the floorboards. As a side note, you are noticing that the floorboards are slowly disappearing. Not at any tremendous rate, but if you stick around for too long, the amount of floor might become uncomfortable, to say the least. So in this moment, what are you doing? What are you doing? Do you have any actions you would like to make? I'm gonna do a flip on there right away because I feel like that's something you guys are definitely gonna want. Befriend the person. Talk to Anon. I'd say urge the other Anon is just talk to them. Backflip a creature into... Backflip a gremlin. Oh, sorry. Backflip kick a gremlin. Sacrifice Anon. Riz the gremlins. Okay, these are your choices. Now, these can definitely have different ways. I mean, these aren't exactly the options I thought you guys were going to choose, but hey, considering it's my first D&D scenario, you guys have made some very interesting choices so far. Let's see if you can maintain this luck a little bit. Talk to Anon. Okay, with a slight lead, we are going to talk to Anon. Now, the question is, are you going, what kind of role would you like to, okay, better yet, what would you like to ask Anon? You walk up to him as he's peeking out from behind the corner. You need to go. Why are you still here? Just leave me, I'm fine. What are we asking the Anon? You like jazz? Where? What happened? Will you marry me? Will you join us? All right, make a choice. What are you asking them? I will say that the will you marry me will likely be something construed as will you join us. But I'm literally going to word this as you would word it. Remember, guys, if you want to make a choice, you type the number next to the selection. So if you want to type for you like jazz, you type 1. If you want to choose what happened, you type 2. If you want to say will you marry me, you type 3. And if you want to type, if you want to say will you join us, type 4. In 3, 2, 1. Will you join us? So this is going to be a procedural roll. You look at this person with a reassuring eye, and you give them a persuasion check of will you join us? Now, what you wanted to say was will you join us? However, at the exact moment you ask will you join us, your bucket that was on fire falls down over your eye. And what came out, what wanted to be will you join us, sounded like will you... Anon, frightened by your fiery bucket hat, now hides behind the box and is not coming out. What do you do? Try again. Chuck the bucket at the gremlins. Attack. I'd say throw the bucket at the gremlins. Drop kick a gremlin. Any other suggestions? Attempt to kiss Anon. Okay. Hey, this is your campaign, guys. You take the prerogative. Leap with Goob. I mean, you could if you want. Your D&D campaign. Okay. In realizing that you are a parasocial motherfucker with no social skills, you realize that talking to another human being is scary. And you realize that the only way forwards, much to the average action of a Twitch enjoyer, is to become violent. So, you rear up. You don't know what these creatures are. You don't know what they're capable of, but you've decided to motherfucking drop kick one of them. So my question is, which one are you drop kicking? Please click the gremlin you would like to drop kick. Oh my god. Dude, if this actually fucking works, I swear to god. Okay, well, with that, we're gonna roll you a strength check as a foundation. See how much speed you're gonna get. That is a pass. You get a good run on this one. Now, we are going to roll for how hard you hit as to whether you can pass the DC of these gremlins. You did not check them, so you don't know how... Oh dear. You plant your foot. You make a really good run going up to this creature, but your foot, the second it comes in contact with the gremlin's face, brings you to a complete halt. Your foot is square against this gremlin's face, and it doesn't like it. The gremlin makes a... and clamps its jaw down on your foot. In so doing, the other gremlins jump up from the side and now notice you. You have a predicament. You have a gremlin on your foot, which is going to cause you to have a minus roll on any of your actions. So you have to take this very sensibly. However, in one maybe benefit, Goob comes running to your aid. Goob's ready for a fight. Goob is back at full health. Goob can help you. So, what are you doing in this moment? Use potion. Jump into pit with gremlin. Self-assured destruction. Cool. Love it. Backflip, kick the gremlin. I'm gonna say that kick the gremlin on your foot into the fire is basically that. Tackle other gremlins. Very well. Make your choice. I will say there is a ultimate failure here, and there is a reason why the floorboard is red. Damn! Finally, we get to backflip kick something. Okay, we are gonna roll for a degree of success. Because this is a act of desperation, you will get this with an advantage because it is using all of your strength. With a 19, you succeed. You are going to backflip kick this thing off your foot. Now, the question is, where are you backflip kicking it? I would like you to click on the map, which direction you are going to backflip kick it. Into the fire? You guys learn quickly. I will give you that. So, now we discern the degree of success. I will tell you that the DC for a critical success here is 15. The degree of failure is 3 and below. You have advantage on this. You nearly by the skin of your fucking teeth. You make the most cumbersome waddling sensation. You are flinging yourself around so blaringly. Goob comes running up behind you and tackles you along with the gremlin, putting you off balance. And although not in the most majestic of fashions, you take a strength saving throw for the act of ootfies, which you succeed, so good job. But you take 3 points of physical damage from not only getting headbutted by Goob, but also the damage taken from being chomped. But as you fling around, you fall square on your ass and launch the gremlin straight into the fire. Now, there are going to be 2 degrees of success for this. This is going to be the saving throw of the creature, which is exceptionally high. It fails. The creature catches fire. And now this next one, you want to roll low here. Sorry, you want to roll high here. The creature explodes. And in exploding, this gremlin and this gremlin scatter off the edge, underneath the floorboard, wherever they go. They do not stick around. This one gremlin is still here, and it is looking at you both with very angry eyes, and it is going to make an attack roll, which succeeds. Now for the damage roll. 8 is enough to do a glance. You are now being clawed at by this tiny little creature. You are going to take D6 physical damage. You take 4 points of damage. Now with you and Goob arm in arm, what is your action? Down in the bottom left. Do you attack? Do you check? Do you talk? We're going for a straight up attack. Okay. To simply make this work, you're going to make your attack roll. Does not succeed. However, you get a follow-up from Goob. Goob is making their attack roll. It does succeed. The degree of success, a 17. Goob pulls out the mallet they've been carrying with them this entire time, and they swing this thing with a square crunch to this thing's forehead. It goes absolutely flying off into the shadow, and you hear it go, woo! And it disappears into the darkness. The pink purpley fire, feeling the shadow having faded from the room, erupts and shoots out through the door, and you hear a final ka-chunk as the second lock disengages. You and Goob get out of that room alive. However, you see as the purple fire dips out through the room, that in the very far distance of the shadow, what looks like a golden orb fades into obscurity. That's a shame. It's a real shame. Oh well. Before you leave, Anon can be heard cowering behind the cupboard. You have one point to say or do something with Anon. What would you like to do? Would you like to talk to him or leave? So you can leave, talk to him, or I suppose like talking to him is like a given. What would you say if you talk to him? Attempt romance Anon. Physically overpower to join you and convince. So you can leave without him, or you can choose one of those three options to try and convince him to come with you. Don't click my forehead. What are you doing? I am not a choice here. What is wrong with you people? Oh, this is taking a bit longer than I thought it would. Jesus Christ. But we're so close to the end, guys. We are so close to the end. Why am I not a choice? Good question. Stop clicking me! All right, so you are going to try and convince him. So we are going to roll. What are you going to say to convince him? That's the question. You are going to try and like persuade him. What do you say? What do you do to persuade him? Thank you for the tier 1. Give him your sword. Come with me if you want to live. Want to see a backflip. I will make a man out of you. Okay, some of these options have definitely more chances of success than others. I will tell you that for a fact. So type 1 to give me a sword. Type 2 to give to say come with me if you want to live. Type 3 to say if you want to see a backflip. Type 4 to say I will make a man out of you. Oh, that's okay. Come with me if you want to live. Right. So this is going to be a performance check first, as you decide to do your best impersonation of Arnold Schwarzenegger. You do a 10. You have a pretty good Arnie impression. You get up right close. You offer out your hand and you utter onto the back of the cupboard a booming come with me if you want to live. And with we're going to roll a charisma and a performance roll here. Charisma of 8. Performance of a 10. No, I don't trust you. I don't know you. Look, I get it. You're trying to help. It's really, really sweet. Why'd you have tits? I thought Anons were. Anyway, no, it's okay. I'm safe back here. I'm safe back here. Look, take this. And they offer out their hand. And in their hand is a purple orb. The purple orb shoots into you and you gain a purple loot item. But they are not budging. Now, please just go. Leave. And with that, you know that your attempts at persuading him are done. So what do you do now? Stay to inspect room. So what are we doing, guys? If you want to leave, then I need you to click the door. If you'd like to inspect anything else in this room, then click there. You could theoretically attack Anon too if you really wanted to, but that is a you choice. If he's not with us, he's against us. Well, that's up for you to convince chat to do so. I have to go with the majority, and the majority are saying to look at the table. As you take a moment to take in your surroundings, you take a look at the table. This table has no legs. It is chewed to all heaven. However, on the table is still a crumb of food left on a plate. There is also a small but ever so delicate looking glove, a singular glove. That's it. Nothing specifically of note, nothing specifically of value. What do you do now? Door, or is there anything else you wish to inspect? Use the glove as a sock? Okay, if enough people click on the table, you can use it as a sock. But it is in this moment you realize that this is going to be very likely the last thing you can do in this room. Okay, wear sock, give sock to Anon, check wardrobe, leave. All right, these are your choices. Your choice in this moment is to check the cupboard. One final action. You feel at this point there is not much to be gained from here. You check the cupboard. As you open the doors to the cupboard, a blue orb illuminates within and shoots into your body. You gain a blue loot orb. It is unfortunate at this point, however, that the floors behind you creak ominously. This room is becoming unstable, and you should probably leave. In fact, you now can see that the shadows of the void are starting to creep up over the side in like a tendril-like fashion. What do you do? Leave? Time to go. Run. I feel as though the consensus here is run, and you leave. As you leave, the door closes behind you, and you hear the cracking and crumbling of the floor behind you, and you do a little bit of a backflip. Let's do a backflip check. Sick backflip, dude. Absolutely sick backflip. You know, for that backflip, Goob applauds, giggling immensely. Hiya, 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 hiya. clear, looking immensely satisfied by your very, very decent attempt at a backlight. Now that you've entered back into the main foyer, you notice that the two lights, the two braziers that were in front of the door are now lit, and that the immensely ornate door with the horns and tapestries outside have opened. And with nothing left in this area, you have a simple choice. Do you wait, you take a moment, or press on? Make your choice. Type 1 for take a moment and 2 for press on. With the presence in mind, you do feel as though this is coming to an end. You can sense that whatever power, the magic that you have been gaining is drawing you into this room. And with a very decisive stride, a strut, if you will, from all the confidence you've gained from everything, you step through the door and up a winding flight of stairs, which seem to break the very known reality as they seem to get larger whilst also sending you higher, but getting smaller. And at one point, you seem to be on your side, on the other side, but finally, you enter into a much more spacious room, a larger room. Everything feels so much bigger in here that proportionally, you are tiny. You are almost the size of what a Ken doll would be to you. Entering the room, just as a baseline, you will have an investigation check. But you're so awestruck by by how impressively large this room is, you kind of overlook most of the main features. There's like some kind of desk in front of you with looks like computers, but it's just the sheer scope and size of everything that's befuddling to you. But as you look around, there's a lot of very obvious objects. There's a cabinet of unknown antiquities on your right here. There's a shelf full of bookcases on the back with what looks like a giant oversized teddy bear. And a computer set up in the middle with screens and table and chair. All again, twice the size of what they should be normally. Something on the back here with table and items on top of it. With a 2, you really aren't going to decide much here. So now it's up to you as to what you do. Would you like to make another check of some kind? Would you like to move around the room? With your clickers, either point to a check you would like to make. Actually, yeah, no, you know what? First of all, show me where you want to inspect. Where you want to inspect. Seems like most people are taking an intriguing look at the table. So you walk for a while. It feels like the more you walk, the less distance you're traveling. Like the amount of steps you think you should take to get behind this desk don't take nearly that time at all. What feels like should have taken moments takes minutes, as if the room stretches out infinitely. Finally, you make your way behind the desk. This thing is 5 times your size. The chair, you barely have the height to be eye height with the base of the chair. It is in this moment that you can decide a check to make. Which check would you like at the table? Investigation, performance, athletics. Okay, we're gonna do a straight up investigation check. And on a 12, that is more than enough. You can see that whatever this room is, it is made for a very big person. This room is gigantic. A bit of interdimensional space warpage happening here or there. But on the desk, you can see it is just a very simple desk setup, a very simple computer setup. With a small sort of craning of your neck to try and look up on the screens. On one monitor looks like what you would maybe consider a software with like the picture, a moving character of a blue-haired, purple-haired character waving their arms around, little chat, sort of like dialogue scrolling down on the left. On the main screen looks like a game you may have seen before. Characters wielding a gun, they're traipsing through a tundra of some kind. So it almost sounds like from the earphones strewn on the desk that someone's talking Russian. At least you'd assume it'd be Russian. On the right screen is some scrawlings and some open applications. Nothing really that you wouldn't have seen on your own computer at some point, should you have owned one. But as you take in this information, you see that on the chair there's a set of headphones. And in this moment, you can do one of 3 things. You can try to listen to what's on the headphones. You can attempt to climb on the table and interact with the keyboard, or attempt to inspect the items that are strewn across the desk on the right here. Using your mouse, you feel as though whichever one you do will likely make a lot of noise. What choice are you making? Let me there you go. Now you make a choice. So choose between purple, blue, or red. Okay, so you want to see what the red is. Very interesting. You are going to roll an athletics check. Get up on the table, because this table is fucking huge. Even with Goob helping you, an 11 is more than enough, especially with Goob helping you. You meander your way up onto the table, up onto the chair, and do a little bit of a jump up onto the desk. And in so doing, you see there is a bottle of cleaning fluid. Or what looks like cleaning fluid. It's got like one of those little squidgy things, like this, like a spray bottle. It is huge. It is big. And down to the side of that is a hanky of some kind. But to you, to whatever creature would hear, it would be a hanky. But to you, it might as well be a scarf. So now, which of these 2 items looks the most appealing to you? Ooh, okay. You don't click the chair. Oh my god, you guys are actually just the most abysmal people. Okay, your interest is guarded by the spray bottle specifically. You look at the spray bottle, and with an investigation check, you will see... Oh, it's more than that. Yeah, this is a very... This is not just a spray bottle. Whatever fluid is inside of this has a slight hued glow to it. It is bright and not specifically a color, but it emanates a sort of light, if you will. So now you have to decide, what are you going to do with this bottle? Not that there's much you could do with it, but what would you like to do with this bottle? Spill it. Spill it onto the computer. Take it. You cannot take it with you. It is too big. Squeeze the handle. Drink the fluid. Any way to identify the liquid? Good question. Make a choice. What? I will allow you one check. What check are you making? It's HRT. Yes, the great flavored HRT. Investigation, magic check. I don't think you guys have made one stealth check so far. Oh, that's a bad thing. Investigation check. Just a straight up flat investigation. Very well. On a 6, your investigation of this device. You can tell that around the rim are some odd-looking runes. These runes, you don't know what they mean, but you can denote by their existence on this item that they mean that this fluid has some special property to it. Upon closer inspection, you can tell that the handle that is used to squeeze the bottle is very loose, and that it wouldn't take much to spray it. Upon a little bit of a closer inspection, you don't think that this is dangerous to you. So with that being said, your choices so far are spill it, squeeze the handle, drink it. Any other choices you'd like to make for a fourth choice? Remember, you can dissuade between each other what decision you want to do. Coat yourself with it. Very well. These are your choices. Make a choice. This might be one of the very last ones you get to make. Ooh, okay. Okay. Get a few more choices in there. Give you another couple seconds. Why, hello there, Tommy. Welcome to Dungeons and Donathon. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is going to take 2 checks. You are going to use a strength check to see how much of this you spray, and I'd say medicine check to slather yourself with it. You pull that lever, and you get a pretty decent even squeeze. The fluids inside disperse by the diffuser on the end of the spray nozzle, sends a shower of this luminous white fluid, and it slowly starts smattering your body. You now take a medicine check to see, to kind of see what happens here. Okay. This fluid feels luscious. This fluid gets into every nook and cranny of your body. It smells a little bit of aloe vera. And the longer, as you start rubbing this into your body, you know, because just rubbing random fluids onto your body is what you do apparently, you feel invigorated. You feel fresh. Whatever potential this fluid had is really agreeing with your body. You can now double jump, and your movement is double. You feel lighter. You feel like the constraints of gravity no longer affect you. You feel as though everything around you is just that much easier to traverse. You gain a +2 to any athletics or strength-based action. But in that moment, you hear a, "What are you doing?" coming from the back of the room. You look around. You swear there's no one else in the room with you. You nearly jumped out of your skin. I said, "What are you doing?" And then you see it. At the back of the room, a top hat and a teddy bear. There's no one else in this room. And you could swear that the top hat's eyes were moving. Sat upon one of the shelves of the back bookshelf. A top hat adorned with a pair of golden goggles seems to be gazing in your direction. And no matter how you move, the eyes within these goggles follow you. But that can't be true, can it? Top hats can't have eyes. You know, if you are going to coat yourself in Makari's fluids, you could at least wash yourself. You're tracking mud error. Do you just make a habit of coating yourself in random substances you find? Now, in this moment, you can make one of two things. If you engage with Top Hat Harry, every other choice from here on in is set. Once you start talking to Harry, that's it. So in this moment, you have the chance to do one final check of the room. Is there any other thing in this room that you think you would want to check? Using your clicks now, if you want to go straight to Harry, just click Harry. This is the final time you'll have the chance to do something in this room. So maybe you'd like to check the table, God damn it. Why are there so many people clicking the chair? Okay, most of you seem to be clicking the desk over there. As you jump down from the table, goob on your shoulders, you make your way over to the desk, the cabinet on the side here. All the while, Harry's eyes watching you, now confirming to you that this is in fact the hat that was talking to you. Are you even listening to me? Hello, I'm over here. Why? Hey, over here, pay attention to me. You have absolutely no manners. Now, you come over to this table. There are 3 chalices placed upon the top. Using your now limitless gravity, you make no issue of getting atop this thing. There is a golden chalice with a red, viscous looking substance. There's a black, bony chalice in the middle with a watery fluid. And on the far side, away from you, is a glass chalice with a sort of sludge-like, almost like, you know when you've burnt chicken and you've kind of like just done it a bit too much? It's like those chunks of burnt chicken with like a soupiness to them. So in this moment, you have a choice of what to do here. So in this moment, what would you like to do? Ask Harry. Red chalice. I'm going to say drink from a chalice. Drink them all. We will get to that in a bit. Mix the chalices. Okay. Anything else? Okay, there are your choices. Do a backflip. Shut up, Harry. Mix the chalice. Okay, make a choice, guys. Remember, if you want to make a choice, you type the number of the option you're going for. So ask Harry, drink from a chalice, or mix the chalices. Okay, right. In 3, 2, 1. Y'all are a bunch of fuckers, I swear. So I now have to ask you, and I'm just going to take this as a gauge. Are we mixing all of them or just one with another? One with another or all of them? All? You're going all in. Right, okay. Was not... Before you do this, Harry can see that you are grabbing these chalices and looking at them with a rather intrigued expression, and can see that you are starting to pour them into each other. Wait, why are you doing that? You have no idea what will happen if you do that. Those aren't even yours. Do you just take a habit of fiddling with things that you don't know what belong to them? You know what? No. Go ahead, mix them. See what happens. See what happens when you mix things. Do you continue? Yes or no? 1 or 2? Mix-maxing, baby. Oh my God, not even a question. Okay. You mix all the drinks. You hear Harry behind you. Oh, you idiot. As you take these individual drinks and start mixing them, doesn't really matter which one you did into which. What matters is that you didn't even take the time to inspect these substances beyond their superficial meaning. As you pour the first drink into the second, and then quite quickly afterwards, the second into the third, the resultant mixture starts looking like a spiraling vortex in the middle cup. It is a spiral of blacky sludge, gray and red with sparkles of odd-looking fluorescence. But something doesn't look quite right. The chalice that you are holding starts getting very hot. And as it gets hotter, the substance inside of it starts emitting a glow of red, and then green, and then yellow, and then red, and then green, and then yellow. It's almost like there's a goddamn disco going on in the thing. Whatever you have mixed is not agreeing with each other. And I'm gonna roll a dice to see what happens. In fact, I am rolling a D100. I actually closed my list for this. Give me a second. Okay, so you rolled a 21. Right. That's not how you roll a D100. I don't wait, do I? Wait, maybe I do. Hold up. Oh, I do. Wait, I forgot I had this. Okay, wait. For the sake of like brevity, I'll just roll this. You roll an 18. That's worse. Even worse? A D100 is 2 D10s. How so? Okay, well, color my inexperience. I'm just not sure how that works. Because 1 D10 is for the 10s column, 1 is for the 1s column.
What if I just jump scared you right now?
Oh my God, Tia, what the fuck? So would that be a 14? Oh, okay. Tia, they've all been really fucking stupid.
I mean, what did you expect?
Not for them to be really fucking stupid.
Well, I mean, low bar.
That's a 4. Okay, so Tia, how the fuck do I roll a D100 like this?
You would roll 5 D20s and add their total together.
That's what I did, but everyone was like, nah, that's not how that works.
That's totally how that works.
You know what? Fuck you guys. You've confused me. I'm gonna roll 5 D20s. I'm just gonna go with whatever the total is. Fuck all of you. Tia told me, therefore that's what it's gonna be.
I mean, it's that, or I can literally roll you a D100 right now.
Okay, you know what? Fine. Tia, just roll me a D100, please. Thank God you're here.
Yeah, I was also wrong. I'm on like 4 hours of sleep instead of 5, because it was 9:30, not 10:30.
I'm so glad this campaign's almost over. This is like the most divisive thing to come from this today. All right, what are we getting, Tia?
You are getting... How come it only wants to roll me up to a D? Fucking... Hold on. It's being stupid. Let me do this. D... You rolled a... Let's roll 41.
41, okay. My list for a 41 is... Ba-da-da-da-da-da. You lose a level. And
Oh my God.
you are stripped of all of your gear. You are sent flying off from the resultant explosion. What the fuck did you think was gonna happen? You lose all of your items that you had equipped that were not literally ingrained into your skin. The purple potion, gone. Thankfully, the bucket somehow stays, but you lose a bucket and you lose a orb of RNG's choice. To settle this, I'm gonna roll a D4. If it's a 1, it's the if it's a 1 or 2, it's the purple. If it's a 2 or a 3 or 4, it's the blue. You lose a blue.
Bitches do love blue. Hi, I'm Bitches.
You have combined what could have been a prize for you and instead merged them, removing your choice of your freedom of choice and turning something that could have been beneficial to you into something that's negative. You take, both of you, D10 of psychic damage, reduced by 1 because of your helmets. So you take 6 points of damage and Goob takes 1. So, Harry then calls down to you. If you're done making a fool of yourself, can you please come over here? And this is where we talk to Harry. If you're done exploding yourself and making a fool, I see that you've come a long way from the underside of the mansion. How did someone so bereft of dignity and class make their way all the way up? And what are you even doing? Is there anything you would like to say to this hat in this moment? Buckets and backflips.
Can I wear you?
Can I wear? So I say to you, Tia.
Ma'am?
We stupid.
The last thing this man thought you said is you wanted me to be your hat.
Alright, you are engaged in a conversation. Depending on how you play this will depend on how this goes forwards for you.
What is this fucking fiery orb that's in the sky? Can it go away?
Called the sun, motherfucker.
Yeah, I hate it. Can it go away?
No.
Fuck you.
Hey, can I wear you? Interesting little point there. Okay.
Where are you going? Oh my god, don't tell me we're Team Fortressing this shit and just stacking hats on hats.
You ask, can they wear you? Can you wear them? This is a simple persuasion check, and this will determine the level of success. I do not fucking believe it. The DC that I made for this was 16. You meet it, you beat it.
Yippee!
You ask, can I wear you?
Giggity.
Harry, in a certain level of words preceding this, you then proceed to explain the diligences of why they would want you to let you wear them. That doesn't sound like such a bad idea. I suppose I could get a bit of a jolly old laugh from watching you lummox around. But to the point, I've been watching. Your journey through this mansion has not been a quiet one. The shadow follows you. And if I am to join you, you must know that ahead here lies your destiny. If your aim is to try to leave, what lies beyond this door here will either be your salvation or your demise. Or a taste of freedom comes at a cost. I would be delighted to watch you struggle. In fact, I think it would be hysterical. But she will not make it that easy. She does not like it when the help disagrees. I'm going to give you a choice. I can give you something in exchange for that. And you can feel it glaring gesture. Leer down at Goob on your shoulder. If you would like my help, I require something in return.
Sacrifice.
I like that creature. If you allow me to keep that creature, I will travel with you myself. But I could be convinced to aid you in a different way if you give me something else. Or by all means, carry on without my help. But I assure you of this. If you do not take a modicum of my help, you will die and die and die and die and die. And I will revel in every iota of pain that you suffer.
Jesus, Harry, calm down. It's not 2009.
So now your choice. Give Goob, give item, leave without. Or, yeah, actually that'll do. So now I'm going to say this now with a certainty. This decision matters. So take some time to decide. Maybe talk amongst each other with what he's told you. Maybe try and convince each other to try and go with an idea.
Is that charging now? No. God damn it.
And I'm going to give you a little bit longer for this one to make it.
That's good. You can bring me up to speed with everything I missed at the beginning.
Oh, you've missed a fair bit. When did you leave again?
About 4 hours ago.
Yeah, but what will we do time?
Yeah, all right. 5 hours ago. Tark.
So, we turned Tark into a woman. We now have boobs ourselves. Tark became a shadow monster and chased us down through corridors, of which we then ran into a slime creature that was blocking our path. Said slime creature we finessed so hard that it latched itself onto our hat and became a slime-imbued bucket hat. We then accidentally a potion onto the slime, which turned it into the kobold slime creature that's been now our companion in crime. We went into the work office with Garia and Issa. We chose to go with Garia and help her with her potions, which gave us a purple potion we've now lost. And upon helping Giria, we were chased out by the shadow into a cantina with stairways leading up to the second floor. In there, we bowed to a statue which bowed to us in return. We watched Goob getting slowly consumed by disembodied mouths, and we accidentally let Goob get captured by another statue, which then started consuming it.
joy.
Sacrificing Garia's pocket watch, the statue released Goob just at the last moment, but crumbled, and so did, in so doing, the other statue. Although destroying both statues gave us a golden orb, those were the inhibitors that kept back the shadow, which left us unable to stay down on the first floor any longer, and we then fled to the second floor, upon which we had to fight with a shadow of ourselves, a reflection of ourselves, which we did. We fucking suplexed this motherfucker into a burning fiery sun.
Yippee.
Then we went over to another room and dealt with a bunch of little gremlin goobers and tried to romance another Anon. This went spectacularly wrong, and we got possibly the worst outcome from it imaginable. And now we are dealing with the final confrontation. So, with that being said...
Wait, if you're in the cantina, you fucked up my bar?
Yes, they did.
Chat, I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
You have selected to give an item. So now the question is, what are you going to give? I'm going to give you choices here. You can give 3 levels, your bucket, gloves, an orb. Some of these will determine the level of success and difficulty that you will then have with convincing Harry to help you. Again, this matters. The ease of what happens next is going to be very deterministic on what you do here. Pulling out in the lead with orb, I think we'll go with that. Very well. So you have a decision. For this, you will have to sacrifice either 2 purple orbs or 3 blue orbs to appease Harry. Make your choice. Click the purple or click the blue. Up to you. We've done... These are your loot orbs. These are what determine what prizes you get at the end of the donathon.
Orb.
These are like your banked rewards. Like a roguelike element, if you will. Okay, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have chosen to sacrifice 3 blue orbs. These, as you make this choice, your body glows blue. Your body emanates with a shine and a hue as those magics that you once worked so hard to gather dissipate and travel directly into the eyes of Harry. That will do. Very well. You're willing to sacrifice what you tried so hard for, and I suppose in return it's only fair. Now, although I'm not convinced enough to go with you, you have persuaded me to help you. What lies before you is the the presence that lies within the mansion. So true is the so true is the being in the next room that the very shadow she casts is also what destroys her very creation. And without this, you shall not pass the shadow. For shadow requires light. And as Harry says this, a white fluorescent orb travels down to you from Harry's eyes. This is not like the loot orbs you've gained so far. This is a solid white light source. And even in this room with the minor shadows that were there, this light pierces that shadow and illuminates the entire room with a glorious white light. You have gained the light that is lost. It is in this moment that Harry scoffs. Even with that, I don't see your chances being that great. Anyway, be gone with you. I am bored. I will amuse myself watching you from the distance. Now,
Shakes Harry.
you can have you can choose to do something here, guys. What would you like to do? This is the last action you'll be able to have in this room before you move on to the last chapter. Gaz, I love you! I'm sorry I'm taking so long. This has taken so much fucking effort, but it's been so good. Fight Harry. Bow to Harry. Thank Harry. I suppose thank Harry goes out. Backflip. Throw the mix at Harry. What mix? The potion mix. You lost the potion mix when you blew yourself up earlier.
Yep.
Harry's a
No
dick.
treat.
Harry is an avatar of Cthulhu. Of course he's a dick. Poke Harry in the eye just because. All right, fine. Fight Harry, Barrow, backflip. So I suppose really, depending on the choice here, depends what you'll kind of do. So make a choice. 1 to fight Harry, 2 to barrow to Harry, 3 to backflip. Is Jimmy okay, by the way? Your hubby.
Yeah, he's good. He's hoping they're gonna pull the drains out.
Oh, thank
from
God.
his hip day.
I'm so glad Harry's recovering properly.
Yeah.
All right, there was a correct choice here. Okay, well, this was not the best choice, but you attempt to do a backflip. I'm going to tell you that the DC for this is 19. If you do not score a 19 or a 20, you're going to wish you had.
Hey, chat, do you want me to roll it for you?
No, I'm doing it, don't worry. Oh, what a shame. You do an immensely majestic backflip. You do such a beautiful, like a perfectly landed backflip, but it's just not quite as impressive for a being of eldritch entity. But Harry looks down at you one last time. You know, I would almost be impressed if I hadn't just watched you explode yourself. Be gone. And the light in Harry's eyes dissipates. I would have pointed out if you would have bowed to him, the DC for getting an extra thing out of him room would have been fun. You went from making life immensely easy and doing something sensible to doing something stupid and giving yourself infinitely harder a challenge. So you have managed to explode part of Makari's room. You have wasted her lotion spray, and you made yourself look like a tit in front of Harry. Congratulations. But with that,
Oh yeah, it is Wednesday.
the doors to the back of the mansion. In fact, if you want to look at this. Does it look familiar? This is what you were looking at, by the way. The glass doors at the back of the room swing open, and almost with a force you cannot obey, you are sucked through the door and into a black abyss. And what feels like hours. Ladies and gentlemen, the final act has begun. I am immensely excited to round this out. This has been almost 6.5 hours in the making. You descend from the ceiling through shadow for what feels like hours. But as you see the ground come hurtling towards you from below, your velocity slows and your descent narrows. You slowly find yourself being placed delicately, moderately, onto the ground below you. Goo coming down with a soft little thud into your arms as you find yourself on the balcony of some kind of foyer. And on a very rudimentary investigation check, you can tell this is a pretty impressive foyer. This is a very impressive foyer. Everything looks majestic. No shadow, no point of this room is even slightly affected by shadow. In front of you is an ornate stained glass window looking out onto an open entryway. And through the glass, you feel as though you can make out the sight of a silhouette stood before a bright luminous light source, which almost looks like a doorway. But through the glass window, you can't quite make it out. To your left and to your right are two doorways, one of which is barred and shackled and chained and looks like it would take a considerable amount of effort to go through. And to your other, an ornate glass door. But in this moment, the fire on your head starts reacting rather weirdly. That fire that has been burning for such a long time now begins to vibrate and gyrate. And this, one of the only decisions you made that I cannot fathom how you managed to get this through. The blue fire leaps from your head and surges directly towards the blue door. In this moment, if you had not had a magical artifact on you that you had not accrued through your prizes or given away, this door wouldn't have opened. And the only way to get through this door was to fight one of the Kari. You have skipped an entire fight. Congratulations. The door to your left swings open and allows you passage. Before you go, would you like to inspect anything else in this area? And if so, what? To start this off, I will give you the chance for a check of some kind. Choose which check you would like to make. Insight, charisma, magic. I will say, you got to keep in mind where you are, what's happening. Medicine, magic, athletics. Any specific prerogative here? In 3, 2, 1. You have chosen a magic check. Good job. That's what I was hoping you would do.
Yippee!
Almost like
Now roll
common
a 2.
sense. And with a 8 on your magic check. From this point, you can tell that behind you is a large, with the door behind you, it is not sealed, it is not locked, but you feel that same guttural sensation of fear and anxiety. You can't see anything. The door is solid. It is from ceiling to floor, entrenched and seamless. You can feel something. Likewise from the door below you. And with that, the only magic within this proximity that really stands out to you is the position you've landed on. This spot that was, when you look down, you notice that the carpet has this sort of pattern to it. And all of the golden rims and patterning that lines this carpet culminates in a circle that you are dead center of, like a font of power, like this is a location of importance. But with an 8, you're not really able to discern why. And with that, there is nothing more to inspect. You make your way through the door on your right and down the spiral staircase. You are in the foyer of the mansion. And before you, that silhouette that you saw through the glass comes into view. And with an inspection check of 7, although you don't know who this might be, you can moderately discern that this must be someone of importance. Their long black horns, purple tips, they are easily a foot or 2 taller than you. This is a large lady. They are stood in front of a gleamingly gold ornate chest, and you can feel with your magic check from earlier that this is what has been tugging you. The sensation of these magical orbs that you've been picking up have been leading you to this chest. And across the room on the sides there are golden plates, lavishes of luxury and pristineness, not a speck of dust. In the corners of the room are those statues that you saw, golden plates, decorations, ornateness, and lining the middle are a set of 6 torches, 2 red, 2 blue, 2 purple. And this character stood at the end, staring so intently at you. The frown face. Not a frown per se, more of a annoyance. That kind that a mother gives when a child has been unruly. In this moment, is there anything you would like to say or do with a talk action?
I like cut G.
Make a joke.
We're there already.
Yell, battle cry, and ramming speed. Present, goob, wave. These are your choices. Your first action matters. This encounter has already begun, and it will consist of multiple stages. Depending on how you instigate this will depend how this proceeds, and will basically consign the progression of your choice and what avenue of quote-unquote attack you'll be taking.
Pick number 3, my lord.
In 3, 2, 1. You present Goob. Goob with that same glee of an expression that they have been carrying this entire time. Not a single unhappy thought between these ears. Its yellow tongue drooping from its goopy mouth as it goes, hiya, hiya. The entity at the end of the corridor raises an eyebrow. You created that? Well, that is a surprise. Seems like you can create something other than chaos. But why should that be a reason why I shouldn't treat you like any other of the sort that have been through here? What makes you think that this is any reason to be able to get away with the meddlum you've caused? Do you have any idea what you have done in your rampage through this place? Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused me? I must admit, seeing you create something like this gives me pause to just instantly evaporating you here and now. From this point, you feel as though you have a line of dialogue with Lady. From this point, if you would like to make a check, what check would you like to make? This will help discern how this goes from here on in. You are following this path, and there are still branching notions here. But maybe this moment of reprieve and dialogue could help you. A charisma check. Interesting.
Oh boy.
This charisma check will aid you in whatever action you perform next to a degree of success. A flat 10. That is not a bad roll. I'm certain this will help you in some way or another. As you take a step forwards, you feel no fear in this moment. This lady, her body voluptuous, her curves and her demeanor would impose a level of fear in a lot of people. She is a powerful looking creature. She has presence about her. But now that you've done this, offering out goob before you, what do you do now? Is there something you would say to her or something you would like to do? Throw goob at Makari. Seduce. Talk about your bucket. Laugh at Makari's lack of bucket. Oh dear. Now you have made some choices, and these choices are going to make more and more of a difference as you go. Type 1 if you'd like to throw goob. Type 2 if you'd like to try and seduce. Type 3 if you'd like to talk about your bucket. And 3 to laugh at Makari's lack of bucket. Questions. I will point out, there are 3 distinct ways I planned this fight to go, just so you know. In 3, 2, 1. Now, this is where things get interesting. What do you say to try, or what did you try to do to seduce Makari? Think wisely. I got a bucket of chicken. Wow. You like jazz? I tip your bucket, milady. Oh, I see you're a connoisseur of eloquent backflip. There you go. Your 4 choices. Each of these has a correlation to something that will happen and an ease of which that you will progress through this. I will point out, with the path you have chosen, there is always going to be a point of critical failure that will enact the ultimatum of what happens here. Somehow you have managed to get into this in a stage that is not where I thought it would be. Let's say that. Oh, and you've taken a step forward since the last time. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You tip your bucket and say, milady. This will require a performance check and a charisma check, aided by your earlier charisma check. Your performance check is an 8. Your bow could be better, but aided with your charisma check from earlier to aid you in this, your bow is not quite as bad as it could have been. You sort of amend yourself, and what could have been almost construed as an insult, a gesture of lack of decorum, may just make it past as a passable bow. But then you use the persuasion check, and you fail. These had very low pass checks, and you still failed. You say, milady, are you mocking me? Not only do you bring chaos to my mansion, you mock me? And with that, combat begins. Initiative for you is an 8. Initiative for Makari is, okay, we roll again. Initiative for you is an 18. Initiative for Makari is a 7. You go first. In this moment, I'm going to give you a free investigation check so you get an idea as to what's around you. However, what check you make is up to you. The check you make might help you understand how this works works. So choose a check to make and we'll see how we function. Magic check, investigation check, athletics check, stealth check. Ooh, stealth check. Okay. Interesting. 3, 2, 1. You are performing a magic check. And because there is so much magic, you're going to take this with advantage. You are so fucking lucky you rolled with advantage on this. Holy. You get a major success. With your 19, you are getting an immense sense from these braziers. The fire on them feels as though it is not just present on the lamps themselves, the braziers. You can almost feel like the energy from them is being drawn towards this end of the room. Yes.
Those are braziers.
Braziers. Oh, whatever. The fire on these braziers is not stale. It is not idle. The power that is hidden within these fires is being drawn to this side of the room. And as you are sensing this room, you can sense that what you are seeing is not real. Whatever this visage you see before you is an illusion of sorts. You also feel like there's something repelling itself back against you from that side of the room. You feel as though, with a 19, you feel as though making a direct assault would be unwise. Not that you couldn't do it, but unwise. And with a 19, you almost peer past for a moment and realize that portal behind her looks eerily familiar to the portal you tongue-fucked at the beginning of the game.
I forgot about that.
And with your investigation over, Makari's body begins to grow and grow. And as you're revving yourself up to make your action, Makari goes from a 6 to 7 foot creature to well over 12 feet tall. And around her emanates a fire. Around her feet, a purple, blue, and red fire erupts, creating a barrier between you and her. With the magic check you had earlier, you can tell that going into these fiery rings would be very unwise. But now that you notice it, you can now see that the flames of the braziers around you are being almost impossibly tugged towards these fiery rings. And in this moment, you can now make your turn. Down in the bottom left, you have your attack function, your check function, and your talk function. You can try and perform an action, or you can go straight in for an attack. What would you like to do? How tall is 12 feet? About the size of a house. Attack? Very well. Given the complexity of the situation, what you know, what are you going to do in your moment of an attack? Oh shit, that's a lot of check. You know what? Very well. I will give you one more. I will give you a check, and then we'll do an attack. Checks can be done in the moment. So you have one check to do. What is your check? This check can give you a benefit in whatever you do next. Keep in mind, this attack you're going to do is going to require you to be smart. I'm going to give them an athletics check. Okay, let's see how much aid you're going to get from this. You roll a 12. In the moments that require your athleticism, you will be performing on a bonus. You will get +2 to anything that requires athletics or some kind of strength. In this moment, you can now choose what are you attacking? Point to where you would like to attack. Interesting. I'm glad to see you got the notion of what's going down here. Very well. Your attack here is to the fire on the right. However, I'm going to roll for 2 things here. One of which is for Goob. Goob gets what you're laying down. You are going to roll an intelligence check. Depending on how your intelligent roll goes, will depend whether Goob understands what you're laying down. 12. 12 is enough. Goob is going to mirror your actions. Whatever you do on the right, Goob is going to do on the left. You head to the brazier, and you are going in for a straight up attack, or are you going to try and do something else? Attack. What else? So you have the choice to straight up attack, like brute force it, raw dog strength. Is there any other kind of motion you would do for an attack here? Blow out the flames with a backflip. I swear to God, all of these backflip inspired moves. Check the table. One more choice. Try to push it over. Very well. So you are either going to attack the brazier directly with your brute force. You're going to try and blow out the flames with a backflip. You're going to try and check the tables nearby, or you're going to try and push it over raw dog style. See which one. Again, whichever one you do is what Goob is also going to try in the moment. 3, 2, 1. Your attack is to push. This is a strength-based roll. Whatever we roll, you get a bonus 2 to your roll. Goob, from the other side of the room, sees your act of heroicism and starts glowing in a green fashion, his body doubling in size. Goob is now a fully grown adult Goob, capable of matching your strength on every fashion. If you succeed on your side, he succeeds on his side without need for roll. And on an 18, you topple the first brazier, and as does Goob. As the fire crashes to the ground, the fire erupts around you. The fire is tremendous. It swirls, it spirals, catches you within its spiraling arcs. You both are going to take a intelligence saving throw against this psionic energy. You succeed. You do not take damage from this. As the spire falls to the ground, so too does the red flame surrounding Makari's body. Also, I realized I was supposed to choose some different music here. But yeah, some more fitting music, I feel. The red fire is extinguished. So is her barrier. But with the demise of her red ring, Makari screams out in a wave of anger, her size growing, the fires growing with it. And the flames that were atop the blue and purple fires become stronger. It's Makari's turn. Makari's going to be... She is the mistress of this mansion. She gets not 1, but 3 moves in her turn. From her right hand, she flings a ball of shadow in your direction. This is a roll to hit. Which fails. Fucking how? How? How does that fail? She flings her second hand in your direction. It hits. Now, your action here depends on how you're going to deal with this. We are going to give you a choice of a magic or an athletic saving throw. Your choice. What is your choice? One for magic, 2 for athletics. Athletics will denote that you try to dodge. 1 with magic is that you try to use your knowledge of magic to get through this. You good? Is it thundering where you are? Tia?
What?
Is it thundering?
No, there was a plane flying overhead.
Oh, okay. Damn, that's a low-flying plane. All right.
Yeah,
you are
it
going to
is.
attempt to roll an athletics check to try and dodge out of the way of this fire. You fucked it royally! You not only fail this throw, the fire splits into 2 and strikes not only you, but Goob at the same time. And this isn't even counting the 3rd attack that Makari's going to be sending your way. You slip. The fire hits you in such a way that you land on your ass. Both of you are unable to move in your next turn. And you both take D10 fire damage. Both of you take 3 points of damage. Goob is not looking good. Goob as a little bit. As the 3rd attack comes in, Makari is going to cast something called Extension of Fire. The outer ring of blue starts expanding at a rapid rate. If you had the ability to stand up, you would have been able to dodge this. But this is a slow-moving, unavoidable ring. You would have been given 2 possibilities to avoid this, but with a critical failure, you take it to the face. You take 2 individual rolls of fire damage. Wow, you guys are also the luckiest people imaginable. You take 0 damage. Oddly enough, it feels like the blue flame is resonating with the fire on your head and passes you by, dealing no damage. Whereas Goob takes 1 point of damage. Goob... But those are Makari's 3 turns. Now, it is your turn. The question is, what are you doing? Use your pointers to point out what you would like to do. What's the background? This is Final Fantasy IX boss music. Remastered.
Yay.
Okay, no surprise, you guys are going to go straight for the fire. However, some of you are pointing at the table, so let's give you a selection of what you're doing here. What... with your magic check earlier, you know that these fires are getting stronger. It is going to take much more to push them over this time. So what are you doing? Ram directly. Distract. Makari. Any other choices? Cry loudly. There's no crying here. Only actions. Athletics on the table. Back backflip insinuated. Here are your three choices to deal with this. What is your selection? 1 for ram directly, 2 for distraction, and 3 for athletics. Summon a Gundam. Gee, if only you had kept Harry. Maybe Harry could have turned into a Gundam.
That would have been funny.
Na 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 na. And your choice is a distraction? What do you do to try and distract Makari? This is going to be a performative role. A backflip. You and your backflips.
I mean, if they work.
Seduce.
No, that's mine.
Flash your titties. You have those now.
Well,
you do have titties.
that would be a good distraction. She is a gooner.
Here are your choices. Do a backflip. Seduce. Flash your titties. But for boast. Who knows? Maybe flashing your titties will be a seduction in of itself. I swear to God, if this was not the way I was thinking this one would go. But hey, let's make it work.
To be fair, it would work on you. You and I both know this.
Okay, we all knew where this was going. Cool. Nice to know you guys are consistent. You flash your beautiful pair of titties.
This is the thing.
Who gave you
Did it work?
those? Those are so round and goodness gracious. The fire around you subsides somewhat as Makari gawks at your smaller but voluptuous mummy milkers. It is in this moment that potentially things can get very weird. I'm gonna roll a roll a performance check with advantage. If this is a 19 or 20, I am going to shit.
That's why we can't have anything.
Thank fuck it's not! Makari shakes her head. Those are majestic indeed, but you shall not distract me. However, in this time, you have already distracted her. In the time that you have been distracting her with your big juicy juicies, Goob has rushed forwards to assault the other brazier, and with a strength check on advantage, assaults the brazier. It is a success. Goob knocks over the left blue fire. And having taken all this attention, we're gonna roll a d20 to see what happens with the reaction to the fire. Makari is going to take a intelligence saving throw. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? No, no, this had a DC of 3! This had a DC of 3! Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, no.
What? Makari, in her absolute gall at the fact that Goob, she was distracted by titties and now careening around to see the second fire fall to the ground. She lets loose a fireball completely by accident, which collides with the blue fire on the right and knocks it over for herself. Oopsie. The blue flame dissipates and diminishes. But as the blue fire dissipates, in its last flicker, explodes in a radiant blue flourish, sending heat waves across you. And those purple flames in the back explode into a visceral and humongous tornado of fire. These have all the power in them remaining. The ring that is around Makari strengthens. This final ring feels immense. You can feel the heat from as far back as you are. And Makari's size grows once more.
Giggity.
You think that this is a joke? You think traipsing through my mansion, this dimension, is child's play? Do you have any idea at the depths of the shadows? Do you have any idea what you meddle with. There is nothing beyond this gate other than your pain. I will stop you. You will obey the mansion, as is your soul's requirement. It's now Makari's turn. Makari has completely changed her shadowy energy into a purple fiery energy. She is holding her arms forwards, and she is summoning a fire specter out of the fire in front of her, taking up 2 of her turns. This ad is angry. And as a moment of initiative upon arriving, this creature lets out a visceral wave of fire around it, dealing... It's very similar to the wave that you saw Makari do earlier. This fire is almost unavoidable. You are both going to take...
Backflip over it, yeah.
You are both going to do a save. Now you can you can choose magic or athletics.
Backflip over it, chat. Come on, don't disappoint me. Also, that ranger that just pulled in past me says bully for me for its license plate. Seriously? What the fuck?
We're almost there, guys. We are almost there. You go for athletics. If you would have gone for magic, you would have had a flat advantage for the fire on your head. However, athletics, although harder, has a lower DC save.
It will be funnier. Come on.
You fucking cheeky little bastards. You jumped that fire. And what would have been a damage of 10 is voided. Goob doing the same.
Backflip.
And with the final move, for Makari's turn, she activates sort of channel, if you will. It looks as though she is beginning to channel for something next turn. Nothing happens now, but she is glowing with an immense purple hue around her body. And as a sort of insight, this fire creature will be able to activate next turn and attack as a 4th additional attack for Makari's attempts. So now it's your turn. What do you do? Grab bucket and use it to snuff out the flame. Use bucket against final flames. Attack the familiar. Who knows? Maybe it's quite weak.
What the fuck is a crab pose?
Crab pose.
What the fuck is a crab pose?
Seduce. I'm gonna say that seduce the specter comes under attack the specter. Ramming speed.
At least with ramming speed.
I mean, Herder strength build, am I right?
Fun fact, if you shout that while in the bedroom, you will get hit.
There you go. So 1, you will use the bucket strategically against the remaining fires. 2, you will attack the familiar directly, in whatever fashion you so choose. 3, crab pose. 4, ramming speed. We're assuming that you're ramming the fire here. Oh my god. Ramming speed. Okay. Okay. You guys make this choice. It's on you. You square up. You take a look over to Goob on the other side of the room. You give each other an affirming nod. Yeah, bro. This is it. We have come this far. Your first roll is to build speed. 7 is not a massive number, but you can still commence off that. Now, we go for angle. And this is where you make a decision. Actually, no, this is a raw strength. I was thinking the other one. Never mind. Right. And this is for the amount of power behind your roll. 12. That is enough.
Oh, son of a bitch, you muted. I have no idea what's going on.
Sorry. And the third and final roll is the levels of success. 7.
Oh, I just broke the nail.
You both send yourself careening forwards into this fire. The heat, the radiance of this fire starts resonating out. You, even upon trying to deal damage to these things, will both take a d10 of fire damage each. Ooh, owie. You take 8 points of damage. And Goob takes 7. But the damage you deal to these braziers is not enough. Both of them are still upright and still standing. Is there an action you would like to try as Makari winds up for her turn? Take a step back, drop kick the fire. Make a flail for the fire. Default dance. Who knows? Maybe the fire hates your dance. Suplex the brazier.
Brazier.
Throw bucket at Makari.
What?
I mean, hey, sure, why not? This is a act of last resort, if you will. Suplex the brazier, suplex the brazier. Looks like we're going to be suplexing the brazier. This is your last chance. With one final Herculean attempt, we are going to perform you are gathering all of the strength that you have mustered. You use these big claws that you grew from your body. You muster every level and strength that you have manifested over the course of this mansion. You roll a strength check with advantage. It is not enough. You rustle these braziers just ever so slightly more. You can see that you are knocking them loose. You can see that they have taken damage. They are almost toppled, but not quite. And now it's Makari's turn. The giantess in the middle, who has been stood there since the last turn, brings her hand to her head, using the fire that she was charging. And she raises the hand down into your direction. But in this moment, Goob makes a performance check. With a 5, it is not enough. She is not distracted by this little creature. However, the fire creature above you is. Makari looks down at you. I will enjoy watching you suffer. As she casts Torrent of Fire. Torrent of Fire is a humongous Kamehameha equivalent beam of fire directed directly at you. And this has a very low degree of failure. It hits. You take a wisdom saving throw. You want to roll high. It's high enough to resist a majority of the damage, but you now take 4d12 of fire damage, reduced by 1 for each dice. That is 26 reduced by 4. You take 22 points of fire damage.
Boom. Roasted.
You are still alive. You are still feeling the burn. You are afflicted by the burn debuff. Every turn, you will take a wisdom saving throw, and if you fail, you will take another d12 of fire damage. Every single turn. In the meantime, Fire Elemental makes its move, charging directly into Goob's direction. Its initial action is to perform a melee swing with its fire sword. This creature, you can tell, is not as strong. It is a familiar. It is not designed to be something of brute force, but its just presence by itself deals fire damage. So you will, just by being in proximity, take a d4 of fire damage on Goob, which is reduced to 3. And now we're going to roll for its attack. It misses. Goob still takes 3 points of fire damage from blunt force fire, but the swing misses. Goob dodges, and very deftly so. Now it's your turn. Can you make something happen? What is your action? What do you do in this moment? I'm assuming that we are going to attack the brazier still, but how are you going to attack the brazier? Attempt another suplex! Throw the fire. Negotiate? I mean, good luck on that one.
Brazier is an improvised weapon.
Wield the... I mean, it's weakened at this point.
I mean, if they can strength check it, it might work. No promises.
One more choice?
Seduce.
I suppose that comes under negotiate. Snuff out fire with bucket. You guys want to try and win this? You are rapidly losing health, and with how fast this fire is ramping up, you're going to want to try and win this soon. There was a chance here for negotiation, but your attempt of trying to seduce did not succeed. Giving you another few seconds. 3, 2, 1. You are going to do the smart choice and try to snuff out the fire with your bucket. You reach up to your head and you take this bucket from your head, which has seen you through tribulations of this mansion. The slime that you spawned your new son from, the blue flame hewing atop it, fills you with determination. You throw down this bucket right onto the top of the brazier. And in an act of utter bafflement, you figure out that fire needs oxygen to exist. You gain advantage on all your rolls against it in this turn. So, right off the bat, you are attempting to contain this fire with your bucket hat, which has the fire resistance of the slime. It has the resistance of the blue flame that you adorned it with. This is the fire of all time, and it is a battle of fires. So you're rolling for initiative. 12 is enough. Your bucket is in the fire. You are taking damage, though. You take a d6 of fire damage for putting your hands directly in the fire. You take 1 additional point of damage. I will point out that all this damage you've done, this brazier is about to go. If you roll, this is now a strength saving throw for being able to keep the bucket on top of it. And you look from the other side of the room, even though Goob is doing his best to dodge the fire elemental, he is doing the exact same thing you are. He is mimicking your activity. He stares over you with a glint in his eye and a wink, holding up his thumb and going, hey. Even with the fear and pain of the fire around him, he is doing the exact same thing as you because he believes in you. He loves you. You spawned him only moments ago and he still does everything for you because you have made him admire you. And with an 18, you contain the fire. Fire extinguishes. And the ring of fire around Makari diminishes. And just like that, as the intensity had begun, Makari shrinks back down to her original form. And just as you take a moment reprieve, Makari is knelt forwards on her knee, panting. You have a moment here, stood there, catching your own breath, perform an action. Is there anything you would like to say or do in this moment? Whilst Makari has taken her moment of her own. Do you like jazz? Hug her. Oh my god. So hug her, do you like jazz? Put the light, use Light of Lost. Talk to her. Okay, where are you going with this? Bear in mind, depending on how these work will depend how this goes from here on in. The degrees of success required will depend which avenue you follow. Use the Light of Lost. Huh, interesting choice. Very well. You rummage in your hoodie and grab the luminous light that was in your satchel. But as you're reaching to grab it, the second the light shines into the room and lands upon Makari's body, she screams, reels in agony, and just as soon as the intensity had abated, the flames and the remnants of the braziers that were to the side start disintegrating into shadow. A vortex of shade, shadow, blackness starts pooling and warping around Makari's body. And just as you had started to catch your breath, Makari's body begins to plume with an ominous black smoke, her very being falling away, her true image revealed. Makari's size becomes the forefront. She is in her true form now. This monstrous iteration of herself looming over you, 30 feet tall. But this shadow, this shadowy fire that she emanates, does not burn. It is cold, icy. It feels, even just the sheer breath of it, you can see your breath before you. It is the entirety of dread and every negative emotion you've ever felt. And right at this moment, the doors at the back of the room burst open, shadow pouring from the depths of the mansion, spiraling through the air, connecting, joining, merging with this entity. The only thing keeping this shadow back is the light within your hand. You can tell that the shadow is repelled by it. Even at the slightest glance, the light has kept it at bay like a barrier. In this moment, if you had not wielded the light of Lost, the shadow would have enveloped you. In this moment, you have some choices to make. What do you do? Dive at her? Talk? Run? Seduce?
Oh, there's Jamie. I guess it's time to drive home.
Grab goop? Alright, there are your choices. Make your choice.
Hopefully back in 20.
No worries. Make your choice. This ends very soon. Really? Y'all are fucking Jesus Christ. Okay. Hey, you guys can make this choice as much as you want. You are trying to seduce literal shadow. You strut up. You grab goop from your shoulder. What do you say? What are you going to say to a giant fucking shadow monster? You like jazz? You look hot. Are you a baker? You got them cakes. Wanna... There you go. You guys wanted this. You guys wanted to try and seduce a fire monster. Hey, the joy of D&D, am I right? No such thing as a wrong answer. In 3, 2, 1. Okay. You, quite cockily, stand up amidst all of the ominous shouts. Clearly too dumb fuck to understand the position you're in. But hey, no time's a bad time to get your dick wet, am I right, lads? Fellas, is it gay to try and fuck a shadow monster? I mean, it's literally a shadow monster. You are going to attempt to woo the socks off this. Everything you roll here is a disadvantage. You're now going to roll a performance check to grab its attention. Oh my god! What? No! What? Are you kidding me? What is that roll? What? need to change the music. Oh boy. For a moment, the fire abates. The rage in this monster calms. You garner its attention. Through all the fire, through all the rage, it notices you. For your tribes and tribulations, your journey, Makari notices your effort, and the fire and shadow, although still present and looming in, is no longer tumultuous, is no longer riled and wild and surging anymore. It is what could be construed as calm. A giant form looming down on you as she leans in, a face that is quite literally twice the size of you, but inches away, as she listens. You have a moment here of tranquility. You can see that even amidst all of this, the repulsion of the light sort of burns away the shadow on her face. You'd almost be construed for thinking that she might be smiling, should she have a mouth. What do you do? Kiss her. Hug. Say I love you. Backflip. Fucking Jesus Christ. I have no words. I had an entire plan for this in my head. This was not how it was supposed to go. I did not have on my cards a romance option. God damn. I can't believe we've gone from like the most dumb fuckery to this like wholesome chungus ending. You offer her a hug. I need to know how heavy of a hug. Are you simply placing your hand on her face tentatively? Are you hugging on for all might? Or are you doing a very light hug? Right. Okay. So this is going to be a fun little game we're going to play. You have 69 points of health. And this is going to be a 5-round event. Every time you fail the roll, you will lose a d20 of health. No saves, no mitigation. And after 5 rounds, or whichever comes first, you will get a result. So, as you're hugging her, you press yourself in against her. As you embrace her, your eyes and hers close. That feeling of touching pure darkness hits you like a goddamn truck. Goob behind you watching on with a tear in their eye. You show this creature empathy, sympathy. You pity this creature, you admire this creature. And as the light in your hand burns away this creature's shadow, what are you going to check here to do this? Press the check you're going to try here. Simply put, there's 2 ways this goes. And either which way you go, there is a fail state here. If you run out of health before you have completed this, well, let's hope that doesn't happen. Medicine. Very well. You are going to perform a medicine check and a medicine saving throw. Sorry, correction. You are going to perform a medicine check as you embrace this creature. You care for this creature. Unfortunately, this does not work. The flames, the shadow licks at you and you are knocked back. You take 16 points of damage. But your attempt has had somewhat of an effect. You can see that even with that roll, the integrity of Makari's shadow diminishes. That is your first turn. What is the second turn you make? I will say it's probably best not to do the same 2 checks in a row. You go for a magic check. The fire on your hat, this helmet that has seen you through turmoil and pain, bolsters your resolve as you persevere through the agony of holding this shadowy creature. With this roll, you gain an advantage. It is not enough. You take damage. However, this roll did do significant... this roll did hit her in a significant way. Her form looks like it's destabilizing. The light in your hands is affecting her. And you take 8 points of damage. Bet you're glad you fucking boosted yourself up so much earlier. You have 3 more chances. What's your next roll? Charisma? That's an easy charisma, very well. On a charisma, you can bolster what you do next with something you say. What is it you say? You're like, just fucking goddammit. You're beautiful. You, Makari, come back to us. We have pizza later. These are your choices. One, bear in mind that these are broad strokes. A lot of these will incorporate things you have said. God damn it. Okay. As the shadows look at your face and your body, the burning of ice and freezing sensations permeate your body. You utter the words, "You're beautiful." A trickle of white shade, almost impossible, but a shade that is white, seeps from the what would have been a tear duct of Makari's eye and rolls down her face. You roll this with advantage. You pass. And now for the bonus for passing, how much extra you do. With advantage because of how you did this. 16. That is a degree of success. Makari, her body is almost see-through now. Size diminishing somewhat as the light in your hands peel away at the exterior of her body. Her back her feet have already diminished and are no longer visible. You have 3 more turns to make this work. You want to succeed this in 3 turns, I assure you. What check do you make next? Oh, sorry, no, 2 turns. So this turn and 1 more. Yes, you have this turn and 1 more. You're going for an insight check. Very well. I'm going to roll you a flat die. And depending on what you roll here will depend how this works. Okay, you get no benefit. You need to choose an emotion. What emotion do you pull at? Empathy, lust, compassion? Okay. Make your choice. This creature is diminishing. She's not gone. And you can still feel that the potential for danger is still there. As your body burns, it diminishes. Empathy. Empathy is an important compassion to have. And even through everything that you went through, you still empathize for the plight of this creature, even though it nearly killed you and your son. You feel something for this creature. You're sorry. You're not sorry. You're not diminishing its intelligence. You understand why it does what it does. You roll with advantage. You succeed. Now for the levels of success. In that last moment, as you watch the fading shadows of this creature fall away, this once hulking monstrosity is now almost you-sized. And as it opens its eyes one last time, you can see that it's dissipating before the strength of the light in your hands. In this moment, it smiles at you. Is there anything you would like to say or do in this moment? Hug it, head pat. Pose. Give a bucket. There you go. Make your choice. Oh, this is stupid. Dude, this was supposed to be an epic fight, not some like sultry, seductive, emotional turmoil. In 3, 2, 1. Even after everything, even after nearly torching you, sucking you into this mansion, you offer this creature one last embrace before it finally extinguishes. And with an advantage, you embrace it. You embrace the shadow. The final remnants of this shadow fade and flicker out. The shadow that had been embroiling you and encompassing you retract into the doors behind you. The only thing left in this room is the chest before you, still humming with an ominous blue glow, and the light of the portal behind it. And it is now that there's nothing else to do. As Makari dissipates, all of the ore that you have collected shoot out from your body in their synchronous purples and blues and the golds. And the white orb that you were holding, the light of loss, glows a golden color, as it too becomes a golden orb, your loot. All of these shoot directly into this chest in front of you. And in that moment, the chest lifts into the air and shoots out through the portal behind it. Goob takes a look at you and licks your cheek. Hiya, hiya! You've done it. You overcame the mansion. And now it's up to you. You have one final choice. Do you leave and pursue? Do you leave through the portal, wherever that may take you? Do you stay? Wow, okay. That was not quite what I was expecting. Overwhelming, you choose to stay. You have a family. A family you made. You look down at your hands, warped and shaped by a lost child's tragedy that aided you in your trials. A simple bucket that was shaped into something magnificent, something that saved you and your son. Is something mundane that grew, warped, molded by your touch and your experience into being something grand and illustrious. You stare at the surroundings. It's not such a bad mansion. It really isn't. And as you take one last look over your shoulder, the portal, present and humming. Two statues that were either side of it hum into life as the walls surrounding the door begin to close like gates, almost like flesh sealing over a wound. But you've made your choice. This is your home now. The blue light fades, and from the top of the balcony, where you came into this room, Makari stands, looking down upon you. You're not so bad after all. I'm sure we can make use of you. She turns and heads back into the mansion. And that's where it ends. Congratulations. You escaped. You didn't just escape the mansion, you shaped the mansion. All those people you met along the way, people you helped, you are as much a part of their lives as they are as you now. There's lots to do in the mansion. Shadow still exists, but whatever shadow lingered in these confines has been snuffed out. And you feel an air of presence of safety now. That lingering, looming sensation that the shadow gave you before, you can't feel it here, or anywhere that you visit in the mansion now. Not within the main confines, at least. Second floor, you retrace your steps, all the way back, visiting the rooms you missed along the way. And as you so do, faces you didn't even know were here gather round. A moment of celebration and a moment of joy. Even ones you thought that had been lost make their return. At this moment, you feel like family. And that's it. Somehow, you motherfuckers got the peaceful ending to my fucking story. I don't even know how you did it. I only had a vague idea how the peaceful ending of this story was gonna go. You somehow got a pacifist ending I didn't even plan for. Congratulations. I swear on God's green earth. I made a vague, like, memory of how a peaceful ending would go. But the probability of it happening was so astronomically low. But you pulled out a double nat 20 and gave yourself a chance. You were supposed to... The end of this was supposed to be you take the chest and leave as the shadow pushes you out, only to then be brought back in. It was supposed to be a chaotic, evil ending. At least that's the way it was supposed to be. God me. You guys are a bunch of little shitbags, but I am proud of this community to prove that at least there is one brain cell amidst a lot of you here. Even if you are a bucket on fire wearing goblin, slimy kobold birthing, clawy looking, orb dwelling motherfucker. Holy, dude, I didn't even go anywhere during that little break. I legitimately just sat there, just exhausted from everything. Tia!
What?
Tia! They fucking got the pacifist ending. They got 2 nat 20s, and I shit you not, romanced Makari out of existence.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You are a squishy and soft bitch.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Right, so, layers and germs. I paused the timer at 1 hour. What is gonna happen now is you have 4 gold, which I've already explained what those are, which are guaranteed, but you have 6 purple orbs and 6 blue orbs to cash in. So we are going to look at those now. And simply put, the way you're going to get your reward out of this is we are gonna roll this D100. In fact, Tia, seeing as you're back, would you mind rolling a D100 for me?
Oh, I'll give you real dice for this one.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll even use the purple and blue Kari dice for this. This will be great.
So, this is where things get a little bit funny hee-hoo. I have a loot table for both the blue and the purple. We are going to roll. By the way, if you ever failed anything critically, there was a red list of punishments that you could have rolled for. One thing, if you rolled a nat 1 on your punishment, it would have ended the donathon immediately.
Dang it, chat, come on.
I'm actually kind of sorry. You were very close to getting red 2 times there, by the way. And just as a bit of a thing to you guys, so you missed out on Nakari's room, where the gold in here was so when you would have entered Nakari's room, Nakari would have been trapped under the Wheel of Pain, and you would have had to have helped him out, and he would have then slumped off to moat at his video game. You would have gotten gold if you played the video game with him. Because, you know, gaming. Bemusing this creature. There were also captive Anons in here, who Nakari was using for precarious circumstances. In the middle, there were Anon residents, where each room had a challenge, or like a really basic challenge, and one would have just been a flat-out red. If you chose this room, you would have been stuck unless you rolled a certain save. You could have been stuck, and you would have got a red. There was a gold in the top right. Oh god, I can't remember how. I just remember in the top right, there was an event that had a gold in it, and these other had miscellaneous items. And then that would have led you into Ira's room, where you would have to do a puzzle correlating numbers and questions between each of the bookshelves. And if you did it correctly in the right order and you did it to a degree of success, you would have got gold. But this would not lead you to here. If you would have gone here, it would have portaled you to either the green room here or down to this room for Inky. Inky's encounter was a combat encounter, but not dealt through damage. You would have had to have seduced her. And what would happen is if you managed to riz her up enough, dealing riz damage rather than actual damage, you would have gone down a slide of her goo. Along the way, you would have picked up items from here. And depending on the level of success you rizzed her up would depend whether you'd get a gold, because she would then throw down a glob of her goo after you, and you would go through this hole at the bottom and end up in her closet. And that is what you missed out on, in essence. You took the right path. You had a very interesting chase encounter. You had a very interesting engagement with Issa and Gadir. And that was it. Yeah, you did it. I mean, you got most of the golds, honestly. So you should be proud of yourself. You guys did a really good job. All right, so Tia, we are going to roll for the blues first. Can we please get blue dice number 1?
Blue dice number 1 coming right up. Yeah, yeet. That would be a flat 80. Oh, no, wait, hold on. That's an 86.
86. On an 86 with your blue, you get plus 20 minutes to the timer. Just type this down a second. Plus 20. Can we get second roll, please?
That would be a 14.
14 plus 10 minutes. These are your less rare rewards. Blues were less rare. Okay. And next roll.
That would be 3.
1 gifted sub. Fuck you lot. Okay. And the fourth roll, please.
46.
46 is plus 15 minutes. And the fifth roll.
27.
27 is another gifted sub. Fuck all of you. And the final blue roll.
And that would be 28.
What is in the 20s? Oh, that's not reroll it, please.
Reroll? Okay.
Oh, so this would not have been the best idea to learn D&D. We've been doing Twitch Plays D&D all day, which is a very
53.
53? That, fucking another gifted... Ooh. Okay, right.
Now,
Now,
so many gifted sub options.
you get 6 rolls of the purple dice. These are much more impactful.
Yippee.
Roll number 1, please.
Roll number 1. 29.
You motherfuckers! No! No! There are only 3 of these in the entire fucking list. You now have a times 4 modifier. Unbelievable!
Zero sympathy from me. Why did you put these in? You knew there was gonna be a problem. Why
Okay,
did
please
you do
roll
this?
again.
You knew this was gonna be a problem.
I did.
19.
You extend the incentive by an extra 2 hours. Roll 3, please.
Roll 3. 2.
2. 1 hour boat added, which is actually the lowest amount of time you can get a gain on a plus on the purple rolls. You have 2 more purple rolls.
Dos más.
VU3, we're in a donathon, so this is adding to the time that I need to stream for. Bearing in mind, today was theoretically the last day of a 2-year donathon.
Kari.
Yes.
69.
Oh wait, no, I made that something. What? Wait.
Kari, what did you do?
Fuck!
What did you do?
I mean, you were 1 off from evolving it to a gold reward, so fuck. Plus 3 hours.
Ooh.
Final purple reward, please.
You got it. 66.
1 extra hour to the incentive. So that is 3 bonus hours to the incentive. So this is what you get. 3 hours plus 20, 10, 30, 45. So 4 hours. So tomorrow, you guys start the stream with 4 hours plus the 1 that we paused it on. So tomorrow, the timer will start at 5 hours and 45 minutes. Of which you will then have a ×4 modifier that will last for the entirety of tomorrow, or not tomorrow, the next stream. The entirety of the next stream, you'll have a ×4, which means it's $1 for 2 minutes. Ah! And after that day, which I'm assuming we'll get to another day afterwards, you get that same incentive for the first 3 hours of the next stream.
Amazing.
Wait, no, Philbert, you're absolutely fucking right. One of the gold rewards was to double the time. We do not start tomorrow with only 5 hours. We start with 10.
With 10?
With 10 hours and 30 minutes.
Fuck.
Oh, 11
You do
hours
this
and
to
30?
yourself.
Right, so tomorrow we start with 11 hours and 30 minutes. You get ×4 modifier.
No one is. She does this for herself. Feel no remorse, feel no pity. She did this to herself.
And as promised,
We just get a laugh at the fun. Thank you. What do you want to watch? Castlevania Nocturne.
and here are your 3 gifted subs, you motherfuckers. Right, however, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have been streaming for well over 10 hours. I am tired. I am
What about the gold?
exhausted. Huh?
What about the gold rolls?
Oh, the golds are set. That was a...
Oh,
So they got 2 double ups on the modifier, which took it up to 4 times. And they got double the current timer, and then there was something else as well, by the way. So after today, I did not plan on today lasting as long as it did. So I'm gonna say that I am gonna probably not stream tomorrow just so I can give myself a break. But guys, I absolutely love this. This was so much work for me to put together. I kid you not when I say this. I was working on this for 20 solid hours, and I am exhausted. I was thinking this would last for maybe 5 hours at most. It lasted for 10. So in that note, I would like to say thank you very much for being part of this. I am really glad you enjoyed yourself. I am really glad you did. I am so, because not only was this like such an it was such like a fun event, like just the story, but for you guys to meet the Kari members in their own right, to see them in their own environment, to have a bit of storytelling so that you can feel a certain semblance of immersion within the mansion. And I'd like to think this is a bit different, you know? It's something a bit more unique. And I will say, if this is something you guys like, I will try to do something similar again in the future. I think the things that I've learned from this is a little bit more prep time would be great. Using the functions we have is doable. And next time we might make it a bit more of a different kind of thing.